Welcome everybody. This is SCP-CRNP, aka Lack of Leprosant. I want to welcome you to our Friday night stream here on Twitch on the SCP Meta channel. This is called the Weekend Collapsible, and as the name might suggest, we do compress the week's SCPs, believe it or not. And we basically just synopsize them and give a little bit of crit while we're at it, because, you know, that's why we're here, right? That's kind of one of the points of us being here. Tonight promises to be a very long cast. I don't know exactly how long this will go. My goal, my dream, is to finish the notes that I have prepared. So we've gotten another about 31 articles down, read and detailed diligently. And of course, I've had help. So I want to thank the people who have helped me. Dr. Fern, of course, just such thanks. To Dr. Fern for pouring through a whole bunch of these and giving us a really, really good set of feedback. We'll get into that shortly. And then I also want to thank Harmony. Harmony also came through and did about 7 to 10, I think, of these. So really appreciate it. And, you know, I'll go ahead and say I really wish I could have gotten to every single one of these. There are a few that I'm going to go back and read, obviously. And I wish I had time for every single one. I really do. But we don't have that kind of time. That kind of time doesn't exist, and there's just so much that we can do. So I do appreciate their help. Wouldn't be able to get through it without them. So let's get right into it. We've got a lot of ground to cover, so let me get this up on the screen, and we will get moving. I do want to say, if you're joining, thanks for joining. I typically don't look at the stream while I'm working, okay? So I typically don't look at, like, how many people are here or who said what. So just an FYI, if I seem like I'm ignoring you, that's probably why. Although occasionally I'm starting to learn that there might be comments in there. So I'll every once in a while take a break, take a deep breath, and look at the comments. Especially if it's been a long article or, you know, I need a little break. I'm going to need some tangents tonight. Speaking of which, I'm really stocked. I'm stocked full. I got my coffee, okay? That's nice and cremated. I've got my big old gulp of life, which is oh so necessary. And then I've got just a little bit of zest tonight, you see. So we're kind of mixing and matching a bit. We'll see how this goes. I think we'll be fine with all these. So here we are. Here we are. This is the list. We left off last time at Every Pearl's Insides. And so we are picking up here. And we're going for about 30 articles, 31 articles here. A few of these were reviewed last time. The Neon God, Fern reviewed last time. And then Lord's article, Corporate Apotheosis, was also covered last time as well. So we will not be doing those. But the rest of them, basically 31 of them, we will say something about for sure. Now, one thing that's been nice about the fact that posting has closed is because we now have a sure, firm number of how many SCP articles there actually are for this contest. which means that we can better map out how many we need to cover by the end of voting. And so if the math checks out, and I'll run it again, of course, just to be sure. If the math checks out, we should be able to get through 30-ish of these every week on tonight, Friday night, and get through them all. So with that in mind, we will get to business because there's quite a lot to do. Quite a lot. Did y'all see that V. Sherm and Billith, they did another stream? They finished up the entries, I'm told. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. I want to go ahead and shout out here, my man. Thanks for showing up, and thank you so much for doing these. I can't tell you, I cannot thank you enough. That's fine. You don't have to stay the whole time. kind of a festival type deal. You come and go as you please. Good zest. You got to have good zest. And Canada Dry, I'd like to thank them as the nice sponsors for this stream. Canada Dry, zero sugar ginger ale. A can has 12 fluid ounces in it, so that's pretty good. That's a lot of ounces for a can. Okay, so let's get into this. So the first entry on our list left over from last week is, let me make sure that I've found it right. This one right here. Mangaka in the High Castle, Melancholy of the Rising Sun, by Veralta. And so here it is. Y'all know this one. This one is just well appreciated, isn't it? At plus 83 at this point. You know, not stellar for the contest, but, you know, it's certainly in the top tier, so that's nice to see. And this one was covered by Fern. So once again, cannot thank you enough, Fern. This was a really long article, and so, you know, I didn't give that to Fern because it's long. That's the official statement. But I think he probably wondered if I gave him this because it was super long. But it's a good-looking article as we kind of scroll down here. A little deceiving on the scroll bar through, because if you kind of notice, there are a lot of collapsibles here. My God. We've got some great imagery, don't we? Look at this. It's beautiful. The opening thing, clearly somebody's drawing that they wanted to share, but that's quite all right. It certainly is good. I like the style, sort of anime over here. I like that quite a lot. Fits in nicely. This is just some beautiful artwork. Even the propaganda is just beautiful. Love the CSS theme. Look at this. Striking. Very gravitational images here. Look at this. So colorful. Just classic, you know. You ain't got to worry about copyright on that one, right? That's clearly in the public domain. Just beautiful. Beautiful image work. You know, we all know this lantern thing. So let's get into what Fern had to say about this as we take a look at the first little slide of the article there. All right, so I'm reading from Fern's critique. So here we go. Oof, yeah, this was quite a read. Even though I didn't like it very much, I still read it to the end because I'm no quitter. Hell yeah, suck it, lepers. I'm directly making fun of you this time. Yeah, this one had me conflicted. Touche, by the way. I'll definitely wuss out if the article I don't think is worth it. Fern is a completionist, which you got to give him credit for that. That's awesome. Yeah, this one had me conflicted. Alternative history timeline where China was an Axis power in World War II and Japan was an ally, resulting in Japan staying a powerful empire and taking over most of Asia, only to be overthrown by the Filipino Foundation branch with a comic convention and anime. So that's really, I guess, where we get this nice little image work going on here. I didn't really get most of this article, and I really chalked that up to my own limited knowledge of Japanese, Korean, Chinese, and Filipino culture, which of course is on me. But besides that, I also just was confused with other aspects. Why would the Japanese branch of the Foundation side so strongly with their government? Like the branch's only loyalty should be to the Foundation? It doesn't make much sense. All in all, this is a rare SCP I didn't care much for. Funny enough. Good story, though. Just not my cup of tea. Yeah, so Fern ended that unofficially with some expletives in my direction. So kudos to you, Fern. Appreciate this. Yeah, this definitely is a long read. I'm so sorry. It's a bad thing when long reads don't hit you in the right spot. But you know, this is a really well appreciated article, honestly. There's a lot of great credit in here. really deep into world building and sort of, as Fern said, sort of alternate history, sort of retconning history. Looks like Lord had a nice little comment here. So let's just read the verdict of Lord. Anytime you see Lord, Lord's collapsed scoring matrix, you should definitely check that out. Let's just check out the verdict here. Idea is great, aesthetics are amazing, escalation and plot are pretty good, but this also uses the stylistic flourishes of anime that I least like in characterization and plot resolution, and the presentation of information is too heavy on the dialogue. I can't justify either an upvote or a downvote. So some people agreeing with that. Bit heavy-handed with the dialogue. Sounds like maybe a cultural thing. Obviously, you have to understand that we're in our own over here. Straight up anime dialogue might not sail the best in these waters, but yeah, I'm actually surprised there's not more commentary here. Honestly, just a page of it, and given this is this rating here, I would have expected to see a little more. So let me pop into the StreamYard. Just because I know Fern is here, and I want to thank him again for that awesome job. Thank you so much for that. We'll do a handful of these, and then we're going to get to Harmony's take. Harmony couldn't be here tonight. She's out doing something else. She has what's called a life, which is something new. I had to Google that one. I don't have one of those. I'm a homebody, and couldn't be happier. Couldn't be happier about that. I feel like a plankton who's right at home. We'll get to that article in just a bit. So we'll get through a handful, and then we'll hit Harmony's. Harmony will take how long is this? About 4 minutes to get through to get through her portion. So I gotta take notes on that. That's really good. We'll probably flesh out her discussion just a little bit. I did read most of these, despite handing them off. Okay. So the next one here is SCP Mysterium. This is by Worm Almighty. Let me get a sip here. Got to take care of myself. Enjoy the dead air space. I know I will. All right. So this is Mysterium by Worm Almighty. Let's take a nice little look at this. We'll do our little walk through, a little scroll through. We've got some interesting looking images. Of course, I love the black backdrop. That makes me feel like I'm pulled into the article just a bit more. I do like that quite a lot. Pretty lengthy, not bad. You'll see the footnote section is about as long as the article itself. This was a very, very footnote heavy article. And typically that means a lot of exposition. Not always, but it certainly did in this case. So this is, as you can see, perhaps from the scroll through, a very dense article with a lot of technobabble of an esoteric nature, which of course is fitting for the title that we get, which is Department of Applied Esotericism, which is kind of a mouthful. I would have rather seen esoterics. I think that works just as fine in fewer syllables. Like I mentioned, the footnotes are just voluminous. This is a very dense article. The conprocs, I think, are mildly interesting with a nice image that sort of sets the atmosphere very well. This does take place in sort of an alpine setting, and that continues throughout the whole piece. So it's nice to get a good visual on this just going into it to set the tone. The anomaly itself is a pretty interesting musical anomaly that retcons. This is actually 2 articles now that we've seen retcon history in a row. This is a retcon of a famous composer's work. It's a famously unfinished composition. Here's the composer himself. This is Scriabin. I think I'm saying that incorrectly. I am familiar with this composer, just not how to pronounce the name. So this is a famously unfinished composition with anomalous elements and influences. The composer here becomes engulfed in a cult-like reverence for a deity that occupies and governs the voids beneath stars. And this composer attempts to commune with this deity for the nihilistic benefit of humanity. And just from the sound of things, as you might expect from the setup, things don't really go according to plan. Things are not as hunky-dory as they may have appeared to this poor composer at the outset. Lots of department work in here. We're still seeing that long tail reverb-like influence of the department con sort of settle over these articles. Once again, we do have the Department of Esotericism. We also have a lot of other departments that step in and provide cameos here. Applied Esotericism, Psychology and Parapsychology, Memetics and Countermemetics. This is a whole notice from the Department of Temporal Anomalies. It really adds to the feeling, I think, of this article being a little too crowded. The words already kind of gave us that vibe, and all of these characters piling on the stage in the form of these departments. I think it's nice to see those different angles and that multidisciplinary sort of approach that is realistic, but it just feels like maybe one too many notes going on here. The prose at times gets a little too wordy. For example, this section that we're in right now, this notice from the Department of Temporal Anomalies, this whole thing you see underneath it is one sentence. It's one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 lines on my desktop here. So this kind of pops up here and there in the article. I feel it could have done with a little smoother of a polished job when it comes to the flow in moments like this. Throughout this, we get hints of SCP-6999 and also just a bit of SCP-4005, the fabled city of something by Tufto. It's a very profound and ecumenical sort of mood with the weight and the concerns of the world sort of melting away in this anomalous music that we see cast into this document here. There are really nice academic flourishes, such as the Hume logo. I kind of want to see if I can find that for you. Quite like that. Let's just do this. Hume. I have to do this in the right spot. Hume. There it is. I don't know if this is a thing. I just thought this was a nice little academic flourish. The author actually gives an insignia or symbol to the Hume, just as you typically would see with something like ohms that has the omega sign, yada, yada, yada. I thought that was a nice little flourish. Excellent clinical tone and presentation throughout this. It takes the idea of connecting with God via music and composition and then kind of turns it nightmarish. The rhythm picks up in the table in the middle, which is what we're looking at right now, detailing the effects of the performance. The detailed emergence of an entity here brings to mind the literal description of biblical angels, something that went around Twitter not too long ago that I'm sure you may have seen. But instead of angels, it's kind of Scarlet King style. So that's really the direction that this article sort of takes and then lands on, is basically Scarlet King lore. There's some really excellent phraseology going on here, so I wanted to point this out. When the end comes, I will accept the infinity of fate with open arms and make humankind's dissolution into the calm finality of ultimate annihilation as painless as possible. I will contact this mysterious force and use its power to compose the ultimate spell. That's kind of the article in a nutshell, but it also happens to be a pretty well-written set of sentences there that I thought was very nice. So, all in all, I think this is a sophisticated sort of niche article that occupies the intersection between the anomalous academic musicology. It's very lore-heavy, particularly, like I said, with the Scarlet King. It's sort of metaphysician in its approach, execution, and arcanity, dating back to long ago. Impeccable prose in this. I didn't catch a single error or spag issue until I think the very, very last line of the article proper. I wonder if it's been corrected, so let's kind of take a look. Yeah, I don't know if that asterisk is supposed to be there right there. I would have thought to have seen a footnote kind of trying to explain that, but I don't see one, so that just has the look of an errant asterisk right there. But that's really it, which is really, really impressive for the length of the article here. It does make this number move. This is really from Series 1, very early SCP, where you list out the number, you spell out the number, and then you put the actual numerical designation in parentheses. And like I've said elsewhere on these streams that we do every week, by the way, this is not just for 7Con. It just so happens to be a little bump in this time because it is 7Con. But we do this every week. We've done it every week with SCPs for about 4 months now. And this is something that I've said many, many times in those times, which is that this way of doing it, unfortunately, is completely incorrect. And it was just growing in the wrong direction initially for the SCP Wiki that kind of ingrained this and impressed upon the culture that this is the proper way to do it when it's actually backwards. And there's a very, very good rationale and justification for that. This exists in scientific nomenclature. It also exists probably most casually in something like writing a check, which I don't know if kids do these days. We used to have to learn how to write checks in school. But when you're writing a check, it's a lot easier to make a typographical error or miss a decimal or misplace a parenthesis or a comma when you're working with numbers. So, right, $10, that could maybe look like $1,000 if you accidentally don't, write it out correctly. And so for that reason, on checks and in the scientific community, particularly in pharmacology, where it's very important that you have no confusion with the decimal places, things like this, what they'll do is they'll write the number out first, and then in the parenthetical, you have the actual, phonetic spelling of the actual number. So this is backwards. It should be 7, the number, and then the word 7 in parentheses. And that sounds kind of nitpicky, but I'm always just very excited when I see an author who does it the right way. And in fact, I saw it this week. We'll get to an article, and don't worry, I'll mention it when we get there. But somebody did it correctly. This one does it this way throughout the whole article. Not a big deal, just something I always like to point out. I think the only real problem with this article is its length. It could and needs to be parsed down, I think, just a little bit. Once again, you can sort of diagnose this by the footnotes. When you look at the footnotes, it's very clear that this is going to be a long-winded article. So I do have a little bit of kinship with that, I guess. But hey. The author, I think, needs to have that difficult choice, that difficult moment to have the strength to remove some portions of this for a better flow and read, such as the last diary entry right here. I don't think this one, just as an example, really needs to be there. I think it's fine without that. That's a very tough thing for us to do as authors. We kind of think that if something is not going the way we want it to, the answer is to add things to it. And it takes so much more discipline, so much more diligence to take things away, And it's hard to do that because we have emotional bonds with the words that we fire onto the page. It's almost like watching a kid grow up, and you don't want to take them away. But just from one old, seasoned writer, I guess, to another, that's usually the right answer, is to take something away. It's a lot harder to do, so that should be your hint, Also, the theme of luck, I think, is kind of a stretch for this article. I get the feeling that it was written quite a long time before the article theme came around. And really, when luck is mentioned in here, it's really truncatable. That's another, unfortunately, one of those things that could probably be removed. That, unfortunately, is kind of the theme of the contest, but it certainly doesn't make a very good impression, a very lasting impression on anything in this article, really. I think additionally, as I said with the department use, I think there's just way too much academic world building here. A good example would be footnote 3, where we go into a concept. I'll just read this. An idea, concept, or creation of the conscious mind embedded within the new sphere that, through belief and ritual, is capable of all, yada, yada. You get the picture. Like, it's just very, it's like trying to walk through quicksand or some kind of thicket with thorns. It's very difficult to get through. I think we need to cut some of this down, just because it really starts to weigh the whole experience down quite a lot. So anyway, having said all that, if we check out what's going on here, this is I'm pretty sure a new user, and I'm pretty sure a first SCP. So if that's the case, I don't know where I got that information. Oh yes, this person says this is one way to post your first skip. So this is really, really promising, I think. It's nice to see that. I'm interested in this author. Interested to see what comes next. It's not for everybody. It's kind of a stiff drink of an article, but I can appreciate it. So speaking of drink, it also would have been a nice entry in the 4K or the 5K. Well, the title is Mysterium, and it has to do with history, so it fits. It fits. So I think this one is, appreciated decently at 18. I think it's probably a little better than that, but once again, there's just a lot to read through here. Okay, so take a little peek, okay, at what we're doing next. This one is called Alfredo with the Side of Quantum Entanglement. Here it is. The author is JTKC. Okay. So, shocking that this is just around the same rating as the previous article we just witnessed, because in comparison to the previous one, this one is not good at all. This is a gag article about a guy who has sexual intercourse with Lady Luck, right? And of course that one's going to show up somewhere in this contest. And so now, because he did this, he's really unlucky. Okay, so it's almost like a transmitted disease of some kind, right, that he didn't realize was going to happen, which is always the case when you get a transmitted disease of that nature, isn't it? You never really know what's going to happen. He almost gets killed all the time. It's kind of like Dr. Sumerian, but he never dies. So this is just, I think, incredibly bad tact in the writing and the characterization. So, for example, if we get to the interview down here, it's just hard to get through this without laughing, I guess. The guy says, I had sex with Lady Luck. And, 1 second. I don't know what to tell you. What can you do? Bummer. We got a sick baby. He's throwing up. So this guy says, I had sex with Lady Luck. Dr. Pooh, P-O-H is the name of this guy, Dr. Pooh. That should kind of put you on the right level here. She was the sweetest person I ever met, and sniffs. So, you know, just the guy starts crying as soon as he mentions this former lover. Out of the blue, 0 to 60 in half a second, emotion-wise. I mean, it's just Nickelodeon levels of characterization, you know, with just a little more, you know, crude of a topic, but just as juvenile in so many ways. I kind of get the impression that this article was written by a 12-year-old snickering the whole time, and the commentary from the author in the discussion doesn't help this. If we go here. Oh my gosh. Y'all hear that? Hey, give me 2 seconds. Oh. Goodness gracious. Sorry, gang. Babies come first. Babies come first. Tough. Tough having babies. God, so tough. Easily the hardest thing that we do on a daily basis. I come home from work, right? Full-time job. You know, career, you know, come home. Taking care of kids is way harder than work. It's really weird. You kind of start to look at work as like an oasis. Anyways, if we go down to the author comment here, we get some really bad puns, like immediately. Yeah, so I'm J-Tay, as the guys on the DSCP Discord call me. I've been lurking. I discovered that Discovering SCP podcast. That's what it is. This is my second article ever, and also my second piece of literary writing since secondary school. Yeah. Anyways, Yeah, you can read that on your own time. Anyway, just I think that the doctor's name is Dr. Pooh, kind of like I said, sets the tone, sets the mood, doesn't it? But in the actual article, we still come across quite a lot of spag issues that this thing really has all over it. So just as an example, let me show you this one here. This is kind of typical. Dr. Pooh, and then in parentheses it says clears throat, and throat is capitalized. This kind of stuff is all over the article. It's very clear that the author, hasn't noticed this and probably doesn't care. This has been up on the site for, couple weeks now. So if you enjoy the kind of ridiculous, like, hey, look at me tone, this article might be for you. But even if you do like that kind of thing, it still sort of gets its neck broken from whiplash in the middle of the article by an addendum that seems to be a recolor of basically just the admonition hub article, or one of the admonition articles. It looks exactly like it. There's just a very slight color change to it, kind of like a recolor. And then when we get in here, it's very admonition-like. A funny little face up here, but besides that, it's just very serious in some ways. So the tone of this is just so odd. It's such a juxtaposition. These tones are so off-putting and strange. It's kind of like the author has no idea how to handle any one style, and so throws them all into the crock pot to sort of stew. And, as crock pot dishes tend to do, slowly seep away the identity of each ingredient until it's just kind of a slurry of attention deficit and colorless chunks. So there are some moments in here even where the lowbrow humor continues, because again, I think the author is trying to play with things they aren't quite old enough yet for. So for example, we have a nice little phrase here. Let's find this one. SCP-7000 slips on a banana peel and the audio visual display ends. So, besides the deification of luck as something bangable, the article makes very weak efforts here to sort of jingle the theme in front of the reader's sort of eyes, such as in this line right here. Dr. Pooh, it's quite miraculous that you recovered from that coma, right? SCP-7000, I guess it was pretty lucky. Short chuckle. And then so this sort of like, all the subtlety of a sledgehammer kind of writing with like, hey, luck. Like, hey, luck, like shows up all the time. So it would seem like this writer, and really plenty in this contest and in this site, actually on the whole, think that this phrase is true. I guess I was pretty lucky, Dr. Pooh. It's great to see you joking more. It's a sign of your personal progress. Unfortunately for this author, the more you joke, it is not the case that the better writer you become. So this is just a really, really bad example of... do I have an alcoholic beverage? I don't. I should. Let's pretend like this is alcoholic. It's a really bad example of Neo-Lol Foundation. Check it out. If you're a fan of that style, contrast this article to something like Serendipity by Radiger, which is a pretty good Neo-Lol Foundation article. Or, this isn't fair, but you could compare it to The Loser, which is probably the best Neo-Lol Foundation article that will ever be written. And we'll get into that. Don't worry. But anyway, this article is an absolute embarrassment for the wiki. Just very sad that the rating body of participants here can't really find but one upvote to distinguish this article from the one we just saw. Certainly different strokes for different folks, but that was Alfredo with a side of quantum entanglement. Next one, I'm happy to get to one that actually is, taking itself, relatively seriously. This is the most serious that you'll see in an article joke around, okay? Or the most jokey serious of the articles that you'll see in this contest. So the author clearly understands before we get into that, excuse me, the title is Something Wicked This Way Comes. And I guess I should be doing full disclosures on basically all of these because it says the author name right here, right? Nothing I could do to help that. So in the interest of being professional and forthcoming, I always do a full disclosure on authors that I might have some sort of history or interaction or relationship with, so that at least you, the listener, can use that to contextualize my review. So if I give somebody a bad review and I've told you that I don't like that person very much, you know, maybe I don't like the article because I don't like the person. I tend to basically try very hard to not do that. I try very, very hard to be as unbiased in a read, despite who it is, but I still think it's a good idea, just so that there's no surprises. So my relationship with Ard is not a very good one. Ard does not like me at all. He does know who I am. I messaged Ard one time with a criticism that I had of his something that he had done that we discovered in the staff chat leaks that was quite repugnant, and so I called him out on it, you know, and of course he didn't like that very much. So he's got all kind of things to say about me, including that I'm a bad dad. So I don't think I'm interested in your armchair family counseling, Ard. Thanks. But anyways, besides that, that's my relationship with Ard. You know, once again, when I get on to somebody, you know, when I call somebody out for something that I think they should be called out for and no one's done it, you know, I hope that no one takes it personally. I mean, that's kind of crazy to say because so many people do, but I don't, at least on my end, I don't really let it affect how I see the whole person. And Ard is an excellent critic. I really enjoy seeing Ard's responses on these articles. Very, very, very smart. Very smart person. Very good writer. You know, I attribute most of what SCP-3000 is, you know, the really good parts of it, I tend to attribute to Ard. Just seeing where those elements came from. I think he's really an underrated author. That's also strange to say, because he's so well known. But, you know, particularly for something like SCP-3000, I don't think he gets enough credit. Maybe he gets enough credit on the whole, but I just don't think he gets enough credit for SCP-3000. He's a really, really, really good author. Really, really good, particularly at like monster writing. So anyway, you know, we tend to think that the person behind a good work is better than the work. You know, they tell you not to meet your heroes. It's really a myth that if something is excellent on the page, the person behind it must be that much better to meet. That's really a false assumption. Really, the best of someone is usually on the page. So as they say, don't meet your heroes. But Ard is just an excellent, excellent writer. And this article really is no exception to that. So let's get into it. So this is SCP-7000, Something Wicked This Way Comes. You know, looking at the conprox here, it's only just a couple of sentences long, but it's very clear that the author understands the potential and the function of the containment procedures as a literary device. It makes the anomaly seem so human-like, but the way it sets it up in the tonal language sort of subverts some of the descriptors in here in an intriguing way, and then later gets back into the logic. So, for example, we kind of get the idea that this is a kind of humanoid thing. It talks about it being in an autopsy laboratory, and then we get to the description, and it's basically just a computer drive. So it's like, okay, somewhere these two things are going to have to meet up, and they do, and it's really nice to see. The article, I think, you know, is really impressive because it takes what most people do out of a reflexive and unexamined lowest hanging fruit, immediate satiation kind of compositional decision to literally make the anomaly luck, right? We've seen that so many times, and usually the article gets worse from there. But this article takes the theme, basically makes it luck, and gives it this nice technologically fluent treatment, once again in the form of a probabilistic manipulation drive, even going so far as to use very human nouns and adjectives and attitudes towards the tech. As we saw, autopsy, laboratory, post-mortem is down here, a full post-mortem of the incident, typically a medical term. So anyway, it's a nice mix that the author is sustaining throughout this whole article. This is really the entry I was looking for in this contest, where someone takes the most mundane interpretation possible of the theme, but carves it into it the most ornate and sophisticated engravings to make that thing artful and to rise that poor decision to the level of artisanry. So this is really an article that does that. Very satisfying technobabble phraseology here. We have something called a probability resonance cascade. Very cool way of putting that. We also have a couple of good passages here. During the SCP's initial test run, faulty calibration parameters resulted in a positive feedback loop that generated an escalating series of increasingly catastrophic nonlinear system failures and improbably coincidental occurrences compounding one another. That's probably the best paragraph you're going to get just describing the concept of luck, like in technical terms. There are probably other passages that do just as good of a job, but I don't think you're going to find another passage in this contest that's better than this when it comes to finding unique and smart and creative approaches to describing something that everybody else is describing, right? Much less impressively. We also have really other great moments here. The appearance of Mobile Task Force TA-5, Samsara, which is, I think, something that most people know who are probably interested in watching. You probably know what Samsara is. And I think it was just a really good decision here. Basically, they were chosen due to their high pain tolerance, and we finally see this sort of human component of the article and this sort of tech component of the article become married, where they basically inject or sort of graft this technology onto a human in order to have it work. And so that's the reason why they chose Samsara, who are kind of already that way. And then the article also mentions that they chose them because of their high pain tolerance. Let me point this out to you here. This is one of the members of the team stating, "We did not observe any side effects with receiver implantation aside from a mildly uncomfortable sensation in our eye sockets, similar to being stung by hornets." But they go on to say things like, it's not, it's all survivable, right? Like that's all that they care about, since I guess they're augmented. So, so we get this interesting sort of, once again, one of Ard's strengths is to sort of bring out a monster in this. And so we get this sort of like rat-like vibe starting to pull through this article. But yeah, so just back to the Samsara, I thought it was a wonderful, wonderful job of casting, very justified in this example here. Typically, when you see Samsara cast, it's purely in order just to ratchet up the "oh, cool" factor. That's not the case here. It's very smart. We also get treated to some really great world building with them regarding their pet android dog, who sort of takes this article almost as if the article was holding this dog by the leash, and at some point in this article, they accidentally let go of the leash, and this dog sort of runs around and creates chaos all over the place. The dog is really the manifestation of this probability resonance cascade, and so it becomes this sort of comedy of errors. All of them probabilistically remote. And they all happen as if this is a sort of slapstick scene of humor. And it is. But there's also this dire seriousness to the tone, and particularly to the clinical language here, that prevents that humor from getting burnt. Where typically that's really all that is presented by an author, just the slapstick. So the Samsara ends up being a really great choice in more ways than one. Their robotic, inhuman manner of speech allows the author to decorate the interviews with some prose, some very colorful recollections. By the time we get to the security feeds, which I think are here we go, security feeds, these sort of like a second set of addenda that sort of group together by the end of the article here. By the time that we get there, the author has done enough work in the believability department to really have some fun. This does get a little bit crispy on the edges with like a banana peel and sort of like a pincer dive capture motion resulting in some hijinks, but it's just so professionally written and polished that this sort of mutes the outrage inherent in such a ridiculous scene. We also get treated to a Scooby-Dooby Doors trope. I don't know if you know what a Scooby-Dooby Doors trope is. You should. Scooby-Dooby Doors on TV tropes. This is basically the scene, I guess, that Scooby-Dooby made famous, where basically you have a hallway of doors and people are chasing one another in and out of these doors, and they just never can connect. And so we get one of those in this article, and it sort of gets a little more Looney Toony after this. Basically goes full Looney Tunes. And so I kind of get the gist that what the author wanted to do with the rest of the article, so I kind of stopped. I did kind of skip to the end, just because I kind of understood what the author was doing, and, you know, it was fun, but it's just kind of, okay, you know, I can kind of fast forward through this part. The ending, I think, is expectedly feel good, sort of like the writing equivalent of a circle wipe transition. So yeah, this is kind of a half and half article that is as strict with its internal logic as it is silly with its outward antics. The author justifies the ability to be silly with a very well-handled set and thoroughly justified anomalous effect. So once again, when most people take luck to be the anomaly itself, it usually ends up very, very badly. This is what it can look like when a master of the genre takes a crack at it and leaves everyone else who tried this direction in the dust. This author could essentially sign the initials in burnt rubber around these other authors who have decided to go in this direction here. So having said that, you know, it's still kind of an underwhelming article in my opinion. It only has so much extension from its initial decision, despite it being very good. It just only can go so far for me. But what of it is there, it's done better than anyone else I think will be able to do with just strictly the anomaly as luck in this contest. So it's a good example of non-J humor for the main list, but it definitely goes just a tad too far in some spots. It's kind of like the Wile E. Coyote who, after running off the edge of a cliff, is, as we all know, suspended in midair by the sheer momentum, only to realize that it has overshot and then falls after it realizes that. This article kind of does that, but I don't know if it ever realizes it, so I guess it kind of hangs in the air for a while. But it's fun while it lasts, that's for sure. So I really recommend this article. I think, once again, it's the thing I love most about this is how much effort the author put into the in-universe justification of the situation prior to getting crazy. And that makes, you know, that's a lot of work. That's a hard thing to do, and it really pays off. It's just respecting the genre. It's just flexing the fact that you can do it, you know. The funniest articles are the ones who most successfully put themselves into that believable nature of the Foundation article. This one does it, and quite honestly, the loser does it too. That's really one of the reasons why it's so good. It never breaks character, the loser. That's one of the reasons why it's excellent. That's because it never breaks character. Everything that you see in the article, except for one little moment at the end, where a tail end, an excerpted part of another interview is sort of gerrymandered and inserted into another interview very later on. But besides that little error, the whole article, you know, tries very hard and expends a lot of energy to keep things, you know, from getting absolutely frayed when it comes to the in-character presentation of this document. And so I think when articles do that, when authors have that sort of, you know, diligence, and they have that, you know, I guess, for a lack of a better word, respect for what came before them and what they can still do, I think that really, really bolsters the comedy. And in this case, it allows it to exist, I think, without being just absolutely ridiculously stupid. I wanted to highlight Pedantique. I was really happy to see Pedantique, by the way. Pedantique decided to leave around the whole Harmony thing. Didn't like that decision, I think. and so said that Pedantic said that they were going to leave, and then they were gone for quite a while, and now I see them back, so I'm happy to see that. That's nice. Pedantic is pretty cool, I think. This is what the wiki has truly needed for all these years. Thank you for finally giving it to us. More seriously, conveying slapstick comedy in prose is tough, but I think you've done it well by relying on the classic repertoire of incidents while keeping them fresh with Samsara's unique qualities. It's a romp that makes good use of their absurd natures, and I'm glad to see my suggestion turning out well. Dr. Who else can we see here? Dr. Scaramucci, who actually I'm quite liking in the crit department as of late, says, "All hail the conquering Ard. Aren't many authors who could pull off this level of absurdism and still have it make sense in world." That's kind of what I'm saying. Excellent observation. And then Big Sloth on my face says this: "I really enjoyed this, and I wish I read it sooner. Tight, high-quality writing and humor are a winning recipe for this contest, it seems. Amen." This was a nice take on the theme. So, yeah, I just wanted to point that out. It is absolutely true that high-quality writing and humor are a winning recipe for this contest. It's kind of like almost a certain style that sort of is being defined in this era of the SCP Wiki, isn't it? Where that wins contests, big ones. I don't know what the name of that style could be. I don't know. I'll have to think about that. I have to think about a decent word for that. I'll get back to you on that. I'm not sure what that could be. All right, so we're done with Scooby-Doo doors. We're done with something wicked. This way comes. Wicked funny, I guess is the pun there. Not yet, Harmony. Hold on. We did corporate apotheosis last week. We looked at that very briefly, and then Fern was kind enough to show us that. This next one is we got two more, and then we'll do harmonies. This one's called The Cycle of Phobos by the Son of Man. Great username, by the way. Son of Man. Fern knows what's up. Fern knows. All right, so this is kind of a sci-fi article. Takes really the mission of humanity going past just, of course, the immediate planets and tries to push further into a continual state of transplanetary dislocation. It's a very clever anomaly. It gives this historical and archaeological impression that humanity has always and only ever always occupied whatever planet they happen to be on right now. And of course, this sort of vacillates from being Mars and Earth and then Mars and whatever. There's a really cool word here that I haven't seen so far in the contest. I was really actually quite surprised that this only came up now, but stoichokinetic, I think, is a really great word. The footnote says, relating to an object's capacity to actively or passively alter the probability of events. Kind of reminds me of stoichiometry, right? Almost seems like it maybe has the same root word. Stoichiometry being the chemical study of proportions and admixtures, if you'll recall from your classes. I think there's one grammatical issue in the description's first paragraph. So SCP is a hypothesized yada yada, affecting the impacting the development of the human civilizations. I'm not sure. Looks like an errant "the" is showing up there. An effect impacting the development of the human civilizations. I think maybe we should take the out of there. Not sure what's going on there. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm just not seeing it. Anyways, like I said, it really has this investigatory sort of vibe that turns a bit ominous and dark, with some really potentially troubling implications brought through this story here. What can we say here? We've got a nice little introduction. We get into the addenda. It's sort of like a tabulated table. I like this. This is a nice little flare of the animation going on here. Footnote 7 I thought was really neat. A chemical element with a symbol of SA and atomic number blank found on the Foundation's expanded periodic table. Not something you see every day. Nice, subtle, hyper-scientific world building going on there. And then I think footnote 16 shows the level of imaginative detail that the author is working with. The same goes for 0513, who we see. Probably need to expand all these guys. 0513 shows up here. Really don't have my roadmaps very well planned out here, but that's okay. 0513 shows up. Really nice character work there. I love the format of having rationales for each of the 05 votes. Let me turn this music down. This is the part of the track that gets a little crazy. Oh baby, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, so let's see if I can find this real quick, just because I know I'm talking about it. Yeah, this is cool. This is really cool. I love the idea here of taking a basically, you don't really say what all is going on here. You kind of have to read between the lines with what these 05s are arguing, but I just really appreciated this. You have like all the 13 overseers, and they have a yay or a nay, and then they give a statement. You know, they give a statement in support or in rejection of their argument here. You know, so I think it takes a lot of philosophical flexibility and sort of self-displacement to sort of do this well. It's just a really nice moment of insinuation and suggestion. I really like that detail. And then I also love the detail of 0513 clearly being, you know, AI-like. Let's see here. Yeah, so then we get into basically a, let's see, conversation with like a representative of a different civilization. This one's called the Ambassador. I thought there was pretty cool sentences here. All I could muster out was a meager, "Is that your true name?" After which it politely explained to me that it did not want to strain my throat with its birth name. So I thought that was pretty nice. A couple other lines here that I thought were pretty good. The ambassador permitted me to visit one of the cities of his empire. Perhaps visit isn't the proper term since I was shipbound throughout. It was a shame, to say the least. Our vessel looked over a planet, the name of which I had estimated from his strange phonetics to be Dakoth. The people waved at us from the large crystalline city, a red blister in the planet's white desert. By its side, several channels of blue water pierced the monotony of the sand. They stretched in every direction, yet ultimately led nowhere. People wandering the streets wore multicolored overcoats decorated with geometric patterns, yada yada. Just great imagery here. Huh? 1 second, y'all. Okay. Anyway, good sentences here. Good stuff. Yeah, anyway, so just without going into too much detail here, I really like the story behind this. There's excellent imagery, excellent storytelling, really above average dialogue here too. Not easy to do. I love that the ending of this article is in an ACS collapsible. So this is the very last thing. It's a updated containment procedures collapsible. You click it, and it basically gives you a new ACS, where basically they've decided to vote that it's this new secondary class. I've been really waiting to see that done very well, and I haven't really seen it yet. There's been some attempts on the SCP Wiki, you know, but none of them really hit it, I think, like this does. If I could say something bad about the article, there's some needless bloat, mainly in the footnotes, I think, here, like the ones about the vessels that are used on these Phobos missions. Every time it mentions a vessel, we get just a little, here's a good example right here, a little footnote about what this vessel was. That's nice. That's world building. It doesn't really come back into play. None of that is very needed, and obviously it's in a footnote for that reason. But still, I think that it just gets, when you have it with every single ship, it just starts to get a little tiring. There are a few, unfortunately, overbaked lines, I think, here, but very, very few of them. Most of this is very good. Here's a bad one, though. Dakoth reminded me less of a real place and more of something conjured up by a particularly optimistic Golden Age science fiction writer. That takes that a little too far. Let the reader sort of intuit that themselves without the author sort of torching it to a crisp on the plate there. And then a couple of other, still some missed issues here. We gifted it with the ability to alter the probability. I think once again we have an extra "the" sitting in there. Overall, though, this is a very lively and kinetic article. It's a real tour of imagination and sci-fi, sort of spacefaring. There's deep thought in this article. It's very thought-provoking. It's very fresh. There's superb writing all throughout this. It's very in character for the Foundation. There's a natural escalation threaded by a very gradual, believable set of discoveries. And all this is helped with a fantastical sense of world building and detail. So I think all in all, this is an excellent, excellent article. Certainly underrated, but once again, what can you do with this many entries in here? But it's an excellent article, and this is by Son of Man. And I guess I should have done a little bit of a disclosure. I do know Son of Man, not really in any personal way, but just the Son of Man is someone who writes on a lot of different sites in this space. So I recognize the name, and I've been a fan of the Son of Man's work for a while, and this one is no exception. This was really great. A lot of really, really good commentary and praise in this one. So I'm happy to see the author do this. I'm really hoping that they stick around and do a lot more. Let me do something real quick here. I think we can help ourselves out. There we go. Turn that baby down just a wee tittle. Just one tittle. That's all I need. All right, so we'll hit one more, and then we'll let Harmony have the stage for just a few minutes, who can't be here tonight, of course. Very sorry about that. All right. This next one is called Fortunate Souls. It's by The Dark Artist. I don't really have anything to say about the artists here. Looks like there's a few people. So Secret Stash, Avocado Milk, and The Dark Artist all collaborated on this. And they're calling themselves, their band name is the Eldritch Vikings. So that's nice to see. And Fern took this one. So Fern, we will get to you again. Thank you so much. This also happened to be very long. Whoops. Sorry about that. That was not intentional. But once again, I appreciate it very much. So let's see what Fern has to say about this. So this is a tale, Fern says, a story, an article really. Underwater Vikings, Ragnarok, giant robot fights. This was a fun 7K to read, Fern says. Funny enough, this was the second 7K that I read that included High Bracelet. Not quite a theme, but a funny repetition, I suppose. Overall, I enjoyed the reading of this 7K. It's not too long, a good amount of exposition and narrative. My favorite part was actually in the beginning, the idea that this serpent of Norse mythology was not only real, but dead, and Vikings were living inside it at the bottom of the sea. Super creative. I didn't really expect that. So yeah, this is really just to supplement that. Thank you very much, Fern. This is a War on All Fronts article. Hopefully that says it all for you if you know what that hub or that canon, I guess, is about. If you're a fan of that, check this one out. Really great image work, as you can see here. Very sharp visuals that are a bit loud at times, but certainly in the vein of good taste. I mean, look at this. It kind of reminds me of the best admonition articles. Really, really cool stuff. So if you like big things in your containment fiction articles, massive scale stuff, this one definitely is right up your alley. So, and then I think the theme looks pretty good too. I love the blue and I love the pseudo I don't know, it's kind of orangey, it's kind of tangerine-y. There's a very active commentary section going on here. A lot of people kind of had mixed feelings about this one. This one says that. This one says that. There's a lot of exposition going on here. There's a lot of argumentation going on here. You know, people are kind of on the fence about this. Here's Fern. Read War on All Fronts more. Exactly. Yeah, so if you're into that, I think this one hits all the notes that you would expect it to from that hub. So if you're a big fan of it, obviously check it out. I think you won't be disappointed in that at all. Okay, so great. We're going to take a little bit of a break. Harmony is next. She did, I think, about 10 articles. So we're going to just kick back and watch this, and I'm going to take a few sips of these beverages here.
So these are my entries.
Tell you what, let me turn this music down while Harmony does this so that we can hear her better. There we go.
So these are my entries to read for the SCP-7000 contest this week. I've got quite a few interesting ones. So let's start with Project or Professor. I'm not sure what it's supposed to be, but Gambler's Fallacy and the Ash that followed is just bad. It's poorly written. Every paragraph of the description starts with the SCP designation. That's how you know it's not going to be good. Limits of Plausibility sets up an interesting premise that seems like it's going to test the concept of Neo-Lol Foundation multiversal, multi-universe concept, but it kind of sets out an interesting premise and then stops. It doesn't really develop it or take it anywhere. You can't really give it any points for that. It wants to be more than it is. Worst case scenario is a gimmick article that Pila, a story that Troy did for Project Thaumiel, did much better already. And the dice always lands. I refuse to read this one because if you go look at the article, every other word is a different font. And no, you know, I have to have some standards, I have to have some dignity, I have to, you know, there's only so far that you can see P's. Every other word is a different font size. Are you kidding me? Why? Enough of that. Alright, The Loser, A+, excellent, see me after class. I'm gonna have more to say on this later. I'm still developing my thoughts on it, but for the purpose of this, I think that it deserves to win SCP-7000. I think that it's making Neo-Lol Foundation a lot more thoughtfully than something like Cactus would have done. He's a better author than Cactus, Harry Blanket. This is something like what Cactus has been trying to do for the last couple of K-Cons with his different Whedon-esque articles. Done a little bit better, more polished, a little bit more of an edge to them, so you actually want to read it and can take it seriously. I thought that Plankton was really cute. I like the idea. It reminds me of something that Sorts would have written. Specifically, it reminded me of his jumping spider in Series 2. Just the idea of a creature that's just so happy with what it was born into. Man, aren't you lucky to be a bit of Plankton? And yeah, I like that. New World Order, I felt was not explained terribly well. I think it was just way too long. There was way too much technobabble that was done there. I think trying to be like this cool neo-noir cyberpunk city, but it ended up just being a bunch of boring text messages between two characters that you don't care about, followed by dialogue or an action sequence told through a dialogue box that is muddled and clumsy, and that just repeats over and over and over throughout. It's just far lesser than the sum of its parts. It's not very good, and I didn't like it at all. It gave me a lot to say because it is so long and interminable, but the structure just repeats itself repeatedly over and over and over again. It drives you crazy. Like, what were they thinking? The one positive thing I will say about Initiative is it's very confident. Its presentation, at least on the surface, is very good, but it has a problem. Too many cooks. It's got too many different ideas pulling in different directions. It's got all these Dungeons and Dragons style characters, and it's also got this whole world behind them, and it sets up all these characters, but it doesn't really give them anything to do. They all have the personality of characters from Friday the 13th sequels. Better than Jason Takes Manhattan, but not as good as the final chapter. One note character descriptions, and then we get a little thing at the end about, oh, go and make your own adventure, and that's it. Feels like a lot of setup with no delivery at the end. It doesn't pay off. It's not worth reading. Mutually Assured Destruction could have been great if it didn't have any dialogue. All of the dialogue in it just very clunky, trying too hard. Every dialogue box that I read in this contest has just been every character is trying to one-up the character they were just talking to. No one actually talks to each other. They talk like they're in Marvel movies. It's quite tiresome. My favorites of this week were definitely Plankton was up there. Plankton's really cute. I liked Plankton a lot. I think The Loser, obviously, you should read it. I'm still developing my thesis. Oh, I almost forgot to mention Mobile Task Force, SQL, Snafu. It's a really cool heist story, but I struggle to see why it's part of the SCP-7000 contest. I mean, it does include luck. It really feels like it's quite tangential to the cool heist story being told through the documentation, no less, which I liked, but I didn't have the opportunity for characters to blunder through bad dialogue because a lot of the characterization is done through action. I think that this one deserves a far higher rating than the one that it's gotten. I hope that'll be appreciated in time. I think it's quite excellent. All right, back to you, Lack of Lepers.
Hey, thank you very much, Harmony. Appreciate that. Wonderful and swift, which is good. That was Harmony's articles. Let's take a look at each of those just very, very quickly. Of course, just so we can put a name to a face. This is, what is this? Project Gambler's Fallacy and the Ash that followed. I thought that was kind of a nice title. It's a nice title. I kind of skimmed this one, frankly. Seemed to be kind of agonizing from the redaction in the containment procedures right here. It says it requires approval from a site director, and then it redacts the site director. So I'm not sure how you're supposed to find out who that person is. And then, of course, the anomaly is kind of uncreative as well. There's a massive amount of crouching collapsibles in this, hidden length in the tables, and then really there's a very unfortunate lack of discussion going on here. Even the author's own endorsement of this article, really the first thing you see is, I fully expect this to be downvoted into oblivion for its longevity or the inexperience of my writing skills. So that's never a good sign. When the author is sort of suggesting that maybe you should download this article, it's not really a vote of confidence where we would expect to find one. So that's not a good thing at all, not very promising. But anyway, you heard what Harmony had to say about this one. Bless her heart for having to read all that. Okay, so the next one was The Dice Always Land. This is by Agent Henson. That previous one was by The Elegant Man. This one is the one that Harmony was talking about where every word is a little different. I think this is absolutely unreadable. This is the writing equivalent to atonal music. If you don't know what atonal music is, I'm sure you do. So anyway, it's hard to explain, but let's see. YouTube, we'll just go, I don't know. What can we do here? How can I tell you what atonal music is? Atonal music. Here's some atonal music.
You come to shallow.
That's not it. Sorry, that's Disney. That certainly isn't atonal music. That's regular music. Here's some atonal. Oh, come on. I don't want to watch the whole ads. Let's just refresh it and see if it goes away. Technical difficulties. This is the worst produced show ever. All right, let's listen to some atonal
Battery
music.
safe.
It's actually too pretty. Anyway, atonal music is music that doesn't have a tonal center to it, so basically all the notes sound really random, and it's very, very hard to express any sort of emotion. I can't believe this. Okay, let me just do this. Here it is. This is a good one. Pierre Boulez, baby. This is like really serious. Rest in peace, headphone users. This is like really serious academic music these days. Take a listen. Right? Like it's not in a key. Everybody's kind of everywhere. What? Now, I happen to like this music because I'm crazy, but, it's probably not going to be the most palpable thing for people, palatable thing, or palpable. And this really article is that. It's really, I'm sorry, but no concept can justify this to me. I am not reading through this. This is really, really too difficult to even think about getting through. No. Sorry. No. Kudos to anybody who actually got through this. I mean, my God. Sorry. It wasn't worth it. Wasn't worth it. The dice always lands. Sorry about that. No thanks. I did want to spend a little more time on this one. Some of these, Harmony obviously is very good at this. I'm very bad at this, getting through these things quickly. Speaking of which, tonight's stream, just in case you're curious, we'll probably be doing this for about 6 hours. That's my expectation. We'll see how it goes. So I kind of want to get comfy, don't you? How you doing tonight? You doing okay? Let me see if anybody is. No, that's okay. Hope you're doing well. I kind of like it when the music is off, honestly. Maybe we'll just kind of enjoy the nice silence. Maybe you can hear me slurp. Anyways, I kind of wanted to say a little more about this one. Spend a little more time here because I felt like it deserved a little more diligence just in my approach to these things. This is New World Order. It's by Jack Dragon X. And this sort of continues the simulacrum canon. So it's nice to see. We've seen this before in things like Bellwood Staffing. I think that's actually cross-linked to down here as SCP-6864. You've probably, I hope you've seen this one. This is a pretty good article. So it kind of continues that simulacrum kind of canon, and it's nice to see that continued. This is an appropriate use of the word simulacrum, by the way, as opposed to the Chaos Angel 7K that we saw as one of the first one. Chaos, You Are My Angel has the word simulacrum up top. I have no idea what it's doing there. It doesn't make any sense. This one actually makes sense, so it's nice to see that word used correctly. As you can see, just looking at this, we have exceptional visuals in this article. Excellent image work. Look at this image. This is stunning. I think the author basically treated this slightly to have that red sort of tone. I definitely recognize some of these buildings. I couldn't tell you the city, but it looks as though the author sort of added these sort of red hues in here, which goes so well with the visual components going on here. I do love the flares of the description and the containment procedures, these sections being in their own boxes. I think that looks really, really good. And I wanted to say this too. I think the simulacrum project of Jack's is the breakthrough solution to a problem that the SCP Wiki has been unable to solve for a long, long time, and that has resulted, unfortunately, in the loss of a lot of conceptual focus of the Foundation as a character and the database as something that we should experience in universe. And that problem is how can you cleverly incorporate and justify more traditional elements of storytelling in the genre. That's not easy to do, and most people just end up breaking the genre so that they can get those old elements of traditional prose into the article. The neural connection interface idea that Jack is working with a lot here is a very nice way to achieve that without breaking anything. The structure, the mechanics, are what flashier and more commercially minded things like the admonition hub sort of strive to do without quite getting there. I think this article gets there better and quicker. You can really do it all once you have the sort of framing device of this neural implant simulacrum sort of virtual reality sort of interface. You really can do it all. You can really justify almost anything. You can even justify something like monologues, which if you don't have a setup like this, are really, really difficult to justify, I think, without breaking something. So it's all in the DNA. It's this truly technological leap that I've been kind of pining for a long time. It solves all of those questions, all the questions from the nature of the question, what is this segment doing in the middle of a Foundation database document, right? This solves every single one of them. Instead of sort of avoiding the question, which is what most other people do, this one fully incorporates that and is able to answer that very well. So I think that alone is enough to make this entry brilliant because, once again, it continues that simulacrum sort of idea, and I think it reaches its maturity in full effect here very beautifully. The writing is likewise pretty mature. It's really filled with flexed clinical tone and believable dialogue between these characters that we sort of get to know and go through some really traumatic things and very high tense situations with. Just a few things. I didn't get through this whole article. I read about halfway and I had to move on. It was very long. I guess that's the only thing I have bad to say about it. I did find a few things that I suppose if the author is interested in hearing about, maybe we could fix. At least is definitely not one word, probably should be 2 words. And additionally, I think the word offhand is used a little too prominently and frequently. Here's 3, here's 4. There are others, especially in this quick succession here. It really comes off as kind of jutting out. And then there's the occasional sort of trip, of the clinical tone. Security cameras outside do not detect any outside disturbances. That's just a repetition. We don't need that second outside. You can take that out. I got to this point in the article, and I don't know. I thought the article was about to get really bad when we came into here. We basically had this image that kind of, doesn't really fit well. I think it sort of looks like, someone's headshot for, acting on a sort of acting gig is kind of what you would see this on. And then we have basically like this very video game like traits where you have like stat bars with like perception, endurance, strength, agility. And then I saw luck, and it was almost all the way down. So I thought that was actually a pretty cool way to fold in the theme of the contest. So that actually kind of I thought was pretty cool. Speaking of video games, there's a little bit of a Detroit Become Human vibe to this whole thing. There's a section called Automated Deviance Alert. Right there, that kind of brings that to mind too. Maybe this was a slight that the author was trying to deliver, but there is a point in here where the back rooms is mentioned, so I thought that was pretty cool. Basically, attempting to interact with the back rooms inside of SCP-7000. Thought that was kind of cool. A little bit of shout out, probably. The whole article has this sort of like tone, kind of like this low-key meta commentary on the act of permabanning somebody. Maybe that's just me, but I can't help but read that into it. It's at least the case that it's easy to read that into this. But anyway, so just a real effective tension all throughout this article. I had to move on because the length. This was, once again, not something I was slated to read, but I did want to go back and read what of it I could in the time that I had. It ended up being a little too long for me to fit it all into the free time that I had this week. But I thought it was really, really good from what I read, and so I am interested in going back. But yeah, I would echo Harmony and basically say that this was a very, very long article. So we did that one. The next one Harmony talked about was Plankton. This is actually a pretty well-liked one. It's kind of the basic talking animal SCP that I always thought we were going to get. Not many people, I think, have picked up on this, but Goodman, Dr. Wexler, these are Better Call Saul shout-outs. So that was pretty cool. Very charming, little fun anomaly here. Somebody who wants to be a plankton. Obviously, we get SpongeBob jokes sort of dropped in here. Ultimately, for me, this article doesn't really move very far past the, wow, talking animal, so wacky sort of determinism that virtually all of these articles start and end with. So I think it kind of played it too safe for this to be an interesting discussion or article. Really kind of has a full sugar, all cream, no coffee kind of read to it. It's basically a dessert article, which is fine. It certainly has its place on the wiki. And it's really well liked. So, I mean, if you like this one, I think this is a fan favorite. So, pretty good. Okay, the next one is The Loser. Holy shit. How long have we been doing this? An hour and 26 minutes. Fuck. Wow, it's at 3:20. Okay. So, there is a lot that I want to say about this article. There is a lot I want to say about this article. Too much. I've got too much to say about this article. But I will tell you that I think this article should win. I will tell you that this article is the best written one of the contest. Last week I said that it was 3 White Horses, and I was very sad to recant that statement after I read this article, but it's true. This article is the best written article of the contest. It's not even close. This article deserves to win. In fact, people correctly said that this article was going to win the day it was posted. It was a foregone conclusion. And I'm actually quite happy to see this article do very well because, I've been really critical of this style of writing on the SCP Wiki called lol Foundation. And it's not to say that let me say it this way. Any style, no matter how egregious, no matter how bad it seems, it has the potential to be excellent, right? It's usually the case that it's not. I think some styles lend themselves to being rather poor more than other styles. But this article is proof that any stylistic direction can have moments of genius in it. This is a genius article of lol Foundation. I never thought I would say that. This article does something very important. It caps the very top of this artistic development that we've seen really happening since 2018 with DJ Cactus's SCP-4444. And like Harmony said, has been attempted to win contests a few years after that with things like Megalomania and really a whole second wave of people who basically, took notes from Cactus's approach and made it into a whole school of composition. People like Rounderhouse, people like Plague PJP, people like J Dune, other people as well, but those are kind of, I think, probably the main figures. And Harry Blank was one of them too. Harry Blank has always been, I think, a cut above everybody. He sort of has taken the wiki by storm in the few years that he's been here. Clearly one of the most talented authors on the site, probably one of the more talented authors in the history of the site. Just a really, really, really excellent writer. This article showcases every bit of what he is good at. Like I said, I really have probably a few hours worth of commentary on this article alone. So what we're going to do is skip this article because it's basically the same thing that Harmony just said. We're going to skip this article because what we're going to do is the night that the contest is decided, that's August 28th. The contest typically or technically ends on the 29th of this month. We're going to do a stream. We're going to do a cast that night. And so we'll kind of be there. It's almost like the midnight countdown. We'll stream that night and we'll end it after the contest ends. And we know for sure that this article is going to win, even though I think we all know that this article is going to win anyway. But something that we'll fill that time with is a discussion about this article. So I have as many notes in this article as basically the article is long. And I'm very eager to share these, but I just can't do it tonight because we'd be here an extra 2 hours. So if you'd like, you can join us, or you can watch it later, obviously too. But we're gonna stream on August 28th. That's a Sunday, and we'll finish the morning of the 29th after the contest is decided. And I know I'm going to share all of my thoughts about this article on that stream. I'm sure that Harmony will too. So I'll save it for then. I've got a lot to say about this article. It is quite an achievement, this article. And I have no problem tipping my hat to this article. This is an incredibly written article. Just really, really good. But I can't tell you about it now, because we'd be here for 8 hours. So I am really looking forward to that. I'm more than happy to talk about it. Yeah, congratulations to Harry Blank. Excellent. This is one of the better articles I've read, and certainly is the best of the contest, hands down. No questions asked. All right, we also looked at mutually assured destruction. I thought this one was well stated by Harmony. I love how clean this header is, by the way, just to notice things while we're here. I really wish that this would have taken the place of what ACS does. ACS kind of looks like a cartoon compared to this. This looks so damn good. I wish this one was the one that caught on. This one has a very SCP-001, the children feel to it, kind of mixed in with SCP-4000 in ways. I don't really think the mixture works very well, in my opinion, We get a lot of this SCP-4000 sort of nomenclative dancing going around with the descriptions and colors, and it just sort of clunks up this article when it really was to the benefit of SCP-4000. It really is an impediment to this article. Really slows the whole read down, and yeah, I wasn't a huge fan of this article or the dialogue, as Harmony said. But here's this one. It's decently appreciated as well, and that is by Sidra. Excuse me. This one, Harmony already kind of talked about. This is the initiative by this super band of Lizard Wizard, Lirin, previously known as another name, IHP, Dark Stuff, and Dejoric. So a lot of brand power in this one. Obviously, we've got a pretty hefty CSS treatment here that I think is really ugly. I'll just say a couple things about this and move on. Really, I can say just maybe two things about this. Over budgeted, overproduced. It basically has the I want to have my cake and eat it too fatal flaw going for it. It basically wants to be a tabletop, but it also wants to be an SCP. It tries to have both. It does neither very well because of it. It's fine if you want to write a tabletop, prompt. That's fine. That's all this is. So it really feels incomplete. It's almost like ordering something off the internet that you thought was going to come fully assembled, and you find it's in like 1,000 pieces when it comes, and you have to assemble it yourself. That's kind of what this feels like. It doesn't do what it wants to do very effectively, in my opinion. I think people should just make the decision, if you're going to write for the site, just try to write the genre that is inherent to the site instead of trying this ridiculous act of trying to make an article something completely not what this site is about. It's fine if you want to write a tabletop basically prompt, but just don't use the SCP Wiki as your furniture. Okay, please. So happy that I didn't have to read this one. This is kind of the spiritual successor to something like SCP-6500 and to a lesser extent SCP-5999. So I'm happy to see that this might be slowing down just a little bit. It's doing well, obviously, for itself. It's almost in the top 13, but it doesn't seem like it's going to be as successful as the past iterations of this approach. So I'm happy to see that. I certainly hope it slows down, because this is embarrassing. All right, worst case scenario. This is, as Harmony said, kind of a gimmick article. It basically plays on the whole Wikidot doesn't save your edit, and it's ruined. So it's kind of like an in-joke of Wikidot. Kind of otherwise has kind of a when day breaks vibe to it. Doesn't really hit that very well off the bat because it's trying to be a joke gimmick article. I'm not really a fan of this one, though. It's just not enough to it. The saving page thing, request timed out, haha. But that's basically it. So not something I can recommend with your time. The limits of plausibility, Monkey Sky. Harmony talked about this one. Just this is what it looks like. I agree with what Harmony said. And this last one, MTF SOL Snafu, is really third law. I don't know if Harmony mentioned that, but third law is pretty damn cool, and it does kind of hang close to that. So if you're a fan, I definitely recommend it. I certainly think that the people who did this made an error in the formatting. This looks really bad. I don't know if this is just like Times New Roman or whatever, but it just looks very, very claustrophobic. Very, very small type. Maybe I'm just getting old, but this looks really, really crowded. Doesn't look good. But people have been saying good things about this one. So if you're a fan, you definitely need to fix this up here. See this in the top right? Maybe we can zoom in here. See this rating? They modified the color, which looks good, but they left this little information thing, foundation maroon. That looks awful. You need to fix that. It's not easy, but that's what you get when you dabble in CSS like this. So definitely got to fix that. That sticks out like a sore thumb. Very bad. And those were Harmonies, so definitely appreciate Harmony doing that. That was obviously a time saver, so thank you. Okay, now we can move on. SCP-7000. This is called Misfortune by Roof House. So pretty punny title there. Compositionally, this article kind of smacks of over compensatory verbiage. with turbulent sentence flow and kind of swamped sentences. A good example of this is the word inclusion simultaneously in the description here. Here it is. SCP is a deific entity simultaneously presiding near all sentient entities capable of warping the action, outcome, or reality of affected organisms in their favor or in spite of them. So, you know, this word here is a good example. You don't actually need to use that word in there. It doesn't really mean anything. It doesn't add anything. It's there basically because I think the author thinks it sounds cool there. That's the kind of the gist of this whole article. There's way too much passive voice that's trying to sound very clinical that doesn't work. The first sentence of the Conprox, for example, ongoing efforts are being made to coerce major world governments to minimize the number of situations involving important outcomes being detected by random happenstance, including but not limited to betting on future events, all forms of lottery, raffle events, casinos, name drops, and other similar occasions. Whew. Okay, not only is that a run-on, but there's just the passive voice is just like 100% all the time. Like, it's good to have some active voice in there, okay? Yeah, so it's a run-on. The second sentence is incomplete, all of which have to be projected to be outlawed by this year. I mean, that's not a sentence. So it runs on, and then at the very end decides to stop at the wrong place, such that the last phrase of the run-on, what would be the run-on, is actually an incorrect sentence. So just really baffling choices here going on. Real bad start. There's poor voice and sentence construction, which gives this thing a ton of added weight and makes it move so encumbered. Majority of this article's sentences are kind of like that, kind of egregiously passive voice, and a lot of them are run-ons like this too. The containment procedures, I think, are way too vague to build any convincing strokes, with phrases referring to things like all important foundation equipment, a full audit of all important foundation equipment. Like, what does that mean? How are we determining what all foundation equipment that's important is? That's just incredibly vague, very unhelpful. Foundation personnel assigned to any important task are to undergo extensive training and preparation. This is a failure of ground level consideration in universe, and it comes off as very, very sloppy. The article itself was an absolute mess. SCP-7000 is entirely invisible and intangible. However, it may be observed via minute traces of an intangible invisible. We just said that. Why are we saying it again? Residue, SCP-1, which is noticeable by sudden manifestations of thoughts related to luck. I mean, wow, what a meandering way to get from point A to point B in that sentence. And we've repeated things word for word a few times along the way. So it just, bad writing, bad clinical tone. It feels like someone's attempting to writing something a few years beyond their grade here. And as we just read, if you followed any of that, the anomaly was really only a half degree removed from luck itself, essentially making the anomaly luck, again, as we've talked about so far already, with very little personality. It's got basically this trickster god thing attached to it. It just doesn't work very well at all. There is one good word in here. This is a great word, totemic, like totem. I just love that. I hadn't come across that. That's an adjective, so I love that one. Good job. Always a big fan of words. We see the familiar cast of good luck charms in here, played straight. You know, what is it? Rabbit's feet, you know, horseshoes, shamrocks, four-leaf clovers, whatever. Yeah, it also irks me as we get down here that the text in these supplied images isn't centered. You can kind of tell that these are way off to the left just a little bit. Kind of bothers me. Don't know about you. And then the author, unfortunately, self-inserts here as a site director with the name Pepperoni. So the first name of this person is Pepperoni, and the last name is the author's name, which is Roofhouse. Let's see if we can find one. Nope, it's not there. That's another thing about this article is that it's kind of hard to make your way through this thing. Pepperoni, baby. Show me pepperoni. Peppers. Anyways. You have to take my word for it. Basically, the author self-inserts here, and the first name is Pepperoni. So I don't know what's up with that. As you can see, the article is kind of interesting structurally, presenting a coin flip mechanic here. This is headed with the phrase, temporal anomaly detected. Please run a diagnostic before continuing this document. And of course, it gives you a Google link to a coin flip. So I guess that's kind of a little oddly placed, but I get what you're trying to do there. It's kind of like a randomized choose your own adventure, which I guess makes it not really a choose your own adventure, but don't choose your own adventure. So it's kind of a nice idea right there. But the way the article sort of fractalizes and becomes more nested within itself, you get heads, you go to a heads page, there's another one down here, so let's go to heads. It happens again, you know. Oh yeah, here's director Pendant Roof House. Oh, he changed the name. It used to be Pepperoni. Oh no, here it is, Director Pepperoni Roof House. There it is. Maybe that's just somebody making fun of him. I don't know. But anyway, so we basically just went through all the heads pages. So you know, there's another one down here. We got to go heads, I guess. I'm not gonna flip a coin every single time I go to one of these pages. That's insane. Anyways, I mean, so we won't go through all this, but each page has its own problems. Really bad characterization. The individuals feel very plastic and unalive. There's a point at which it dives into new spheric memeplex babble in order to come up with some semi-solid way to identify this intangible, invisible thing the article keeps talking about. It really feels inauthentic and unimaginative, kind of like the modern reverse version of Telekill or something like that. We get data expunged in level 5 collapsibles, which don't make any sense. The author not only self-inserts into a site director, but as we saw on the last page or so, puts themselves in a trophy shelf right next to Thaddeus Zank, which is just a ton of attempted stolen valor by diffusion there that's not working at all. Sentences are missing their periods. The author also inserts Hitler into this somewhere, and the scene absolutely dies immediately, of course. This is our ending page, just if we go down the all heads ending. This is the ending page, which just absolutely looks like an absolute puking of the color wheel all over the text of this page. Some of it you can't even read because it's too dark against this dark background. If you get through all of this, you find out that this is one of 8 endings. There's zero chance that I'm going through all of these endings with all of these issues that are present in the article. I think the article overstayed its welcome by page 1. So honestly, I think this is a really, really poor article. I mean, from a writing standpoint, this is really bad. I'm shocked that people can look past the flaws of this, to be honest with you. I mean, you know, you can point out some things that are respectable here, like all the list pages work that it took, I'm sure, to get this to function correctly. That's kind of an achievement in its own right. This is a really complicated set of list pages going on here. But I mean, you know, gimmicks really, that's really all it is, right? So, I mean, I think this article being rated what it is with as poor of actual literary and writing content that it has, behind all the bells and whistles that it's working with, is a really sad thing to see. I mean, it almost is as if the site, you know, gimmicks have sort of taken their place in front of writing at the SCP Wiki. I mean, this is really, really, really bad writing. It's really, really bad stuff. So I'm just sad to see that this thing is relatively celebrated, basically because it has that coin flip and choose your own adventure structure. Just wow. I think someone actually says this. This is something new and unique on the wiki. I love seeing the boundaries of what can be done on the site pushed, so it's an easy upvote. Of course, that's I just personally I cannot get past the fact that you can excuse all of the issues that we didn't look at in this article because there's too many of them there, and then come out the other side and say, yeah, well, it's got a nice little gimmick, so it's something new. Let's keep it on the site. Like, that's a very bad reason to keep something on the site. Novelty is a little bit overrated on the SCP Wiki. I think that's why people really are intent on not going back and being able to appreciate older styles. This one is a really bad example of it. I'm kind of shocked. And then I think the author's commentary doesn't quite help here either. A lot of this was a cold post, and since Grammarly decided to fuck off halfway through, there will be a lot of spag mistakes. What? This was a cold post. You use Grammarly, which is fine, but I mean, come on. You kind of just hand wave your own article's serious errors. This is just a spag. That's not even talking about anything else that's wrong with this article. I can't believe people are okay with this. I mean, what a damning moment for the standards of the SCP Wiki. This is bad. This is really, really bad. This is actively making the wiki worse. There's no question about that whatsoever. So, puns, gimmicks, that's all you got to do. Really sad to see. All right, so now we're going to get to an actual article. This one is At Rainbow's End by Captain Kirby. Really nice, evocative title here. Let's turn some tunes back on now that we're kind of in this a little more, baby. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Let me get a little sip here. How you doing? I'll tell you what. If we get through this at a decent time, I'll go back and go over the loser, and then do it again the night that we do that stream. I highly doubt we'll get there, by the way. We got too much stuff to get through. My God. Let's see. Is there a way I can do this? Let me just kind of rearrange the page just a little bit. What do you think? What do you think? Oh, yeah. That's not going to work. Okay. So here we are. This is Captain Kirby. It is At Rainbow's End. Full disclosure, what's my relationship with Captain Kirby? I don't have a relationship with Captain Kirby. I don't think they know that I exist. I've been a fan of Captain Kirby's for quite a while. One of the best authors on the site, no question. In there with Peppers and with the Great Hippo, I think. And, just very interesting to see that Captain Kirby hasn't really... I think they won one contest. But I've watched Captain Kirby enter a lot of these K-Cons and always does really, really well. Always places very well. But just hasn't quite been able to get there. I think the same is going to be true for this article. I'm sorry, for this contest. But I'm certainly rooting for Captain Kirby. I really, really am rooting for Captain Kirby. So keep trying. I think definitely Captain Kirby will get that coveted spot at some point. Anyways, like I said, we're at this nice evocative title. There's already a subtle incorporation of the theme into this title when it comes to, luck and rainbows and things like this. So we start off this first page. We kind of are already at this patented Captain Kirby next iteration, next document sort of structure that we all know and love from Captain Kirby. So just at this first page here, this is a unique setup for an SCP. This little moment here, which talks about, hey, congratulations, you've received these documents, you've been promoted to lead researcher. To guide you through your first project, you've been provided with a mentor. We present the full documentation, including internal documents not traditionally available, as well as annotations, which will be highlighted to help distinguish them from the text and basically walk this person through the process, right? So this is just a really cool little setup. It allows the reader to get into this sort of like immersive mission here, to get just a little extracurricular with the commentary about the internal process of writing for the In-Universe Foundation and things like this. So once again, just like with Ard's article, Something Wicked This Way Comes, we see this author really putting forth a lot of energy, a lot of effort, a lot of discipline to set something up that then later allows for and justifies these sort of extracurricular elements of the format that typically would be just really out of place. But the author finds a very nice way to justify these things, to frame everything that's going to happen and couch everything in a nice, believable setup. So 3 cheers for Kirby for helping to keep this part of the project alive and just in some respect, paying some respects. Captain Kirby does a lot of mental effort, a lot of sweat to justify these things, and he does it very, very well. So, All right, then we get to the actual document. This is our first offset, essentially. We're introduced to the anomaly. This refers to a currently undefined event where during a rainstorm, humans in a small area will be briefly unconscious. And then it goes on to basically introduce the fact that rainbows have endings. And these are endings that you can kind of come across and interact with and, deal with physically, which is already a really cool idea. And there's a line in here that I thought was kind of funny. Teller is the character who's going through this orientation process. Mackie is the mentor. Okay, so you can remember M, mentor. And the mentor, Mackie, says, well, you've already a better grasp on a plan than most of the other researchers I've mentored. Which I don't know if Kirby meant this, but it's kind of a compliment, certainly something that I agree with when it comes to Kirby, Captain Kirby, the author. So the anomaly really starts off kind of mild. It's maybe a degree away from the contest theme itself, but it's really decorated beautifully in a rainstorm and next to a rainbow. So there's points here for imagery and for imaginativeness. It gets incredibly philosophical when talking about the shared subjectivity of a rainbow as an experience. This is just a very, very clever direction for the author to take when, other authors have tried to go in different directions. I think they haven't gotten to something quite as evocative as this. Let's see if we can find, I think this is probably on the second page. Let's go to the next document here. We get into the initial conjecture, so the abstract of what's going to end up being the anomaly. This is a great passage here. Let me just read this. Therefore, if we're to locate the end of a rainbow, we cannot rely on a non-stochastic model, since they are products of each individual's perception. In fact, by virtue of rainbows being in some way unique to a viewer, yet a shared experience across multiple viewers of a non-physical event, rainbows can almost be thought of as a mass hallucination. This means that its existence is entirely dependent upon its observers. I mean, these are some big neurons. Check this out. Rainbows exhibit a similar wave particular duality as light itself. It does not have a single location until properly observed. Okay, this is my kind of stuff here. And then we get to our mentor check-in. I thought this was a funny line. The mentor Mackie says, "It's fine. No one gives a shit about spelling on internal documents." And it's 100% true. I can tell you how true this is, by the way. So, I work in the medical field, and myself and obviously the doctors who are around me as well, we write notes on patients, right? So if you come to visit your doctor, obviously your doctor types up your visit and, is supposed to do it in a clinical fashion, right? If you got to look at the doctor's notes that the doctor wrote about you, you'd probably expect them to be written well and, with very few mistakes, but you would be wrong. They are absolutely total messes. In fact, it's very rare that you come across a physician who has a lot of pride and puts a lot of pride into their writing when it comes to something like that, like a patient note. Maybe it's because doctors just don't have time, to mess around with that kind of stuff. But anyways, you'd be surprised. They're really awful. So I like this line about internal documents, people not giving a shit about spelling, because it's 100% true. 100% true. Anyway, so there's excellent pacing and excellent character work going on here throughout this whole thing, particularly in these spots. The motives for the plot most of the time here are very believable. They're very refreshing. Kirby takes us to this brilliant imagining of what the end of a rainbow would look like, and kind of plays with it artistically and abstractly. For example, such as it being a waterfall of banded colors that sort of run into the earth as if some kind of water. The separation and isolation of discrete colors, I think, is pretty cool. And we even get some honorable weaving of the leprechaun lore into the narrative here. The scene when the field team comes across the end of the rainbow, I think is just, there's a certain magical component to that. There's this miraculousness you can feel about it. I think the author uses the term wonderstruck. Let's see, yeah, wonderstruck. That's a great word for it. So just great vocab in this article as well. While we're at it, I really appreciated that. There is an error on the top of part 3 where the field missions, let's see if we can find it. Maybe it's been corrected. No, here it is. At the top of part 3, there's a typo here. While field missions do not require that the project lead attend. So once again, while field missions do not require. So it just feels like that leftover R right there didn't survive a sentence reconstruction. Anyway, but the log here is very intense. The author has excellent dramatic rhythm and pacing with believable acting in the characters, and it's over really as quick as it began with some serious emotions lingering in this. Kind of at the end of it, it's kind of like the tough breaks of Foundation life. It's really a jungle out there, and people can get hurt very suddenly. I was also a little disappointed to see leprechauns being included here. I was kind of hoping that we would abstract that away from the literal inclusion. A little bit expected, but not a terrible decision, I suppose. Another typo in here, just I want to point out, basically just I think it's just a capitalization error, if it's still here. That's the problem with looking at these things and then trying to go back. Sometimes the author fixes them pretty well. Actually, no, it's still here. So Teller says, I guess, but still, period, everyone. So this everyone is not capitalized. That needs to be a capital E. Also, there's another instance in this iteration where we have Old Irish, and not a big deal, but just a few moments ago up here, we capitalized Old Irish, and now it's not capitalized here when it was earlier. So just, something to note. In this portion, though, excellent plot twists, excellent placement by the author. The realization of what is happening to the protagonist is dawning and sort of subtly drawn out. I love this line's play with the article itself. Let's take a look at here. Uh-oh. Is it on the next page? That's the only thing about this next document thing. It's very hard to find. Yeah. Containment is fun. This is the mentor speaking. Containment is fundamentally reactionary. We just don't talk about how much work conprocs are to come up with in the official files. I just love that. I love how the article kind of plays with itself, right? It's sort of a meta reference, but not too bad. And then the bottom I thought was really good of this page. I can't make any promises. Then don't, Mr. Lucky, make a bet. It's a bar. It's a bar. These are some banging lines here from Captain Kirby. Let's see. There's another. Here we get to some more academic components of the direction here. There's another error in the section here. Let me try to find my notes so I can tell you what this is. Oh, I'm gonna need some more. Gonna need some more water. My God. Oh, I can't believe I'm doing this. I can't believe it's Friday. It's just been such a long week. I've been reading so many of these damn articles. It's just crazy to get through. It just hurts. Hurts the brain. I can't even remember what life was like before reading 7K entries. I don't know. Anyway, here we are. This is a good one. I was happy to come across this one. Here's another typo, though. The phenomenon experienced by both field team that have committed excursions, so obviously that just no big deal, should be teams. But then there's another typo really right after that too. So it's just unfortunate that these things are so close together. Was not properly representative of the SCP instance, as experienced from the field members did not align with the eyewitness testimony. Obviously that experienced should be experienced, so that it says, as experienced from the field members did not align with the eyewitness testimony. And then yet another one, unfortunately, like right almost right after that. It follows that if SCP events occur at the secondary terminus instead, period. That's not a sentence. It follows that if SCP events occur at the secondary terminus instead, period. Yeah, so just a few little moments of like, almost like the article, which is really well written, kind of like has a little mini stroke and like, you know, has a hard time for a few minutes and then kind of picks itself back up. All right, so, you know, we get more characterization here. I think ultimately Teller, who's the main character here, ends up being kind of an obnoxious character, honestly. I understand that the author intentionally put a lot of anxiety into this character, and the anxiety is becoming more sort of part of the current predicament that's well communicated, but there's just too much reliance upon accent panache, such as the speech impediments, these uhs, these dashes, these ums, these stutters, interrupted lines, general stutters. I would have rather have seen this anxiety, this lack of confidence in this character communicated on a deeper level with the character's decisions, really, and not just the words sort of conveying this for us. Action-wise, the character doesn't really change at all. There's one moment where the character wants to remove themselves from the project, and that kind of is a character statement, but it's just kind of very quickly corrected almost by the mentor, and so it doesn't really amount to an action that really defines this character. We really get a lot of superficial character change that is basically just committed through their superficial line delivery. So, you know, I think as the article moves on and the author tries to make this character more and more sort of sympathetic through its lack of self-confidence, that actually becomes harder and harder to enjoy and to abide, really, because it's very clear that the actions speak louder than words, and characters are essentially who they are when they're reacting to a situation, what decision they make in that moment. That doesn't really change. By the end of it, the same character actually kind of saves the day. So it's kind of a hollow dip of character that's not very convincing, and it makes the character come off as a little artificial, which makes the character a little obnoxious when we have to suffer through these, very, very cheaply placed accent stutters and things like this. So yeah, the insecurity kind of comes off as melodrama. The character differentiation by the meager replacement of a period, for example, in place of, there's a question mark here instead of a period is what I'm trying to say, with my brain already failing me a few hours into this. But, this is a good example right here. So we have this exploration mission. Basically everybody needs to check their mics, which I think is a DJ Cactus move, right? That everybody else did too. So these people check it, and when we get to our, main character who's having a hard time, and he's supposed to be like this emotional insert of the reader, he's like, check with a question mark. Like, that's a perfect example of what I'm talking about. This like character is delivered to these very superficial decisions, and basically just the dialogue. At this point, it's just the punctuation of dialogue. Like, I understand what the author's trying to do, but this is just, it comes off as really kind of like emo, kind of whining, doesn't come off well. I think we need to have the character establish this sort of insecurity through actions for this to be convincing. So unfortunately, we kind of accidentally establish our protagonist as an ineffectual wuss who the reader just as often doesn't want to identify with, I think. I think this might be fine in other contexts, but the article drops the character in a high-stakes exploration rescue mission here, which the directive prompt immediately before this says has no minimal expectation for safety. And so additionally, the justification for putting a project lead, as well as the sub-director, who's his mentor, in the mission is non-existent. The directive seems to argue against this, even as if waving its hands violently at the author, saying, no, what are you doing putting your character into this exploration log? So, for example, the prompt actually states explicitly, it is rare for, due to the lack of proper training, it is rare for an SCP project lead, who our lead character is, to participate in an exploration mission. And then a few lines later, it's basically like, oh, okay, well, this guy decided to go on here. So it doesn't seem very well justified. It's almost as if they kind of get off script from one another here and start to kind of battle one another. It doesn't read very well. I'm left questioning why it was that this individual came along on this exploration mission at all. Additionally, if we go back one page to offset 6 here at the very bottom, that's something that they talk about right here. Immediately in the dialogue before, they question why they should be on this exploration log. And the line of questioning is essentially slapped down abruptly by this mentor with the line, he says something like, oh, we have more data now, so we'll be fine. So the whole article basically hand waves the question as to why these two individuals are going to be included in this no minimum safety guarantee exploration mission with absolutely zero training and no place being here. Once again, even when the commentary immediately says that they probably shouldn't be there, the article kind of forgets that it needs to explain that, and we see that very thing happening. So yeah, I think at this point the article experiences a real fracture. It's still moving along okay, but it's kind of gimpy at this point. And then I think ultimately for me, it breaks again once we're introduced to the character of the leprechauns, which in this case are kind of talking beetles. So I don't know if I like that decision, quite honestly. So all in all, I think this is a gorgeous instruction manual for how to write an SCP well, like explicitly. It's very careful, very epistemologically circumspect, very resource-conscious article that turns the believability up to 11 in the Foundation. I wish everybody wrote their articles this carefully. This article really is also a spiritual successor to Captain Kirby's 4000 entry, which also had to do with clouds and kind of weather phenomenon as well. So that's nice to see that sort of motif being developed across these different KCONs. I think this article needs to be mandated as mandatory reading for onboarding writers interested in preserving the Wiki's traditional Foundation character, at least. There's just a ton of enjoyable zest here, like the blending of an observer's phenomenon with the rainbows, playing off the more subjective elements of the rainbow phenomena. Like I said earlier, that's just incredibly smart. Just so refreshing to see how smart this article is. But like I said, unfortunately, there's a point at this article where it kind of skimps on its own advice and starts to have a sort of dissonance with this dual presentation, which adds a lot of confusion and strain on the system. The protagonist is taken in very weak-minded directions, like I said, such as going on this rescue mission, only to have the character conveniently present to interpret garbled human speech from a chorus of bug leprechauns and bring up the last name of someone previously interviewed a few iterations back, whose name kind of was there and gone, and now it comes back in a very convenient moment. The conversation at times here is likewise labored, kind of repeating itself as in a loop before it makes the bugs sort of just attack the team as if to find an exit to the conversation that seems to be sort of just running around in circles for a little bit. Same as the protagonist, I really don't know why Mackie, the mentor, is here. At least with Teller, we get a plot convenience that makes it obvious as to why the author put him in there. You shouldn't really be having the plot dictate things to your characters, right? This almost comes across like I'm gonna need this Teller character to communicate with these leprechaun bugs and save the day, so I need him in the exploration log, as opposed to it being really an organic feeling. And then Mackie, the mentor, is even worse. There's really no reason why he should be there, as far as I can see. Once again, the article itself, the commentary, tells us that they probably shouldn't be here, and yet they are, and it really just glosses over that, unfortunately, pretty bad. So I don't know if it's a good thing that Mackie is never really sort of justified, at least from a plot convenience standpoint, like Teller is. So that's just kind of there. Something I think difficult about the contest is the compositional conflation with luck and with convenience, right? Which we see a lot of. We see a lot of people turning to plot convenience as a way to incorporate the luck theme. It gives this really kind of artificial feeling insertion of luck-based references all throughout this article when it kind of does that. Like, let me give you an example. We have lines like this. Actually, I do have an idea, but it's a bit of a coin flip. Like that line is only there because the theme is luck. So I think this article kind of suffers from that equivocation of luck with convenience, especially in this latter section of this portion of the article. The word luck seems to be on a carousel, sort of just showing up in rotation every few lines or so. Even the Beatles stopped the party, the exploration party, just as they're about to exit the cavern after they've made it. You know, they're into safety. The Beatles stop them and then say, "Good luck." You know, so it gets cornier the more it goes on. I was really sad to see because I really liked this article, and then it kind of took a bad turn when it got a little too convenient for the sake of the characters, and then it got crazy with itself. It's a careful story and characterization here that kind of loses control of itself, and devolves into kind of a humans are the invasive threat plus a hoarse whisper kind of cadence that kind of bitters quickly, kind of like stale Skittles, I guess, if we were to continue the rainbow metaphor here. We get a very tired trope of this like awkwardly and cripplingly insecure guy comes through in an unlikely, skillful way. Sort of a fantasy insert for, I would say, most of the wiki's demographic, I take it. It just, you know, I guess it works if you find identification with this character, but if not, you know, it kind of comes off as pretty corny, not gonna lie. I wanted to point this out. This is in the very last page, and this says final SCP entry submission. After all the requisite research has been completed, final containment procedures can be designed. Since containment is the most important aspect of any SCP project, I just wanted to point that out because Captain Kirby doesn't know it, but he just did us a favor justifying the term containment fiction for the genre. So I appreciate that. Containment is the most important aspect of any SCP project. I agree. Thank you very much. So we finally get on the last page to the actual documentation, the actual item, object class, containment procedures, and description. The actual document here I think is excellent and back to being very, very clever as it was in the few, call it 3 offsets. Now that the character work, the narrative, and the dialogue are done with, we're back to really being onto the author's strengths, I think. The dual universe footnotes sort of continue here. And they continue to be expert additions, very valuable pointers for writers out of universe, all of these commentaries that we see here. So, yeah, like I said, this was an initially delightful article, but kind of used up its stamina due to the sheer length of it, I think. It kind of got fatigued. It kind of fell asleep at the wheel. It has some of the best seminar-like notes of anything I've ever read on the wiki, including the seminars, which is kind of strange. The narrative, while having some plot holes along the way and potholes in the dialogue, it's a satisfying arc and a long-awaited tour through the process of publishing at the Foundation, something that we didn't really know as readers we needed to see acted out, but that this author, was happy to tell us that we did, and it's a very cool experience. So that was really, really neat. It was a rather long article, I think, when all is said and done. It's kind of nicely separated into these bite-sized pieces, sort of perfectly cut along the lines, might I add. It had a bit of an uncharacteristic amount of typos and grammatical errors for this author. It would have been very nice to have the attention of detail to the actual article harmonized with the conceptual attention to detail and the narrative and the presentation with these footnote commentaries just kind of working together. I think its shortcomings include overbaked characterization to the point of burnt melodrama, something somewhat characteristic for this author, in my opinion. And I think the decision to include leprechauns was a wrong turn. I think it got much, much worse from there. Leprechauns as bugs who regurgitate some sort of bone marrow honey into the mouths of sinkable people has a certain yuck factor to it, but it feels like an out-of-place splotch on the canvas that is otherwise a very, very pretty, celebratorily pretty painting. Incorporation to the theme, I think, had moments of brilliance. Like I said, the title, the primary subject matter of the rainbow, the end of a rainbow, and then I think the character twist at the very end I thought was pretty cool too. At the very last bit that we saw of the character, but it was also kind of aggressively shoehorned, just as often. Like for example, the word luck, especially in the latter parts of the article. So it kind of ends up being a little less than I think the article could have been. The first, I think, 4 offsets of this were raising the bar. I think the last 4 offsets were kind of meh, and so I think the average of this is kind of a ray of hope for the article grade on the whole. But yeah, I mean, I think the main takeaway, I don't mean to insult the author, but the main takeaway I get from this are the parts that are not part of the story, that are not part of the characterization, that aren't the part of the actual documentation here. I think it's these sort of seminar-like passages that are just incredibly valuable. I mean, this article really builds up so much in the bank from these things being just so, impressive, like such good advice, that I think it covers a multitude of sins that I do see in the actual writing. I kind of get the feeling this one was just a tad bit rushed to get to the contest, probably why there's a few more typos than usual for this author. I also felt like, once again, towards the end, it sort of lost its own steam, probably for the same reason. So, a really good article. It's got a really great rating, I think it deserves, but it certainly has its issues. It's not perfect. I think it could have been a lot better, honestly. All right, so we'll do one more, and then we'll take a little break. I do like to take a break. My nose starts to get stopped up, when I'm talking on this microphone thing. So I got my Afrin. I'll make sure that I'm using Afrin and not something else that sniffed through the nose. Don't do that shit. Anyways, so this one is really one of the top ones. I think it's in the top 10 now. This is So Long and Thanks for All the Fish by Uncle Nicolini, who I'm happy to see writing again. My relationship with Uncle Nicolini, just for full disclosure, I don't really have one. I don't think Uncle Nicolini knows that I exist, which is fine. Uncle Nicolini got into some hot water, unfortunately, that I remember. I think he was let go from staff. He took some time off. He's back. I think he's an incredibly talented author. I've always thought that about Uncle Nicolini. Ever since I read that article by him about the business cards, and there was another one about these talking plants. No, it wasn't talking plants. It was corporate plants that made people talk in corporate speak. That was around the time of the 4000 contest. That was such a good article. I never forgot Uncle Nicolini after that. Of course, I think Uncle Nicolini went on to invent Wilson's Wildlife Solutions, I believe. So really talented author. So really always happy to see him writing. So what's going on in this article here? This is a very, very clever article that took a few reads, I think, to get through. Thankfully, it's pretty short, as we do a little pass through here. Pretty short article. I think it's one of the reasons why it merits some replay value. There's so much packed into this article here. It's like looking at an immaculate suitcase that has no wasted space in it whatsoever. Everything is packed in just perfectly. So it needs to be unpacked. It exchanges length for density, and so is truly almost double its length, just in a sort of phantom length. The second half of this article is really the reader going back through what is presented here to unpack it and reread it again once they sort of understand what's happening, I think. So it's a wonderful way to package and present an article here. I appreciate the author's delicate and skillful balance of informational deposit and yet not holding the reader's hand throughout this whole thing. What we have here is essentially a suicidal Foundation employee. Okay, we get some content warnings up here. Suicide attempt, mentions of suicide, toxic positivity, gaslighting, right? So just FYI. We got a suicidal Foundation employee in this article. The Foundation has devised a very clever, slightly anomalous protocol whereby they can reduce the incidence of suicide in their ranks and hopefully preserve human resources. They do this by perhaps oxymoronically encouraging suicidal ideation to the point of attempt, which is kind of its own twist. This is reserved for particularly intently suicidal people. And that does sound odd, but the idea here is that the Foundation is gaslighting this highly suicidal individual into believing that they are extraordinarily lucky. And they do this by offering a means of suicide that is slightly disguised anomalies, which will guarantee the failure of the suicide attempt, thereby leaving the personnel with the inescapable conclusion that they are overwhelmingly lucky and fortunate. So this will hopefully serve to satiate the negativity of their suicidal ideation and turn them more positive. So this is a hell of an idea that the author has sort of just shrunk down into, like black hole density. I mean, that's an incredibly complicated idea. And so that's what we see acted out here, this time with an individual who has some survivor's guilt over being the only survivor of a containment breach. The anomaly here is, as I said, basically just a regular gun, just only slightly modified. It's a pistol. It's a very nice pistol, might I add. This is a Beretta, a really nice Beretta, classic gun, classic pistol. So it's a very nice pistol, but its slight anomaly is that it jams and prevents firing from a bullet. You can see that listed here. The mechanism will jam and fail to fire regardless of the status of the object. Okay, so you can start to piece together how this might be a beneficial covert anomaly that can be employed in this gaslighting technique of convincing a suicidal person that they're just too lucky to commit suicide. So that's what we see. The Foundation sort of plants this pistol somewhere so that this suicidal individual who has this survivor's guilt can find it and then attempt suicide with it. After it fails, the individual, of course, is left with the existential implications of their own luck and the unlikely probability of surviving two things, I guess, for this person. So as you can tell, hopefully, this is a remarkably clever use of the theme. It sort of introduces tones of this person is the only survivor in a group of about 50, and then recaptures this at a much more robust punch at the very end of the article. It takes a lot of creative gymnastics to get to that idea that luck is going to be employed by the Foundation as a protocol meant to help this suicidal personnel. So even more so, of a good use of luck. I think it's just very, very interesting how the author waits to sort of bring it onto the stage. You know, they kind of bring it in just a little later than I think most people would. There's a little bit of a delay in that. I think it really helps because once it hits, it's kind of like, oh shit. So it's just a very satisfyingly clever article here. I think it's has very little waste or omissions. The author is sort of stingingly clear-headed, knowing exactly what to do with sort of a clockmaker's precision and what the article needs to do and when and why, where it's going to end up. So there's a few little nitpicks here, of course, nothing that really will do more than scratch the cosmetics of this article, but there's just a little bit of a logical confusion in the anomaly. So once again, the description says, as I have highlighted here, that the gun fails to fire, right? That's really the anomaly about it, is that the mechanism jams. And when the mechanism jams in a gun, as this description says, the bullet is never fired, right? The cartridge is never pierced inside the gun. Obviously, you have a bullet, you have a cartridge, and you have primer that ignites inside the cartridge and pushes the bullet out of the casing, right? That's how a gun works. That's how a bullet works. So when a gun malfunctions like this, the primer is never combusted. It never actually gets hit. And so it never gets combusted. The bullet never leaves the gun, right? It's never sent out of the casing. So all that to say, in a jammed gun, you don't get any sound, right? The bullet doesn't go anywhere. The bullet isn't fired. There's no combustion. The primer's never engaged, so there's no expansion of hot gases, there's no sound, and there's no bullet. And yet, later in this article, the sound of a gun going off is pivotal to how this article ends. We're told that a security guard in passing hears, the gun going off, and so rushes in to save this person. So I don't know about that. Maybe I'm missing something, but from where I stand, it seems as though there's a failure to really understand how a gun works here. Maybe that's just an accidental oversight. Maybe there's something deeper. Maybe I'm not seeing something. But I don't know. That was a little bit of a strange. Not sure how that's supposed to work. If the gun doesn't fire, I'm not sure the security guard would have heard bullets being fired. That kind of sounds contradictory. There's also this really sort of understated meta layer of luck that borders on plot convenience. So what I mean by that is that the Foundation is attempting to gaslight this individual who is suicidal, and we really gloss over the fact that there's a ton of luck that helps the Foundation do this. So for example, they might place a gun somewhere in the office so that the suicidal person can see it, but who's to say that the suicidal individual takes that as a sign to kill themselves with this implementation in the way that the Foundation wants them to? We could just as easily imagine somebody going home and finding a more controlled means of their own suicide, in their own home, not in their office place, right? So this example at least relies upon a culmination of intense probabilities whereby the individual takes all of the planted bait that the Foundation wants them to take. So, looking back at the anomaly, I appreciate the author's conservatism when it comes to the design. This could be very, very cluttered with a lot of unnecessary components. But in a rare case, I actually think this needs to have a little bit of something else. I think a little slight mimetic garnish on this anomaly would serve it well. It would answer the issue of how all of these cases, assuming that there are many, many cases of success in this Lucky Hair 2% protocol thing, it would kind of explain a little more convincingly and thoroughly why it is that it works so reliably. Otherwise, we have to just kind of, shrug our shoulders and say that, well, the Foundation is really good at planting things psychologically in the right moment at the right time. But that really robs a lot of agency from the characters and makes them feel very mechanical. And so I think that this anomaly needs just that little bit of something, a slight mimetic effect that encourages implantation into their thought processes, their suicidal thought processes. I think that would have been a nice little thing to add here, actually. Obviously, this is a well-written article. The author, once again, is somebody who has a ton of talent at this craft, who I'm glad to see is entering this contest. This has strong X999 slot vibes, so I don't know if it's going to get that, but I hope it does. I think it'd be a great addition to that. Yeah, so, my other squabble, of course, as always, something that is really so forgotten about, so lost to time on the modern-day SCP Wiki that it really doesn't make a lot of sense for me to keep bringing it up at this point. But there are ways to couch these floating divs of first-person speech and stuff like this into believable and satisfying documentation framing. I think the author decides that they don't need to do that, which is, once again, acceptable in this day and age, obviously. While I disagree from a fundamental premise of philosophy, the author is technically correct in that they don't have to do that. Obviously, this is doing well despite that. So, most people don't care about that. So, the author has a point. If most people don't care, why do it? That's a great question. So, Anyway, that's just my take on this. It's an excellent article, excellent addition to the contest, and a contender for, in my opinion, the best use of the theme. Probably the most subtle and clever use of the theme that I've seen so far. So this is Uncle Nicolini, so long, and thanks for all the fish. I don't think fish came into this. I didn't see any fish in here, so I don't know why the author is so thankful for the fish. All right, so we've been doing this for about 2.5 hours. Now is a good time for us to take our intermission. This is about a 10-minute intermission. You can kind of go use the restroom, get another drink, do what you got to do. I'm going to do something similar to that. So it is about on the hour for me. So we will be back in about 10 minutes. And we'll pick up right where we left off. The next one we're going to look at is Site 19 by Plague PJP. This should be a good one. This one I think is in the top 5 now as of today. So congratulations to the author. We have a lot to say about this article. I really feel like it deserves a lot of attention, and so we will do that when we come back. So I will see you in... Is there a way for me to mute myself? No. Can you still hear me? Yes, you can. All right, we'll be back in about 10 minutes. Tell you what, I'm just going to do it this way. All right, see you in 10 minutes. Okay, what's going on? Let me adjust the microphone just a little bit here. Hopefully this is okay. How's that sound? Okay. All right, welcome back. Hope you had a nice little break. I certainly did, and very, very needed. We got a second half to get through here, basically. So let's see where we're going to end. We're going to end right here. We're going to end with a place to drown in, which was the last article we'll do. So we got all this to get through still. But this is a really nice spread. I think these are really, really good articles that we come across in this part of the show. And the first one really is Site 19 from Plague PJP. The Plague Man, the Plaguester himself. So, let's open that up. Take a peek. So before we get into this, obviously we know who the author is, right? 169, nice. So we have to kind of do a full disclosure. I think this is going to be probably the most important article to do a full disclosure on in this session that we have here. So, because there's the author right there. Of course, we already know who it is because of the way that the 7con is. But we have a author announcement right here, and it's actually also in the informational collapsible here. So I'm not sure why we have it twice. Just in case you missed it the first time. But just more reason why we need to do a full disclosure. Once again, I like to do these full disclosures in case I'm enemies or friends with the person. It's important to be honest and forthright with those kinds of things. And unfortunately, I think there's quite a lot to say here when it comes to this individual and myself. Let's start with my side of things. I personally don't have anything against Plague PJP. I really don't. I get the feeling that he thinks that I do have something against him personally. I think his pronouns are he. I apologize if that's not the case. I just don't know. I think that Plague thinks that I don't like him. That's not true. I am philosophically and aesthetically opposed to Plague PJP's predominant style of writing for the SCP Wiki for a ton of reasons that we don't have time to go into right now. But that doesn't mean that I have anything against Plague PJP as a person. I think that distinction is rather important. I also think it's generally lost on writers at the SCP Wiki who tend to take, criticisms of their works, I guess from someone like me particularly, a little personally, I think. So despite the stylistic differences here, I'm not dumb enough to not recognize that Plague is a very talented author who, when writing in a style that I appreciate more, I'm generally very, very impressed with. Okay, so that's really what I think about Plague PJP. I guess we'll take a second to look at the other side of the equation. Plague has been the recipient of my criticisms before and seems to have taken those criticisms rather personally. Because of that, he has tried to get under my skin several times. I think there's something in Plague that wants me to have a personal thing against him because they seem to have a personal thing against me. I think that he wants that symmetry to exist, and so has been trying to create it for quite a while now. But Plague has not really succeeded at that, at least not so far. The things that Plague has done to try to get under my skin and make things personal, these things don't really rise to the level of personal insult to me. Now, having said that, I think it's also important to mention the whole Neo-Lol Foundation thing, which really took off in the comments section here of this article. I think I should probably address it. If you watch this show, if you read any of my blog, if you've seen me do critique on this stream before, you probably understand that, I'm probably the person who has said that term the most, Neo-Lol Foundation. Although it wasn't coined by me, it was coined by Harmony. Harmony coined the term Neo-Lol Foundation in January of this year, January 2022, in a podcast episode we were doing about Kalinin. Because the criticisms that Kalinin had for the wiki in his day, in about 2017 or so, really presaged the direction that the wiki was taking and was about to take for the next 4 years, starting in 2018, and really we're at the peak of it right now with articles like The Loser, articles like Serendipity. These are all. I'm assuming Rounder House's entry. I haven't gotten there yet, but from what I've seen about that, I assume that that's also in this vein. This school, this style of writing, that me and Harmony have decided to call Neo-Lol Foundation. So Harmony came up with the term. That was on a podcast. That podcast is a project of the Convict Magazine, LLC. So the term Neo-Lol Foundation was technically intellectual property at that time. And then, of course, we decided to put it on our containment fiction wiki because we wanted to explain to people that Neo-Lol Foundation was an actual school of composition. It was an actual style, just as Plague agrees with that. And so we released it onto the config wiki, and it became Creative Commons BYSA 4.0. So the term Neo-Lol Foundation is technically Creative Commons, okay? And has been since about February, early February. So Plague, in this comment section of this article, claims, obviously in a joking fashion, that he invented the term. And I think it was clearly meant to be a mockery of the term in so many ways, except for the fact that his version of the term doesn't really mean what ours does. In that way, the mockery that's attempted here kind of misses, because it's not even addressing the same thing that we use the term for. Plague is not mocking what we and I think the term means, but how they think the term should be used, I guess. So it certainly doesn't insult me personally. I think it's a low move to claim that you invented something when you didn't, and that something be Creative Commons, but that's its own thing, and that's certainly not a personal thing for me. And in addition to that, just to comment on this, while I understand that I'm being mocked, I can look past that, and I understand that there's something more valuable for me here. For example, the term has gotten a lot more exposure and a lot more mainstream attention, and I think most of that is of a misunderstood nature. I think the long-term effects of that are going to trend towards it being taken more seriously, especially after Harry Blank wins this contest with his entry. So I think there's kind of this perfect storm brewing that I think will push, if only subconsciously, for most people, the idea that Neo-Lol Foundation is a real thing. That's something that Plague is probably not understanding that they are helping me with by joking around in this way. Neo-Lol Foundation is a thing now. It is a recognized thing, and a lot of that is because of Plague. So, I certainly can't be too mad about that. Okay. Unintentionally, I think he has done more PR boosting for the term than I ever could. So I in that sense, I appreciate it very much. And really, to sort of put the cards on the table here, this is really the marketing strategy that I've had for a very long time, and it doesn't seem to be losing any of its efficacy. We essentially bait the SCP Wiki and its participants into mentioning us in their own spaces. It works very reliably, in part because the individuals don't have the discipline or clairvoyance to understand that the best thing to do in this situation is probably just ignore it and not say anything, but they just reliably can't let that go. And so we know that. I know that. So they tend to feel as though the world needs their commentary, especially when it comes to something that involves them and their works. So, from my perspective, it's a lot like fishing, but just with very eager fish. So it kind of takes the sport out of it just a little bit, but it still is very reliable. I've used this technique. I can't tell you how many times I've used this technique. I used it all the way back in the author page thing. That was really the first time I used it dramatically, and it certainly worked. So there's a really interesting story about the fact that it's one thing to use a term that's Creative Commons. That's obviously fine. Anybody can use that term free. But it's another thing completely to claim that you came up with it. That kind of becomes an issue of non-attribution, as it is in the case with Plague and these comments here. Because, once again, the proper term is Creative Commons. The wiki obviously has a very hot button approach to, people not attributing Creative Commons material properly. And yet, unfortunately, it seems as though that really pivots on whether or not they like you or not. So that doesn't really seem like a very deep principle after all, because essentially what Plague is doing by claiming that he invented the term is not attributing the correct Creative Commons license to that term. It's the same as Metaphysician putting someone else's words in his articles, right? It's really the same thing. So it's kind of a silent fact right now still. I don't think a lot of people have realized it. I certainly don't think Plague has realized it by this point. But I thoroughly enjoy the fact that this infringement of attribution and copyright licensing exists on the wiki very hypocritically. So the irony is quite delicious. I certainly don't want it to go away. So Plague at one point took down the comment, but put it back up. So I think I'm kind of glad that they did that. So anyway, all that to say, there's a lot going on between me and Plague. I wish that besides the attribution thing, I really don't mind. I think it's kind of a, it's supposed to be this own. It's supposed to be this self-own, but I can't imagine what it must feel like, to knowingly claim that you invented something when you didn't. And then there's definitely going to be people who are misinformed and who actually attribute that term to you after that point. I can't imagine what that feels like. That doesn't seem like a very good place to be. I certainly don't want to be somebody who's stolen someone else's work, even jokingly, and falsely be attributed with that. Especially if it's a term that that clearly gets under my skin, right? So, yeah. Unfortunately, I have to mention the whole Neo-Law Foundation thing because, unfortunately, the author's commentary on the matter in this discussion section was brought to my attention prior to me reading this article. So, obviously, that's going to color how I interpret this a little bit, understanding where the author is coming from and what they're really trying to do with this article, the goals of this article, trying to achieve with this article. I would have rather read the article first without the sociological context of what the author is attempting. But anyway, so that's been set into motion. We gotta kind of just bring that up, I think, at the fore before we get into the article. So, just keep that in mind as we go through this, okay? I think that's fair. That's fair for me to warn you about. Anyway, so with that out of the way, that long thing out of the way, we can actually get to the articles here. So, I am going to spend a lot of time in this article because I think it deserves a diligent review. I really do. It's a good article. I like it. I like it quite a lot, actually. So first of all, just the visuals here. I mean, I love this visually. This kind of seal blue, very clean-cut CSS. I really love what Plague does down here with the ACS by just turning everything into that same color. So I'm really happy to see people putting more effort into the color complementarity of the ACS, which is usually just a really awful looking thing up there. So I really appreciate this. It looks excellent. And then additionally, the image work is just so good. I mean, even the detail of like this sky blue sort of folding into this light blue theme that's going on here. Just really good imagery, image work throughout this whole article, actually. So before we get into the article, we open up with a discussion right here. And, once again, just like I said last article, it's really pointless by now to try to argue whether or not this is appropriately placed in the document. It isn't. I think the author understands that. The author doesn't care, clearly. But we have a discombobulated ghost of a transcript log floating around here at the front door of this article. I happen to think there's a spot in the article just a little later on where this interview would be better suited. I think it's in like addendum 3 or 2. So why the author chooses to potentially alienate a segment of voters by immediately spitting on in-universe believability, I can't say. But looking at the reception up here, I'm not really sure the author needs my advice in that regard, so that's nice to see. The dialogue here is very, very good, very believable, sort of slice of life conversation, very relatable interdisciplinary discussion here. The author immediately creates some intrigue and questions. So, for example, this SCP-7000 instance has the sub-designation of McInnes, and yet in the actual discussion is referred to as tilde moose, so which seems to conflict. But obviously the author knows where they're going with this. But it's just a nice way to sort of structurally engage the reader, I think, initially off the bat here. Pretty quickly into the article, we're introduced to what is nominally this author's philosophical statement and intent, which is to write old characters into the more modern styles. I'm not too sure that accomplishes as much as someone might think, because it's not as though we've been waiting on bated breath to see if this strategy of writing older characters more funnily actually works. We actually know this has worked since 2018 with SCP-4444. So we're really not breaking any new ground here by stating that we can take old characters and put them into more modern treatments on the wiki and it be effective. We kind of already know that is effective. It doesn't really show us anything new or tell us anything that we already didn't know. So, for example, the author very intentionally inserts suggestions of incompetence for Director Moose. For example, Director Moose basically erases all of her voicemails without listening to them. Obviously, this is humorous, and we can relate to that from a very real-world perspective, but once again, in the context of the Foundation, that's pretty unprofessional. But then again, I think one of the entire gists of this article, philosophically, going back to what we were talking about as the preamble, that's kind of one of the points of this article, I think. So having something like this in here, I think, is expected. The incompetence isn't really too terribly bad once you kind of realize that this Tilda Moose character is ultimately not really physically bound to the world like a normal person is, and so may have justifiably a more cavalier attitude than some of her more corporeal counterparts. So this instance, it's still a bit restrained. It's kind of flirting with the Neo-Lol Foundation competence angle, but it's not really. It doesn't actually get there. It actually it's pretty well justified in the article, actually. So this whole read, I'm just waiting for this Neo-Lol Foundation thing to make its statement. And just to skip to the end, it actually never happens. This article actually is remarkably restrained when it comes to the typical offenses and obscenities that I typically think Plague likes to write with. This article is not a good example of Neo-Lol Foundation. It's a great article, and we'll get to it a little further on, what I mean, but this is a very strange moment to plant the flag of Neo-Lol Foundation, because it really isn't. I mean, all the typical things I typically would be offended or pissed off at Plague PJP for including in an article, they decide to not do in this one. So it's kind of a strange place for me to try to look for that, after all. And once again, it's a strange place for somebody to triumphantly plant the flag of Neo-Lol Foundation in, when you really don't get very Neo-Lol Foundation at all in this. You get a little Lol Foundation, but you don't really get Neo-Lol Foundation. There's a difference between those two things. So anyway, it's like a little garnish of incompetence at this portion, not really an offensive spotlight on it. But anyway, the conversation here, despite being a floating, discombobulated div, kind of lost in the documentation, not sure where it is, asking where its parents are, it does a great job, nonetheless, of setting up the actual documentation here that we get into right away. Next is the document itself. We already kind of looked at this a little bit. The anomaly here is just fascinating. I love what the author does with Site-19, making it sort of this corporeally transitory site that can demanifest and integrate itself into existing architecture. That's just incredibly creative. Very, very cool idea for a site-based anomaly. I like the added detail of the external impression of whatever building this Site-19 possesses still remaining the same on the outside, keeping the sort of informational security intact. There's a lot of good detail in the description here. I think the author goes out of their way to really detail this thing very, very nicely. Gives a lot of believability to it. I do have a little bit of a logical question that I hope at this point in the read would be answered by the end of it, which is that if Site-19 incorporates into a pre-existing site and has this mimetic effect of wiping old memory of the previous site away, I'm left wondering what happens, what becomes of the anomalies and their documentation of the previous site and also the personnel at that site. That was something that I was wondering throughout this whole thing, actually, that I don't know was satisfactorily answered. I may have missed something, but I was looking for that answer the whole time I was reading this, and I don't think I got it. So maybe I need to go back and read it again, but that seems like an answer that's a logistical answer that's not, a logistical question, excuse me, that's not really answered. All right, so after the wind-up, we get our first real pitch from the author towards their intended strike zone. We're introduced to 4 specific personnel instances of Site-19 that are said to be, quote, bombastic, unprofessional, and or consistently break the protocols of the Foundation. So this is obviously a direct endorsement and a lean in to this style that the author mistakenly believes I'm referencing when I say Neo-Lol Foundation. This is not Neo-Lol Foundation. This is straight up Lol Foundation only. There's a big difference. I don't think the author understands that well enough, and so they never really hit their mark, unfortunately. So just as the first jab in this article up here with Tilda Moose kind of being incompetent somewhat, I don't think this one down here landed at the spot the author intended it to. And here's why, is because the author is taking a lot of time and putting a lot of care into framing something like unprofessional conduct in a highly clinical setting. And this really excuses the decision from being as egregious as what it typically is attributed to this author by someone like myself. That is to say, a critic. The unsavory style that this article is attempting to absolve is not actually represented here. It's always been sort of non-controversial and acceptable to frame humor in a clinical fashion. That's why things like the business lizard, this article down here, that's really, I think it's in the top 4, Business Lizard by Zen. That's really what that does, right? I mean, it's funny, it's humorous, but it couches everything in a very clinical and serious tone. That's why it works well. So that's really what this article is doing as well. It's taking the zaniness and it's contextualizing it in a larger clinical consideration. That is why this article is not Neo-Lol Foundation. Neo-Lol Foundation doesn't make the attempt to justify and set things into in-universe believability. It just takes the joke as its own justification and runs with it. So once again, I think Plague has confused very deeply what we mean when we say the term Neo-Lol Foundation. Plague is simply just participating in Lol Foundation at this moment. Nothing here is Neo-Lol Foundation at all so far. So I don't know if that's just the author being extra defensive because deep down they're honestly trying to not be like Neo-Lol Foundation because they are clearly affected by the use of the term for their writing, or what, or if this is just a big misunderstanding on the part of the author. But we haven't really seen a moment of Neo-Lol Foundation yet, even in this portion right here. As an aside, I'm not too sure about the inclusion of Jack Bright. I know that's kind of a political and topical thing to say that kind of reaches far beyond the article itself into, a context that we necessarily don't have to have reading this article. But, I don't know if including Dr. Jack Bright is a good idea. But that's another conversation for another time. After our characters are introduced here, we get a brief containment failure report that details the catastrophic collapse of 2 Foundation site assets. The visuals, again, on this are impeccable. They're so clean. The containment failure reports end up being a sort of motif that return rhythmically and really help the article sort of hit the major measures of rhythm as we go along. And so then the next thing, there are some structural snafus, I think, in the next addendum. It's a manifestation event of the anomaly, manifestation timeline here. And it's detailed in a table that steps through the 6 phases of this. I'm not too sure this was an expert decision because it largely repeats the same information we were just told up here in the description as to how the site manifests. For example, how the personnel of the anomaly suddenly are there, or the mimetic effect taking place. It's essentially just the prior few paragraphs just repackaged and redelivered into a more detail-oriented chronology and table format of the exact same information and process. So I think the article really slows down on this part, almost to a crawl. I really honestly think the whole section should be removed. It doesn't really add in anything to the article that we don't know. If you really wanted to keep it in there, you could probably just summarize it in a sentence or two at the tail end of the description. Whatever isn't included in the description up here, whatever is novel in here, could probably just be a sentence or two in the description. It's like going to a classroom with a teacher, a one-on-one teacher who has begun the lesson for about 5 minutes, and the second person comes in, and the teacher decides that it's best just to start over, so the second person doesn't have to catch up. That's kind of sort of what this feels like, where it's kind of like, okay, I already heard this, now I have to listen to it again. Thanks. Anyway, we go down, we're given an O5 council meeting, which in opposition again to the typical habits of the style of writing that the author is attempting to address, the criticisms of, this O5 council meeting actually seems pretty justified in universe. The opening lines cover this pretty fully, actually. So, for example, I think we can all agree we have a pressing issue at hand, yada, yada. It does a good job of justifying why the overseers are actually here, as opposed to what Neo-Law Foundation does, which is they offer no justification whatsoever and basically just, cast the O5 as humorous marionettes to deliver a joke through. One big flaw and handwave of the average Neo-Law Foundation is the unjustified inclusion of the O5 Council in ways that don't make sense, like all of them attempting to investigate an anomaly together as opposed to that being delegated to researchers. But once again, that's not really the case here. We have yet to see any actual techniques of Neo-Law Foundation employed in this article. Once again, that's something that I'll come back to over and over again. I think it may be because this is a bigger stage than usual. Maybe the author's a little more timid to actually employ straight-up Neo-Law Foundation shit, but we haven't seen it yet, so I'm still waiting for it at this point in the article. So the O5 Command is very concerned about the potential ramifications of negligence, as stated in a line specifically down here. So in a Neo-Law Foundation article, the O5 Council would not be concerned about incompetence. They would be the incompetence. So once again, we're very far away from seeing anything of that nature in here. The setup MTF incursion log is next after they vote to basically do it. We get another containment failure report, sort of building the tension here. So we get the MTF incursion next, and aside from some odd music over the PA system, it's relatively normal. We do get an interesting scene where the team gets to really a scene taken straight out of Alice in Wonderland, nearly verbatim, where there's a small door, and they have to drink a blue liquid in order to fit through it. But yeah, so we get to basically an instance of Clef. And Clef is being kind of strange, wearing a fake plastic mustache. But once again, this is pretty well characterized in universe because the Mobile Task Force people are not really duped by this bad disguise. Whereas, once again, Neo-Law Foundation would have it to where the MTFs are duped by the disguise. That's the incompetence that we would expect to see from Neo-Law Foundation. But no, that doesn't exist here. The MTF are not fooled. So once again, the author is kind of not really getting to the meat of the style that I've been criticizing here. It's almost like the author is talking out of both sides of the mouth, saying that he's owning Neo-Law Foundation critics, but avoiding any true Neo-Law Foundation elements or decisions. It's kind of like so far feeling like Plague is getting into the ring with a perceived opponent, punching the referee, and then declaring victory over the opponent. It doesn't really seem like a solid hit so far. We do experience some mishandling of the clinical tone here that I thought was uncharacteristic for the read. After scoping out the area, don't know about that. Probably better way to say that. Upon attempting to exit, Mercury found all doors and windows had been anomalously removed, leaving him trapped in the blank room. Just an odd placement of the word blank at that point. I think the MTF log gets kind of enjoyably discombobulated with odd behavior and architecture showing up to muddy the team with well-placed elements of confusion. We get some slight plot convenience in order to corner Alto Clef. It almost seems like Site-19 itself is actively working against Dr. Clef when all of the employees and crowd sort of run out to, I guess, kind of trap him into a position to where the mobile task force can actually get to him. And then on the other end of the interaction, we get this, which is a pretty used trope called a smoke out. So basically, Alto Clef does a smoke out, drops a little smoke bomb that puffs up and allows the individual to slip away discreetly during the distraction. That's kind of what we get. That's kind of the author's way of getting us out of this scene. But at the very end, it actually gets pretty damn cool because there's this, I think in the it doesn't actually call this anything, but in the afterword, there's this really neat little description about, the crack in the floor. Yeah, crack in the center of the floor, forming a small branching spiral pattern through the cracks. I can't speak anymore. My brain is gone. Through the cracks, a black reflective substance can be seen. So I think that's just really, really intriguing. A nice way to do that. Good imagery there too. Another containment failure report includes some other cross links. Those are fine. The next morning, I think we get another 05 meeting. I guess it's the next morning. Maybe it isn't. Maybe I made that up. But anyway, it's the next 05 meeting, and it's taken in response to the events and the global sort of coordinated containment failures that we're seeing. And they're doing some document archaeology on the mysterious Site-19. The theme, I think, of this article is sort of kind of introduced here, finally. The germ of it, I would say. The second file contains some sort of research documentation on random chance correlating to containment success with highly varying success rates. So that's kind of where the contest theme comes in, right? Luck. I don't know if that's a great inclusion of luck. I mean, it shouldn't be surprising that containment success is correlated with a reduction in chance variables. That's just kind of normal. I don't really know if that's a great use of luck as a thematic component here. Anyway, so this 05 meeting goes on. We get a really cool media inclusion here. I think it's very well placed. And of course, it looks kick-ass. It's got all the same color highlights as the rest of the articles. That's just really, really cool detail. Nice. Nice to see that. So when we listen to the audio, I wonder if we can actually listen to this. I kind of want to turn it down for my rest in peace headphone users. Let's see.
Contained, 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 contained.
Yeah. So I think that's a really nice inclusion. I mean, we got this unique voice doing this interesting lilt with the word contained, repeating kind of mechanically a few times. It's pretty good audio mixing, but I think a little wee bit of reverb on the voice saying the containment word would have blended in with the Colosseum-like space suggested by the crowd there, just a bit, just a pinch. I did lol out loud at this line. That has been on repeat for like 8 hours. I thought that was good. Anyway, just a little bit of a clinical tone pothole in this section, a little bit of road damage that you feel going over in the ride. Agreed. On the subject of containment, what is the total of containment failures we've experienced this past week? Maybe should have number of containment failures or change of here to what's the total for containment failures we've experienced this past week? Not a big deal, but just a little bit of a bump there. Just a little sour note. I think there's another one here too. Let me see. Maria's cryptologists working on getting us a remote connection. I think we're missing R. Maria's cryptologists are working on getting us a remote connection. I mean, I understand that this is informal speech, but I have to wonder if this is intended. It seems kind of flawed. Just a wee bit of clinical flatulence right there. No biggie. Flatulence just comes and goes, right? Passes very quickly. Little smelly. No big deal. The 05 discussion is satisfyingly thoughtful, though, and thorough, with the characters approaching the situation with a lot of intellect and tact. So that's nice to see. There's some real great arguments and counter arguments given here at times of high pressurization, coin flip kind of stuff, decision making, difficult stuff. I think 051's characterization, who's starting to become sort of the central figure here, really rises to the moment. Very, very convincing and very well done. Just a few split-hair nitpicks to challenge the author here, if they care, about maybe honing in on some details. On February 25th, 2004, the Foundation power grid, which supplies electricity to the majority of the Foundation's East Coast facilities, underwent an as-of-yet irreparable outage. So we actually just used the word irreparable in the previous lines. So if we look at it there, it's really... Oh, did they remove it? Oh. Wow. I'm impressed. That was a little detail. I was sure that they weren't going to find that. Okay. Well, very good. As of yet, irreparable. Good. They must have corrected that for me. That's cool. Anyways. Or did they? Let me make sure. No, here it is. They didn't. So it's actually twice. My point. Let me go back now that I've found it. So we've used the word irreparability. Excuse me. We use irreparability. That's a mouthful of word. And then we use it again right here. Irreparable. Not a huge deal. They're I think sufficiently far away to not really be a rhythm problem. But we could, if we really wanted to, just avoid this altogether. So instead of saying, the power grid underwent an as-of-yet irreparable outage, we could just replace this whole phrase, an as-of-yet irreparable. We could just replace the whole thing with a single word, and that single word is refractory. Let me type that out for you. It's a good word. Refractory. Nice word. So we could say the Foundation power grid underwent a refractory outage. You don't even have to worry about this as of yet hyphenated phrase, which is a little turbulent sentence structure, and you also get the added bonus of avoiding a term that you basically just used in very proximal previous sentences there. The next incursion report, I think, is swift and effective. I love the tricks that this anomaly is playing on the MFT and the O5. The next O5 meeting we get down here is tense and biting and gnashing, and I love all the drama and all the tension that the author creates in these characters, in these scenes, and with these motives that they have been given. The next thing we get is a nice drone log, and I think the author flexes their darker abilities with some body horror in this section, disturbing imagery kind of stuff. I appreciate the novelty of having this section organized by drone. So a lot of great attention to detail in this. The picture actually shows these 3 different drones that are given slightly different names: the HUIE, the LUIE, and the DUIE. And so the author decides to sort of organize this by drone. This drone's findings, the other drone's findings, and the last drone's findings. So I think that's pretty cool, pretty interesting way to organize that. It's not something that I see all the time. I also want to nod just for a second to the nested bullet points in this. If I remember correctly, Wikidot makes this very difficult, really harder than it should be, if I recall correctly. So good job to the author there. We get, I think in this section, don't we get a lot of cross-links? Yeah, so I mean, look at all the SCPs that are mentioned here: 173, 131, 527, 093, 3301, 106, 6096, 682, 4228, 049 is in here too. So I think there are some really clever cross-links, like, for example, with 173, with 131, keeping direct eye contact with it. 131 are the iPods. So that's kind of a fun little combination there. There are other cameos, like the Little Misters are playing the Foundation board game 3301, and the Lone Chambers with SCP-69999 playing, SCP-106 and SCP-682 sort of all chilling. And then also SCP-049. I think those other ones, though, besides the 173 and 131, I think they were kind of a bit forced. They come off as a little bit of a cheap shot at the wider fandom candy kind of thing. I initially thought this was going to be the coolest fandom cameo goodie bag ever, because I started to wonder if all of these anomalies were listed as being contained within Site-19 in their respective documents on the site. So I started to get really excited, but I was unfortunately disappointed because SCP-093, SCP-106, and SCP-4228 sort of break that. The last one, 4228, is explicitly listed as being in Site 45 in the actual document. So arguably 682 could be here. The 682 document has the site that it's located in redacted, so I guess you could headcanon it as being 19. But that would have 100%. If the author had made that 100% faithful and only included anomalies that are in document present in Site 19, that would have made this article ovation worthy. I would have accepted defeat and thought this article was amazing. Unfortunately, I don't know why that decision wasn't carried through. That would have been really cool to see. Unfortunately, it looks like the author is just basically trying to put a lot of fandom candy in this to sort of appeal to a wide audience and kind of get a lot of, a lot of bonus points by diffusion. There's another section here where we get a little bit of unnecessary repeated word use. So the hallway continued to widen until the sides of the hallway could no longer be seen. You really don't need that second hallway in there. We understand that you're still talking about the hallway. But yeah, so a great log overall. I love the geometric imagery that's in this last drone's footage. We get a few more breaches here. Addendum 8 does a really, really good job of raising the stakes even further and building on some good characterization. The meeting with the administrator, I think, is very liberating and is an excellent cadence to what has been built up in this article so far. It kind of creates a sense of resolution and arrival that we've kind of been, maybe the reader didn't even realize they were pining for. So that's really a nice move. I think 051's arc is well crafted here. We get to see him really turn into a person in this moment, and so that's really nicely done. A lot of good finesse, I think, on the author's part there. We get down, and this is really where my serious problems with the article start. I really dislike that the article abandons itself to the subjectivity-rich fanfic prose right here at the end. It had done such a really good job of hugging close to believability, working very hard to make sure everything is justified in universe. And then we get down to almost the bottom of the article, and it just completely abandons that for dramatic effect. So it comes off as really out of place, a little bit of tonal whiplash, and a bit melodramatic. I think the fanfic injected into here isn't bad. Like, the actual prose here is good. There's really nothing too seriously flawed and nothing too exceptional about it either, but there are a few moments of over-eagerness where the grip of the prose sort of loses itself, kind of like watching an okay dancer kind of get a little too expressive and carried away with their dancing in their own little head there. So, for example, he hears the voice blare the word contain infinite times until it is nothing but a cacophony of droning screams. That's a bad line. I hate to tell you that. Infinite times doesn't work as a pairing of words, and this whole cacophony of droning screams kind of comes off as a bit trite of metaphor. Incomprehensible is a adjective that is used too often by the author. I think incomprehensible. Let's just actually do this. Yeah, I mean, look, here's two right here. I think the third one shows up pretty. I guess not. Maybe it's just these two. But anyway, once again, just these small little split hairs, things you can do to improve your writing at this point. This author is operating at a very high level, so these are the kind of things that I think are the only things I can bring to them to help. But I mean, watch your adjective use. You did. We already looked at the other one earlier. Incomprehensible shows up here. It shows up right there too. I mean, it just. I know this is not like a huge thing, but it kind of just gives the impression very subtly, almost like as if it's body language, that you're just not. You're not quite there with your synonyms. Like, you need to have a little bigger of a bank vocabulary. That's just how that comes off, is that you've really maxed out your vocabulary bank, which I know is not true, but that's kind of what it seems like. So I think this would be, this whole section right here, this sort of fanfic thing, I think it would be fine contained as an offset tale that we could kind of skip over, or at least go to and then come back into the believability of the in-universe document. Just little small things like that, just bits of technique that excuse these motions, I think would be enough here, and that don't have to sacrifice something like staying true to the in-universe documentation in order to enact it. And just once again, I'm just going to compare, it's not fair, but I am going to compare this to The Loser, which does a very good job of this. It doesn't really make compromises like this, where suddenly we have this completely unjustified section where the author gets to totally indulge and just completely shit all over, the harder portions of keeping this thing on the rails. So that was kind of a disappointing thing to see at the end of this, but like I said, it's not bad writing per se, and I think the ending is really charming. It's kind of a tongue-in-cheek ending here with a vote. It's really nice to see how all this sort of wraps up in a nice conceptual bow, and nothing is really too different from when we started. So that's just a nice little, once again, nice sense of resolution there. And then the article ends. So, yeah, let me take a sip. I mean, this was a really well-written article. I really like this article. It's great. I enjoyed almost everything about it. Like I said, well-written, great creativity, believable dialogue, characters are well done, above-average clinical tone, a few spag issues for its length, but once again, for its length, it's pretty good. Near faultless footwork and pacing. Kudos to the author. I can't believe a Site 19 heavy article hasn't really come along. So great situational awareness and very fitting for a KCON entry. I think, if I'm not mistaken, this is sort of based on Herbstrom's 001, which was about Site 19. So I think a lot of people have tried to pay homage to that 001 proposal, which is kind of lost. We have archived versions of it, obviously, but a lot of people have tried their hardest to sort of, update it into modern standards, and I think this one is by far and away the best attempt at that, and does it very, very well. So I think the author handles the ingredients very well. For example, using the site as an anomaly construct without getting really overhanded or too busy in corralling the clout and cameos of previously established and famous SCPs. It does do that a little bit, as we saw in one of these drone footages here, but it doesn't really get completely out of hand like, let's say, SCP-1730 does. So, it's there, but thankfully it's over relatively quickly. It doesn't really dwell too much. The intelligence of this article pits the character sides in a game of chess, which is the best and only way to make people in the Foundation look foolish, which is to say by comparison to someone much smarter. So great job at the chess match going here between like the 05 and essentially Site 19 and all those personnel who are in there. It beats the hell out of the typical race to the bottom of the IQ graph that most authors take to make the Foundation characters look foolish in their stories. This way of doing it, this character play has a way of bringing back something to mind like all the charm of something like the movie Catch Me If You Can. Just kind of has that vibe to it. I like that quite a lot. And really, this is, I think, a successful 7-Con entry. For more reasons than just its rating and the things I've already said, because it does something that all 7-Con entries should try to do, at least the ones that are taking themselves seriously and think that they're good enough to compete, which I think this article does, which is that it has canonical impact, right? It plays with the overhanging forlorn nature of the Foundation and the SCP Wiki website itself regarding the absent deistic godfather figure of the administrator, meeting with the administrator in this sort of, extra reality, heavenly-like situation. the reuniting of this sort of father figure who offers guidance and things like this. There's a strong undercurrent of meta-situational emotion here. It plays with Site-19 connotations, as well as the historied IRC channel of the same name, not quite escaping implication of the administrator's commentary as well. So the pitting of the -1 instances against one another brings to mind a runaway machine endlessly and unrelentingly fixated on a tunnel visioned directive, which I think is also a little bit of nice emotional commentary that kind of spills out into the actual SCP Wiki itself as well. So yeah, I mean, this article is very strong. It has a ton of enjoyment in it. I think it's a real victory. I think it's a real achievement for Plague, PJP, something to be quite proud of. Its shortcomings or faults in the clinical tone here and there, a bit of plot convenience, an anemic correlation or causation between the anomaly and the globally catastrophic defects that I think are not really well voiced. It leads to a bit of an artificial and forced touch to the narrative. It kind of ends on a sort of variant of all you have to do is believe by the end. It comes off as a little stale. The article does stay very tightly to in-universe justification and immersion, like I said, except for the very end where it almost has to go purple and off-map in order to complete 051's internal drama and the arc. Once again, really a bummer to see the article do all this so well, only for it to give up at the very end there. Another thing about this that doesn't make a lot of sense, just logically, it doesn't make a lot of sense to have the discussion between 051 and the administrator documented in universe. I mean, it doesn't make a lot of sense. The more you think about it, the less it makes sense. We could have probably done with a credential collapsible at this point, making it only visible to 051. Or like doing the technical thing I said earlier about separating it into an offset would probably do. So there's that. It's not without its problems. Once again, the integration of the theme of luck, I think, is questionable. While it's interesting to see the contest theme sort of cast as the nemesis of the Secure, Contain, Protect directive, it still comes off as a bit meager, very rote placement, not very integral. I think that kind of comes off. The author later says in the commentary that this was a 001 proposal first, and it was sort of retrofitted to the theme. And so I think that kind of shows. It kind of shows forcefully. And then I think the most surprising thing about this article is that the levels of humor and zaniness are rather tame. I don't know. I'm a little confused. I'm more than willing to say that I'm the one confused and not Plague. Because once again, I have no idea how this is a victory statement for Neo-Law Foundation, because it has nothing to do with Neo-Law Foundation. Taking old characters from the Law Foundation canon in all of their established zaniness and putting them into a contextually believable in-universe documentation is not Neo-Law Foundation. I hate to tell you that. It seems as though the author is claiming victory in something that they never did in this article. It's almost as if the author leapfrogs themselves in an impulsiveness to be in an agreement with me, because it's actually kind of an endorsement of my views, this article. But yeah, I going back, honestly, just to get a little more pedantic here, on that note, I think that's actually one of the worst parts of the article. I think it's one of the real weaknesses of it is the inclusion to lasso these old Law Foundation characters in. That in retrospect, the author seems to include there just so that they can make a philosophical rebuttal to his critics. It ultimately sticks out as very poorly placed and poorly treated, in that these characters open the article, they're part of the description, given their own, bulleted list here, their own bolded names and designations, and then they're given ample stage time at the beginning, only for the author to kind of shoo them off and never really have them come back. It feels like there's sort of a retrocausal or precognitive afterthought. It feels like the author forgot about them completely. I think the article would be better without them in there, actually. Save for the discussions that they actually show up in. But yes, I mean, I guess, just going from the commentary that we talked about, I guess I'm left believing, I don't really have anything else to conclude. I wish I did, but I kind of am left believing that the author let their desire to make a statement about Neo-Law Foundation override their artistic judgment, when it comes to the inclusion of these characters here, which is a shame because, like I've been saying, this doesn't really make the statement that I think the author is thinking that it makes. You know, including old Law Foundation characters doesn't make your article Neo-Law Foundation. That's just not how that works at all, unless you severely misunderstand what Neo-Law Foundation is and means. So, you know, I mean, just back to the discussion about what I was talking about earlier, I think it's kind of ironic that the author failed, you know, what I assumed to have been their goals and desires, you know, in writing this article. You know, the commentary makes it clear that a lot of this was written in spite of the author's critics, and yet it seems as though the author avoided the exact moves that have generated those criticisms. I mean, I get the feeling, particularly from the author commentary, that Plague hoped that this article would bother somebody like me, but honestly, it doesn't rise, again, to the level of offense. I mean, it's, once again, this article makes all the correct decisions. Any zaniness it has is firmly couched in universe believability and documentation. I mean, that's the opposite of what I don't like. It's the opposite of Neo-Law Foundation. So, I mean, it's way more professionally done and handled than some of his other work, you know, that has gotten me riled up. So, I mean, if this article is supposed to be offensive, then I'm sorry, but it failed. It's just, it's lukewarm in the sense of being, you know, too wacky. It's not even that wacky at all. You know, I'm not saying this is a bad thing, you know. I mean, how Plague PJP composed and wrote here is exactly what I would have wanted to see. That's all really I've ever asked of him and his school of thought. You know, I think it's okay to be funny and zany on the main list. I just think that some effort needs to be made to justify it in universe. That's really all this has ever been about. So in my opinion, Plague did a great job here of that. So it's only Neo-Law Foundation in the most superficial and strictest and literal interpretation of the word that we're just using Law Foundation characters again in the modern day. But that's not really what we mean by Neo-Law Foundation, you know. So, you know, I don't get it. I mean, if this is a flag planted in the site as a victory for Neo-Law Foundation, I think you just you know, I think you led the wrong army, I guess, in this. So, I mean, we can have another conversation about what Neo-Law Foundation actually means. I mean, if you wanted to write an article that stuck it to Neo-Law Foundation critics, I think it'd probably be a good idea to understand what the term means, because once again, you certainly hit a target. It just was not at all even close to, you know, what I mean when I say Neo-Law Foundation. This is all written down in the Confic Wiki, so maybe you should read that a little bit. Anyway, I kind of just want to end it there. I mean, I think we've said enough about this, haven't we? I'm trying to just look through my notes to see if there's anything worth saying. Yeah, well, let me say this. That's okay. We'll skip that. Anyways, bottom line, you know, I'm actually pretty proud of Plague for writing this. I know Plague thinks that I dislike him. That's not true. I'm hard on him because I think he's a good writer who tends to slum into a lower strata of writing that he is better than, and this article proves that. The punches I expected to see here after reading the commentary never came, but it's nice to see that. You know, once again, I don't know if the stakes were just too high for the 7K, you know, and so that was sort of pulled back a lot. I don't know, but I do want to make a statement to Plague. So I don't know if Plague is watching. I'm not paying attention to who's watching this at the moment, but in case someone is watching this and Plague gets this message at some point, I just want to say, if you're listening, or if someone is showing you this after the fact, then, you know, when I criticize your writing, you know, it's about your writing. You know, when you criticize me, it's about me. Okay, so, you know, who has their priorities correct here? If you wrote this careful and this skillfully all the time, I wouldn't have anything to say about your writing but good things, period. I think now is a good time to take notes from Mr. Harry Blank, who finds talented ways to justify the wackiness completely in universe, and obviously there's no beef there, right? So, if Plague, if you wrote like this all the time, I would be your biggest fan and cheerleader. So, when I saw the comment about the Neo-Law Foundation thing, I was like, oh boy. And so I finally got to this article, and I was like, oh, here we go. I thought I was going to get some punches here. I didn't get any. I thought we were going to be at SCP-6592 levels here. We were not. This is mightily tame compared to something like that. So, this isn't Neo-Law Foundation. This actually reads like an anti-Neo-Law Foundation manifesto. That's all I'm trying to say. Anyways, so this article is actually really well liked. Like I said, I think it's in 5th now. It climbed up very, very quickly. A lot of people have some really, really good things to say about this. So I wanted to kind of look at that real quick. A random day, man. He's so hard to please. Y'all think I'm strict. I mean, random day, man. It's all a matter of taste. That's something to keep in mind as we talk about all this stuff. It really is just a matter of taste. A random day says a very strong premise that is ultimately let down by its length. None of the dialogue is particularly compelling. Neither 051 nor the administrator are interesting enough characters to support the story's increasing focus on them, and the plot moves from place to place, but doesn't feel like it's building to anything until the final confrontation just sort of happens. I mean, the plot certainly points to that confrontation, though, doesn't it? The thematic importance of Site-19 and its characters and ideas end up being diluted by exploration logs and set pieces that fail to escalate or drive the story forward. I have to say something else to Plague in case he's listening. This is a really bad idea. Reacting to something like this this is an incredibly vague and unhelpful comment. That's a bad look, man. This is why a lot of people made fun of a lot of people. Don't do this. I mean, I know that the whole new generation of authors like Rounderhouse, Plague, Rounderhouse actually isn't this way. Plague PJP, J Dune, new guys. It's just a perpetual thing that the new generation doesn't respect their elders. I know that's like a thing. I don't want to respect my elders. I want to be different. I can take them. But, Ard is one of the best critics. He's got one of the best critical eyes I've ever seen. So, I mean, I don't necessarily always agree with what he has to say. I don't really agree with what he's saying here. But to think that this is vague and unhelpful is, it makes you look very insecure. It makes you look like you can't accept criticism. And that's the worst thing you could do on this site, I think. When people say, oh, well, I don't really care about your criticism. Go read something else if you don't like it. That's like spitting in someone's face. I mean, don't do that. I think people actually come to say that. They say, his criticisms are not vague. Pedantic agrees, so it looks like Plague ended up capitulating. But I mean, yeah, anybody listening, don't do this. Even if that's how you truly feel, don't say that. That's not a good idea. Not a good idea. Big Sloth in my face had something good to say too. Delighted to have had a peek at this during crit and have seen it go from strong to stronger over time. The story unfolds fairly subtly, but by the time we get to the end, I have a clear idea that something goes wrong when we mess with Site-19. That was actually one of my criticisms. I don't really understand the correlation between messing with Site-19 and everything else falling apart. I know the administrator at some point has a line that says, when you see through the facade, belief disappears, which is a great line. But as far as justification, I don't think it quite holds up the weight of what's happening in the article when it comes to everything going to shit, because Site-19 is somehow being seen through as a facade. The final log is satisfying affirmation of the SCP project from a piece that roots itself in the earliest days of the canon. You blend humor and seriousness well. That's the ticket. If you blend humor and seriousness well, you're golden. If you don't try this blend and you basically go 100% humor and completely forget anything else, which is what Neo-Law Foundation is, it doesn't work well. It's really, really crappy writing, okay? So once again, the Plague PJP avoided doing the things that I always criticize him and his school of thought for here. I think that's one reason why the article's done so well. I especially like the tiny door moment. The formatting is simple and almost nostalgic, which I presume is intended. So I thought that was a good comment. I think Lord shows up here somewhere. Everybody's having fun with the term Neo-Law Foundation. Let's see. Lord. Yeah, very enthusiastic. A worthy winner. I actually agree. I think this would be great as 7000. It doesn't look like it's going to hit that. But, I mean, it really does all the right things. You know, I mean, it could be a pivotal pillar of site lore. You know, I think it really does a great job of that. So, yeah, of course, Lord has some really great things to say. This is ultimately a love letter to the early Foundation. It's also a celebration of modern Foundation, yet doesn't force the reader to hunt down crosslinks. It's a bit long, whatever. Plague classic, maintains consistent standards of funny dialogue. I really honestly didn't think this was that zany. I thought this was very, very tame in the way of humor, honestly. Anyway, anytime you see Lord's comment, go read Lord's comment. It's really, really good. What else? Who else can we see here? IHP. Oh, yeah, this was a really cool comment. Plague does it again here, man. Don't do this. Neo-Law Foundation was already a thing circa 2015. It was called Resurrection, and I wasn't a fan then either. Admittedly, I've softened on it since, because after talking with the people involved, I saw what it was trying to do. It is true that that Resurrection was kind of like Law Foundation defibrillated, but once again, this is already the result of Plague perpetuating a misinformation of what Neo-Law Foundation actually means, what we're trying to mean when we say it. Because IHP is right. If you think that Neo-Law Foundation is simply the resurrection of Law Foundation elements and characters, then yeah, it was done in 2015 with Resurrection. That was already been done. It's a totally different thing. Plague hasn't explained that very well to IHP, so IHP doesn't know any better. IHP also says, this has some of the same problems that Resurrection did, at least. Shallow interpretations of characters that were shallow by default, relying on name-dropping and said characters to prop up a weak and unfocused story. I think that's probably a little too harsh for the article, but it does kind of call out why Plague decided to use Jack Bright, Alto Clef, who else? Tilda Moose and Kane Pathos. I mean, Kane didn't even show up. I mean, he was in one scene whimpering, and why even include it? The reason is because Plague made a bad decision. That's why. That's what happens when you are too zealous about your emotions and you're not thinking very carefully. You make these sorts of mistakes, and they come back and bite you. I think SD Locke had some good things to say. This is like reading a Twilight Zone script written by Hanna-Barbera. I'm all about it. The main list will feel much more complete as a result of this article. From the moment I heard there was to be a Site 19 article, I had both high hopes and expectations. It's a cornerstone of the Wiki's lore that's been attempted time and time again. So I have no qualms headcanon. This is the definitive answer to the question of Site 19. I think Locke is right. I'll never not think about Site 19 in the way this article presents it ever again. I personally favor this as the choice for 7000. I agree. I mean, once again, I think Harry Blank's article does way, way better. It's much better written. I hate to say this. It's not fair to compare it. It's not. I mean, it's not fair to compare Harry Blank to almost anybody, including myself. It's just two different leagues. But, Harry Blanks does some good things that Plagues doesn't. It doesn't really make that egregious error of just dropping a subjective purple fan fiction div in the middle of it. So it's more impressive because it doesn't have to resort to that. And then the last one I wanted to read was Dr. Scaramucci. It just feels rushed. This may have been better aimed as a 001. It feels rushed. It just never feels connected or finished. They're not built out. On its own, the idea of Site 19 running concurrently with the rest of Foundation, i.e. the Foundation and Law Foundation, are 100% real. is pretty awesome. Yeah, so once again, that's the achievement of this article. It does go back and incorporate and help play with the idea of the old LOL Foundation. But once again, the old LOL Foundation, Neo-LOL Foundation is not just the old LOL Foundation in the current year. That's not what Neo-LOL Foundation is. That is what Plague PJP thinks Neo-LOL Foundation means. That is not what it means. It can be for what you want, but you know, you're really hand waving and glossing over really the point of what we're trying to say when you do that. So that's your decision. Okay, so that was Site 19. We spent about an hour on that, and I'm glad that we did. I think this article deserves the attention. This is a real achievement of an article. I really enjoyed reading through it. Very few moments where I thought it faltered. Had some big problems in it, but I think ultimately this is. I think it's just a really great article. I'm really happy that it's in the contest, that Plague wrote it the way that he did, and I'm excited to see where it will place. Let me take a little break here. Son of a gun. All right, so we're moving on to Out of Luck. No, we're not. Sorry, this is way wrong. Where are we? Site 19. Heptophobia. This is number 2 right now. I don't think it's going to catch up with Harry Blank. They're about 70 upvotes apart. So even with all the time that's left on the clock until the voting ends, I just don't think there's enough time left for this article to pass Harry Blank's entry. Because, I mean, if you are trying to tell me that this article is going to get plus 70, you know, relatively speaking, plus 70, while Harry Blank's gets 0, and then it's going to outpace Harry Blank's and keep that, I don't think it's going to happen. That's not possible to me. I think basically the order that these articles are in now is the order that they're going to finish in. I think Site 19 might jump into the 4th place. Maybe. But that's basically it. We're basically here. There's going to be a little bit of play at the bottom with 13. I think Initiative might jump up into the 13th spot at some point, but this is basically it. So this one's probably going to come in second. So, yeah, so SCP-7000, heptophobia. So the medical person in me got really confused. Because I had to look at this twice because I had to look at that very closely. It says hepta, not hepato. Thank goodness. Because otherwise this article would be about the fear of the liver, the organ, which its prefix is hepatophobia, fear of the liver. So kind of a strange premise. I'm glad it's different. Hepta means 7, of course. So fear of the number 7. We get a really nice CSS. I don't know if I've seen this before. I really like it. It's the Reza CSS. It's very classy, very simple. It has a sort of terminal feel, but it doesn't stray too far from Sigma 9 kind of vibes. So I think it's very elegant, or I guess black highlighter vibes. So I think it's very elegant. I love the colors of this. I also want to shout out, like I promised that I would, that the author uses this correctly. The author puts the number first and then spells it out in parentheses. Do you remember when I said I was going to mention this again? Well, here it is. And this author does it correctly. So if this author can do it correctly, you can do it correctly too. Just want to mention that. Yeah, this is a really arresting image. I love it. Look at this. I mean, you know, it's a simple image, but I mean, I love the decision to expand this. That's such a good idea. And when it's not expanded, it really just beckons, you know, it really just invites the reader to kind of do that so you can see it better. But really, really cool. Really like that image. Very simple, very, very effective. Hard to do that. The containment procedures are very interesting, I think. I find it funny that the top 2 articles in this contest both mention random number generators and how they're not truly random. But that's basically what the anomaly here is, which I think is also very interesting. We get a neat discovery premise here, some special relativity methods going on of measuring and discovering. Very smart. We get some interesting treatment with these redactions, these name redactions. Really ramps up the curiosity a ton, and really, really is an excellent point of reinsertion that the end of the article sort of loops back into. Really cool. Yeah, I mean, these senior researchers are expunged, doctors expunged, junior researchers are expunged. Everybody's expunged, and so it just immediately, because you get the feeling that this article knows what it's doing. It's not like just an amateur article that's just randomly expunging things. So that immediately works very, very well. And then we see kind of a nice escalations and pacing here. The O5 Council expungement, as we get into these this addendum 2, which is these abridged logs of the instances, we get some more redactions, and then we get to this like total entry expunged by the order of the O5 Council. That expungement is so incredibly effective at this moment. I mean, once you because you start to kind of realize that this is all about corruption at the highest levels of the Foundation hierarchy and staff. And administration. And so once you see at this point, something that typically you wouldn't really think about twice, but once you see the O5 expunging total entries from this thing, you're like, oh, come on, what the fuck, man? Like, fuck you guys. Kind of makes you want to shake your fist at the screen. I thought footnote 4 was really fucking cool. How do you do this? Where the footnote actually says footnote. I don't know, because all the other ones have like 3, like the usual thing, the number. This one actually says footnote. I have no idea how that happens. How do you do that? That's really weird. That's really cool. I like that quite a lot. I think Kaplan, by the way, right here, becomes the next O5. Don't you? Kind of filled in a missing spot that resulted from the expunged entry, perhaps, up here. I don't know. But I do know that the kind of corruption that we see at these sorts of levels of institutional hierarchy typically sees people failing upwards in the real world, so it's probably something like that going on here too. I think this article has one of the best lines of the entire contest. On June 15th, 2021, the Ethics Committee took possession of the Chaos Insurgency agent. I just love that line. It's kind of fucked up in its own little weird way. So I think this is by Yossi Posse. Don't really have a relationship with Yossi Posse. I'm pretty sure they know that I exist and they don't like me. Whatever. The last article that I read of Yossi Posse's was Sacrosanct, I think in the 5000 contest, and honestly, we don't have time for me to go into why I don't like that article, but I didn't think that one was very good at all. This one, however, is really, really impressive. Excellent genre writing here. I love the modified version of the testing logs in these addenda that sort of show us more and more about the anomaly and send it into logical conclusion territory. The pacing does kind of carry just a bit from the length. I think some of these need to be cut. It feels way longer than the first scroll through would suggest, which is not always a good sign. I thought it was weird to see things like inserts of people like V. Sherm and I think Radiger and like Dr. Sumerian and Calibold. I felt like this must be an inside joke, but the self-inserts kept cameoing, so I quickly realized that this was maybe the author's way to sort of endear themselves to these people in the audience. I don't know, it kind of came off as immersion breaking and maybe a little cheap, and it's just really weird that the author is just messing so unabashedly with these people's characters in these ways of like severe corruption. I think it's just kind of, I don't know, it's just kind of a stank to the article, honestly. I wish that wasn't there. I don't understand why you have to use like actual author self-inserts. I don't really understand. That's really not a good idea, I think. But anyway, all that aside, this article is a tour of the very damning horrors of intra-foundation corruption and crime. The article's rhythm is sort of adrenaline-inducing and has tones of kind of a murder mystery and sort of crypto-detective work. It plays on the site-wide anxiety of leaked chat logs. Very deeply set into the psychological trauma of this article. And really kind of reveals these past secrets that these people would want to keep under wraps. So this is a good example of that in the text here. So we have translated text. Senior researcher Jackson Bell sexually assaulted a female researcher during the Site 18 Christmas party. Follow-up action. The ethics committee determined that the events described had in fact occurred publicly, but due to the senior researcher's position, no one had reported the incident to an authority. I mean, that is most definitely traceable to community events and drama in the recent history of the SCP Wiki. So it's kind of interesting to see it skillfully immortalized here. Ultimately, this is a very well-told story through an incredibly smart character and narrative threads that everyone has wanted to see done for a very, very long time, I think. It reverberates with the readership in that the wiki itself is in need, I think, of some of these sorts of overhauls. There are not so subtle peers through the fourth wall that the author gives to their audience. For example, right here, but a whistleblowing service wouldn't be necessary to begin with if the ethics committee was actually fighting corruption, right, with the last portion of it italicized. I mean, how much more direct can you get? That's pretty obvious, right? Once again, just escaping a little bit to the obvious meta commentary. You know, something like the SCP staff wouldn't have to be so paranoid about leaks if they didn't say anything that was worth leaking, right? And that's actually how we operate in the Society for Containment Fiction Discord, and how I always operate. I don't ever say anything that I would be ashamed of someone else learning, period. If you don't have that kind of self-awareness and discipline, you don't really need to be in a position of leadership, period. So this is an excellent call out right here. You know, it obviously escapes the purposes of the immediate article, but, you know, kudos for the author because they're very clearly going out on a bold limb that, you know, had the potential to backfire. So it even ends on this line. If it still isn't obvious to you, and I think it's time we excise the bad apples from our rotten bunch. Reach out to me when you're ready. We have much to discuss in the coming days. So, yeah. I think it's also a very powerful, subtle use of the theme of luck going on here. Obviously, we have a random number generator. You know, that kind of ties that in nicely as well. So I was pretty floored by this article. It's not perfect, obviously. There's a lot of criticism in the comment section, particularly about this ending note right here, and how it really sort of maybe goes a little too far in recontextualizing the entire read, sort of forcing the plot down the throat of the action that we've previously seen. I think I can explain why this ending fell so flat for some people, and I think it's because the author was very interested in forcing this article to be meta commentary about in real life events in the wiki space. So that's why I think this note exists at the end. It's in the author's perspective, it had to happen, no matter what sort of flaws it meant for the article itself and what came before. It's where the author can drop the veil of a fourth wall and disaffect their authorship into nearly direct speech to the people that the author wants to send this message to. So I think the author wants this to be an allegory, and the article doesn't really get there without this last internal memo note at the end. So I kind of share a little bit in people's distaste for this ending, in that we're kind of given a little bit of a fake out, sort of like, oh, hey, you know, after all that, SCP-700 doesn't exist. You know, it's kind of on the level of compositional laziness and disrespect as when these TV shows break everything in their immediate environment, only to have the main character sort of pop out of a dream at the end and be like, oh, it was just a dream. Like you kind of unexpectedly feel slapped around and disrespected by that. But I think ultimately everything snaps together on this article very satisfyingly, very haptically. So let's go to the discussions here. Not a lot of discussion, honestly, for the rating. I thought that we'd probably have a little more discussion about it, but that's not true. Ross Boss Arts, I thought, had a great comment. I love this. An intriguing premise that unwinds into an amazing thriller narrative that is capped off with a jaw-dropping reveal. A brilliant glimpse into the seedier side of the Foundation, but also the good people still fighting the good fight. An instant +1. Modulum shows up. Modulum has great crit. Love reading Modulum's crit. Here's Art again. Mr. I'm not satisfied with anything. He's worse than I am. Unfortunately, I'm not a fan of the ending. It's not a satisfying twist and makes what should be a satisfying payoff for the escalation narrative fall flat. A story about uncovering corruption in the Foundation's ranks. The twist feels thematically hollow As a thriller narrative, the conflict between the Overseer's ethics and Reza doesn't feel satisfactorily developed or distinguished enough from the numerous other articles about power struggles between these factions. So, and then this one too, Bar Sir Skip Reader, who wrote the Oil of Every Pearl's Insides article that we read last week, has some really, really, really good crit. They do this kind of Lord thing, splitting things up into things like setting, characters, ending, just wanted to shout this out. This obviously is too much for us to go through right now, but I really would encourage you to read anything you see by this person, Basser Skip Reader, on these comment sections. Really, really good stuff. All right, moving right along, we have The Unwell by Dr. Balthazar. Dr. Balthazar has been an active participant in KCONs for quite a while here. All right, so we got really an imposing image here. Check that out. But what's even more imposing is the conproc section. Look at this, the guy. And then we even have like archived containment procedures right here as well. I mean, look at this. There's archive description. This is just like an avalanche of block prose. Very imposing. But there is some nice clinical tone here. There's a really weird moment in the conprocs that's sort of like, I guess the best way I can describe it is basically like origami, where it's kind of folding on itself to create an interesting pattern. The conprocs state what the conprocs should be saying. Foundation documentation regarding the site is to describe it in broad terms, specifying that it contains a cognitohazardous object as well as a general summary of the above communication restrictions. It's also required to broadly describe the above situation regarding anti-air systems and snipers. There's an interesting little moment there where the conprocs are dictating itself to the conprocs, not something that you see every day. The conprocs are very detailed, so as to they're actually too detailed because they basically serve as the description section. I think the last section of the conprocs for sure probably could have been, I guess maybe removed. I think the last paragraph here is pretty cool. But a lot of this could be maybe moved to the description. It's basically description work. We kind of get the idea that this is going to be kind of a ritual focused, and we kind of get Holder vibes from this too. The anomaly is this groundwater well that exists. It possesses various anomalous qualities, the most immediate of which being cognitohazardous afflictions of one's perception of the well. Basically, somebody who looks at this well believes that there's something in there that's trying to get out, and that it's a very bad thing, and that they have to perform these rituals in order to keep it from coming out. So we get a lot of The Ring vibes, very strong The Ring with this well and something coming out of it that's bad. And sort of this ritual to prevent it from doing that. Like in The Ring, it was showing someone else the videotape. I think the last paragraph of, gosh, there's so many words in this thing. This was not easy to read through. Okay, in fact, I didn't finish this article for that reason. There are a lot of really poorly phrased sentences in here that make you kind of go back and have to read it again to parse out what it's saying, and it just doubles the length of this already long article. It's very, very difficult to get through this thing. There's a lot of repeated information here, not only in the archived sections, which we already saw, collapsed and uncollapsed, but things like footnotes, basically just repeat information. So footnote 4 basically repeats something that we've already been told. There's a lot of moments of repeated words in here, just one after the other. It lends to this sort of like deja vu, sort of vertiginous feeling. It feels like it's going in circles. Just an example. Possessing a unique structural composition which does not match building materials or compositional techniques historically common to its immediate region. We have composition repeated there twice. Cognitohazard is used all the time. I mean, just look how many times cognitohazard is used. I mean, it's kind of up here, but look down here. I mean, it gets repeated all the time, and it's the same information. It's not like these are different uses of the word. Descriptions universally described. That's a really bad phrase. This understanding also comes with an understanding. Not good. Hallucinations are described as visions, often in the religious sense, and are painful to the subject's eyes and teeth. Rituals are often painful. So we just said that it's painful twice. Hallucinations are described as visions. They're painful. Rituals are often painful. I mean, I hope you're kind of getting what I'm trying to say here. There's more. It's all over this article. Weather patterns in a 17-kilometer radius of Site 93 remain overcast, despite anticipated regional weather patterns. There's patterns again. Patterns. Occur in the vicinity of SCP for more than a week or more, the above effects will become far more pronounced and severe. Which is, once again, information that we've already been given at least once prior to that point. Yeah, here it is right here. In the vicinity of SCP for more than a week or more, the above effects will become far more pronounced and severe. The area of effect will expand outward, and other more severe effects may occur. You just said that. You just said that in the previous sentence. I don't understand why we have to repeat everything twice. I mean, it makes me mad, as you can tell. I mean, it's like the whole read is like this. I mean, it's almost like each section begins seemingly insistent on reminding the reader of the lots of stuff that just was explained from the previous sections. I mean, if we go to the ritual logs, due to the severity of SCP's reality warping influence, the performance of rituals is imperative to not only minimizing these effects, but in also preventing the entry of the -A into our world. That's been said like 3 times already. So it's like reading a bad audio echo, you know? It's like, I get it. Like, it's really muddying the read. I can't focus on what's being said because it's going to be repeated again. There's also kind of like needless phrasal extensions of description, like the last in the description's first paragraph. Cognitohazardous anomalies can become ingrained in an individual who has merely learned about the whale's appearance in a complete enough description. It does not rely on visual or tactile contact. Maybe, I don't know what I was talking about there. Sorry, that's a bad note. Anyway, the author has this really bad habit of repeating things, making things twice as energy demanding just to read through. The pacing of this, I think, is absolutely crippled. I can't tell you how many times I read the idea that affected people want to perform a ritual to keep a hostile entity from emerging. It shows up more times than I can count, and really only needs to be there one time. One phrase from this article epitomizes the feelings that I have about it pretty well, as stated above. And that's really the article in a nutshell. It just is as stated above over and over again. There's also kind of odd and completely improper use of second person that suddenly shows up in this article. Those who have studied SCP for an extended period of time, such as those of us at Site 93. I don't really know what that's doing here. But, you know, on the other hand, there are some really, really great moments here that suddenly pop up, like the description of this hostile force that we've been introduced to. So, for example, this force, hereby designated -A, is described only in an individual's understanding of its apparent intentions and never a physical appearance or assumed nature. Damn. And there's a couple other moments that are really nice and visceral, too. So, on several occasions, SCP flooded with volumes of corrosive fluids and fragmentary, fresh human remains ejected from the mouth of the well. Whoa. I just want to point this out. This is something I see a lot of, unfortunately, on the wiki. Capitalization errors when it comes to the word Earth. So this sentence, for example, this entity has an immense cruelty and capability to enact harm to all life on Earth. You know, anytime you use the word Earth and you're referring to like the totality of our planet or like everybody on it, that's a proper noun and it should be capitalized. Anytime you use Earth that is not a capital letter, that means like dirt. That's a synonym for dirt. Like I dug up the Earth, right? If you're referring to it in the way the author is here, this should be capitalized. I can't believe that I see that all the time in the wiki. It's like people don't know that. There's some grammar errors here too. The fluid has shown to be able to sustain biological function in damaged human tissue when removed. Yada, 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 yada. The fluid has shown to be able to sustain biological function in damaged human tissue when removed from SCP and diluted. It should be from, but it's form, so we just have little errors here. So, I mean, okay, so I didn't finish this article. The length got me to cry uncle after seeing how many mistakes the article was riddled with and how insistent the author was with repeating information. That's not even with the collapsibles extended. I'd wager the article could be about 40% shorter just by removing the repeated information alone. It seems like an otherwise gripping article that had a lot of promise, and I was sad to leave it prematurely because I know there's an excellent article buried underneath here, but I just couldn't keep the sentences over and over again. I'd encourage the author to proofread a bit more or listen to the article via a text-to-speech program. I think you'd catch those things. From what I did read, the good things about it, the article has a fantastically dark and almost moldy feel to it, which conveys a certain vivid horror. You can almost smell the dankness of this article. The author sets the individual deeply into the set pieces and the climate of the work. There's some really great subtle creepy effects, such as the body modifications that those living in the affected radius have. Also, their hallucinations, I think, are pretty eerie. So it seems like a good article, but the shortcomings were just too clear and just strained my interest a bit too much. So unfortunately, I didn't finish it. But, people say good things about it. There's a lot of problems with this article, unfortunately. How long have we been doing this? 4 hours and 20 minutes. All right, let's keep going. Okay, so this one is called Eel Days by an Actual Crow. And Fern did this one for us too. I've got some things to say about it, but Fern sent us a nice little paragraph, so let's read this one. I really enjoy this. Thank you, Fern. Fern says, "Woo, okay, that was such a pleasant read. I actually smiled. Probably one of the best Lifted Veil articles I've ever read. DeSanti is a very relatable character to me. Holy shit, he probably shouldn't be, and I should probably get therapy, but I digress. Overall, I enjoyed this article. Light on the humor, more focused on the character development, and shedding some well-appreciated light on how the Foundation could possibly handle public relations. Sadly, not sure how it relates to luck. Other than DeSanti being damn unlucky, his mutation was just an eel arm. Oh, wait, I see it now. Well played. Eel hand. Oh, sorry, I messed that up. Sorry, eel hand. Well said. Well said. I love the points you made about this being a lifted veil article. It really is one of the better ones. It meets that sort of in a very realistic fashion, something that really not a lot of people do well. We got nice, clean, simple visuals here. I love the image rotator. That's pretty cool to see. It's an engaging article, like Fern said, with great images that draws the reader in. The containment procedures are brief and informative and equally curious and puzzling. The anomaly, while being a pretty stale reading of the contest theme, I think does some clever maneuvers. It takes the concept of anomalous probability and sort of plugs it back into the anomalous, where people kind of spontaneously become anomalous, and things that share similar genetic DNA with humans. So really, this is, as Fern said, a character piece. It's a very colorful character, DeSanti, who has an eel for an arm. That's his anomaly, and it's not really a hostile eel, which is nice. It tackles questions of the Foundation personnel's place socially in a post-Veil world. The cast of this article is vivid, with excellent stage presence and memorable features. The whole thing feels like it's a mix of some late-night Adult Swim cartoon with the wholesomeness and narrative bow wrapping paper of a Nickelodeon show. We're talking like Hey Arnold or Doug kind of stuff in the best ways. A focused episodic eye on the part of the author for dipping into drama while returning things to basically the same way that they were before. The article has a very charming and sort of PG-rated unfolding of circumstances that the author neatly folds back up by the end. I remember listening to this, so there was a couple of typos that I found that I remember hearing. I can't point them out to you. There's at least one. It's not terribly long of an article either. It's kind of tickling and it's effortless world building and endears you to the central characters of this very easily. It's filled with wit and humor and never overstays its welcome. It feels like sort of an instant crush or like an instant classic article. I really thought this article was special. If there's anything bad to say about this article, it's that it plays everything a little too safe. It even goes so far as to characterize the protagonist as, incredibly resistant to praise due to a deep-seated clinical depression, which I feel is in ways kind of a cheat code on the SCP Wiki to get people to identify with your character. There's kind of a inoffensiveness to this article that comes off as almost airbrushed, like it has some kind of defeating agreeableness. Most like the impossible beauty or handsomeness of daytime TV talk show hosts, with these just like impeccable smiles that are too perfect to like. Does that make sense? But that's just me reaching. I'm just trying to find something wrong with this article, honestly. I mean, it's exceptionally well thought out, well designed, well executed. Has great little details all over it. There's tons of little moments of literary joy in this read. There's no boring moments of this article. The pacing is a dance. It doesn't miss a beat. It's 100% charisma, this article. Very lavish, very inventive. Excellent, excellent job by the author. Would easily be the best character piece of the contest if it weren't for The Loser by Harry Blank. But An Actual Crow is just a very talented artist. I think I only knew them from one article. I think they did a collab in the 4K with Uncle Nicolini that I remember being very good. So this is nice to see this author enter the contest, and I'm just blown away by how good this author is. So, I mean, I could go into the comments. There's really no point. There's just a lot of praise. This article really, truly is well loved. I think it'll have a very, very healthy, very, very healthy life on the wiki. It'll get a lot of appreciation after the contest is over, more than it gets now. With a name like Eel Days, you know what I mean? Like, you're either going to knock that one out of the park or it's going to be really bad. So, thank goodness it ended up being excellent. Great name. I think the ending is, once again, the ending is a little corny. It kind of comes off as, like I said, a Doug or Hey Arnold kind of ending. But, I mean, it's just completely charming. The whole thing is just... I want to read it again. That's really rare. I really rarely want to read an SCP article again. I really want to read this one again. That's all I can say, but hopefully that says a lot. I don't feel that way very often. All right. The next one is called Alone by Agisudu, who is another author I was happy to see. Don't have a lot to say about Agisudu. I know it's a relatively recent author. We've been keeping a close eye on this author over the last months. And this author has some really, really good work. So I was very happy to see this entry. This is a really creative presentation where the entirety of the informal portions of the document are voice acted and presented in audio. So let's listen to just maybe 10 seconds of this.
That's it? We're the anomaly?
After all we've cataloged, and especially after every anomaly we've created ourselves, it's only appropriate.
I wonder if Fern and... sorry, not Fern. I wonder if the Sherm and Billith read this whole thing, even though the audio was right there for them. I haven't watched that part yet, but I hope they just played it. That would have been nice. So anyway, as you can tell, the whole thing is voice acted. So, I mean, everything is still here. Like, this is the script. And two people have voice acted this whole thing, and it's about a 33-minute listen. So Yeah, it's about the human race expanding their sphere of understanding, via faster than light travel to other portions of the galaxy. In doing so, they sort of realize that humans are anomalous. It's sort of like an anti-Fermi's paradox sort of affirmation. That's basically it. There's not much of a wind-up here, as you can see, just basically not much. The article, I think, is competently written. The containment procedures, I think, set up a good stage, although the idea of humanity as an anomaly is unfortunately trite, I think. 1 second, sorry. Babies. So yeah, the human as anomaly thing obviously is really trite, right? I mean, we see that all the time. It's a pretty outstanding trope to kind of pivot your article onto, but that's not to say it can't be done well. So anyway, listening to the audio, I think the audio production, which I think I should comment on since it's such a big part of this article, the audio production is a real central piece of this article. The voice acting is mostly serviceable. It does really, really falter by the end of it, I think. There really is an immediate issue of the overseer member kind of being of advanced age, like the male voice here is supposed to be an older person. And that kind of clashes and collides awkwardly with the very clear fact that the voice actor is a young person. But, we sort of have to live with those things, don't we? But like I said, the voice acting starts to crack and break at about the 20-minute mark, where the voice actor attempts to have a lot of emotion and sort of attempts crying, like fake crying, just not very well delivered. It's kind of bad voice acting, to be honest with you. The production of the audio file itself is also kind of meh. The author and whoever was putting this together, I think, could have added the slightest bit of ambiance by way of natural reverb in a very small room. I think it would have given the sound a more living quality. As it stands now, it seems very artificial and comes off as unconvincing, unfortunately. Additionally, there are very apparent creases in the audio production, that is to say, moments where the audio was very clearly spliced with passages and retroactively inserted lines into certain portions. So these jumps are a common but difficult thing to iron out to the point of not being noticed in audio production. So I'd have to give the overall audio production of this one probably a C. The microphones are adequate. Everything comes through that should, but there are just some noticeable flaws there. So in order to keep up with all these entries, I actually listened to some of these via text-to-speech application on my drive to and from work. So for me, this was a really nice feature to have. Basically, the authors, I'm not sure who's doing the voice acting here actually, but it was a really nice thing just for me, just personally. But besides that, I think ultimately the audio is a weakness of the article. The logic has to be twisted and contorted very uncomfortably in order to justify the presence of this recording. So at the beginning, for example, is a RACA kind of archival statement up here that says that the document is preserved even though it's outdated, and it's kept because of the contained audio that's in here. I'm not really sure why this is the case, since we have a transcript of the audio just below it. So it's just not very clear. The document doesn't really make it clear why it is that this needs to be preserved. It's sort of a very kind of shallow, mild way of the article nodding to the fact that there's not really a good reason to have this audio in here like this, but they want it in there anyway, and so that's kind of why the article says that, I think. It comes off as a pretty barging effort to feature some of this audio media here. The article itself is essentially a sci-fi short story. Once again, only the first maybe 1/20th of the article is actually anything containment fiction like. The rest is basically just, I hate to say it this way, but it's basically a tale. And that tale is basically a sci-fi short story that is itself a decorated script of the sort of Science Channel show about exoplanets. The sights are creative and at times mesmerizing, but the pacing of this really falters. The framing device is, once again, one of an old man sort of ranting and rambling to a younger researcher. And we kind of get that vibe, honestly, through the read itself. It kind of comes through unintentionally. You know, I hate to say this because I know it took a lot of hard work and time to do the audio, but I don't think the audio helps the article ultimately at all. I think it would have been better to have, you know, read the article in the voice of the reader, as we typically do, as opposed to supplementing this with voice acting. The emotions, I think, would have come through a lot more genuinely, uncluttered by the questionable voice acting that happens particularly at the later minutes of this recording. There's a lot of great ways to incorporate audio into the containment fiction format, but I think that this is a pretty ineffective and unexamined method. I don't think it utilizes the genre very well. I also don't think the article uses luck very well at all, too. So it is very well written, okay? So once again, the author is very talented. Got a lot of technical capability here, but it really, the whole thing reads like a cast of cliches, intellectual platitudes. We get like Carl Sagan, like monologues about waxing poetic about, you know, sample size of planets, attempted extraterrestrial conversation, etc. physics. And we end on this very strange note of, well, couldn't there still be life out there? And then the protagonist basically goes, nope, we're depressingly alone. And it seems to be the conclusion just because the protagonist says so. It kind of ends a little flatly. Not a good landing for the article there. It's very clear that the author is incredibly bright, very scientifically minded, which I really appreciated, particularly the part about traveling faster than the speed of light would necessarily render you blind, because the light would, by definition, not be traveling fast enough to hit you. So you wouldn't see anything at all. If you were traveling faster than light, you'd be technically blind. I thought that was a really interesting moment in the article. Very bright. And I think it's definitely worth the read. It's not perfect. Once again, I was very excited to see this author. They really didn't disappoint when it comes to the actual, you know, the meat and potatoes of this article, I think. But it somehow becomes a character study of isolation and existential solitude, somewhat reminiscent of SCP-3001. It also kind of feels like it's in a spiritual friendship with Meet Me in the Stars, if that opportunity never happened. But I think ultimately it was just a 0-day error to include this audio. I don't think it helped the article at all. I think it made it a lot worse. I hate to say that because I know it took a lot of effort, but that's the truth. So it's pretty meh. The next one is Fortune Favors the Bold by Rura Scarlet, and this one's at -5. So I hate to say this, but we have a rule to not cover negative articles. I know that probably seems like it puts too much emphasis on the rating, but don't be fooled. I still read these, and I will offer publication on Confic Magazine to SCP articles that the SCP Wiki doesn't like. That if I still think that they're good, I'll offer them publication. But this one, in addition to being -5, I think the people who leave comments on this kind of have it covered. We have crit from Agisuru, the author we just saw. Flops, Floppy Phoenix shows up here, does a really good. By the way, I haven't given Flops enough credit. Flops does excellent crit. So happy to see Flops show up in a comment section. Just excellent stuff. Lord shows up here too at some point. Here's Agisuru's. Here's Lord. They basically got this covered. So I would recommend, if you are interested in this article, what's it about, what does it get right, what does it get wrong, check out what these people have to say. They cover this very well. So for the purposes of this show, we'll lean heavily on their very good work here. I love seeing good crit like this, and I hate it for the article, but we got to move on. All right, the next one, All Roads Lead to Rome. This is by Esoterica. The author's name is Esoterica here, seen up top. The author tells us who they are, so we'll talk about it. I've read maybe 2 articles from Esoterica, one about the house that wasn't there, and the other one that did with Deal with Devil SCP article kind of thing. Both of which I thought was pretty talented and slightly above average quality. So I do know also, I remember that Esoterica likes to use a variety of visual zest when it comes to CSS. So I don't really have any other thoughts about Esoterica. So at that moment, we will get into the article here, which is titled "All Roads Lead to Rome." Visually speaking, I'm not a huge fan of the CSS. I understand this is kind of like a staple ad astra per aspera. It's kind of like its thing. It's been that way for a while. I understand just from a physical, optics standpoint that the colors are complementary with one another, but it just always has come off as odd to me. I just don't think it looks great. I understand how the CSS theme might be liked by people. It seems to have sort of like a cult following of appreciation, but it's just not for me. Not a big deal though. Thankfully, this site is about writing, not about visuals. So I think the image and the caption do an excellent, like way above average job of hooking the reader. So we have this very striking image of a Colosseum, Roman-esque Colosseum. And then the caption says, as discovered by the Curiosity Mars rover. So, I mean, like, this Colosseum structure on Mars, like, I'm in. Really good. And then we are also given a little bit of a curveball with the object class being not applicable in A. So it's rare to see that in this day and age of, like, rampant esoteric classes. So I thought that was interesting to see. The conprogs, this is all very short. The conprogs put us firmly post-veil, and the remainder of containment, of course, is now unnecessary, which I guess explains the object class. I love one-sentence descriptions. I love one-sentence description anomalies. Love them. This is a pretty good one. SCP is a universal probabilistic phenomenon associated with ancient robes. So on the one hand, it's not very far away from the theme. I don't think it gets creativity points for that, but it is interesting to sort of mesh it in with Rome. But once again, I love one-line descriptions for SCP anomalies. To me, it tells me that the author has thought so much about this anomaly, has a very, very firm schematic of what this entry and what this article is going to do. I am going to shill myself. I don't do this a lot, but I think now is the time to do it. If we go to the RPC Authorities 001 slot, there are only 3 of these, but one of them is mine, and mine is called Alpha and Omega. So let's kind of get through this real quick. I try to do a good job of one-sentence anomalies, and so this was my best attempt. So I think this is the best one that I've ever done. This one is RPC 001 is the designation given to the anti-meme whose only available data is its existence. By definition, no further description of RPC 001 is possible. So that's my take on it. I think the rest of the article basically unfolds from that. The rest of the article is literally just that line unpacked, and it takes a while. But so I have a lot of sort of like spiritual compositional kinship with people who do this. We saw this with Lord do this with their corporate apotheosis. That was an excellent sentence. I think that one is a little better than this one as far as one sentence opening punches go. But I still like this one quite a lot, honestly. So what else can we say? I think, like I said, this isn't super aphoristic or deep of a sentence, but it gets the job done. I do think it feels a little lazy and could probably use a little bit more of a segue into this table here. Like, for example, after the table, there's a little paragraph of just like a few sentences or so. I think that would have been better before the paragraph. Before the table. Just for ease of transition and provided road signage, right? The table itself is excellent. I love these sort of monkey at the typewriter odds here, where we produce all of these very clever, very creative, anomalous sort of constructions that all have to do something with Rome, with the history of Rome, or Roman history. My favorite is probably 338 down here, where it says Omicron Ceti, which is a giant red pulsating variable star. Its irregular shifts in brightness are, when viewed across multiple centuries, able to be read as Morse code, translating to Veni Vidi Vici, which of course means I came, I saw, I conquered. So I thought that one was pretty cool. Just a nice idea. There's just nicely, very densely packed great ideas in that table. That table is a real winner, in my opinion. It's a very short article. That's really all there is to it. There's very little bit here. A very tight, very lean, very muscular table. This little bit of description and basically just a personal note at the end. It's really superbly written here at the end with great thoughts, very pointed metaphors. They kind of bleed out into us as readers for the site, reminding us why we love reading the SCP Wiki and containment fiction as a whole together. But yes, this is a very minimalist article in concept and presentation, parsed out of all of its enhancements, decor, or accessorizing, and presented really as a bare bones idea. I think it works. I still feel like it's leaving us feeling a bit hollow. For example, the very last line, philosophically juxtaposed as awkwardly as sort of two junior high students at a school dance. So it says, the universe will always progress towards a state of lower energy. Roads will always lead to Rome. Like, these are obviously two statements from very different places that the author has just decided to kind of forcefully smash together, Frankenstein tissue kind of stuff. And so it just kind of doesn't feel right. And it's just kind of, okay, you're it's like the Spider-Man, pull on the front of the bus. It's like you're trying a little too hard, and you look kind of dumb when you're doing it. I'm kidding with the author. That's more of a comment to Tobey Maguire. But anyway, it's a short and simple read, but I think it's very dazzling. It's got a keen interpretation of the contest theme. So I really think this article is very, very good. I think it's way above average. It's not weightlifting the SCP Wiki, but I think it's a ray of hope. Some good crit here, too. Ralston comes by. I was ready to downvote until the very end when the piece compares the 7000 phenomena to be as fundamental of a law of the universe as entropy, and I like that. I have a very, very big weakness for this, the strangest shit, and SCP played really, really well, and this does that well indeed. I do wish the piece implied that the Earth's Rome is also an effect of the anomaly rather than it being the Rome, TM, because it reads like a low-key Rome praise, and I'm not the biggest fan of that. And then the author comes by and actually says, Earth's Rome is a product of the anomaly. I think that makes the article a little more interesting. Lord, of course, shows up and has great stuff to say, so just one line from Lord, we'll move on. I like the base idea, but my quibble with it is that the repetition of Rome is largely superficial and aesthetic. The stuff that manifests is almost all physical artifacts or records, for example, the Aeneid and the language. We get a hint at the end that the culture repeats as well, but it's just a hint, so we don't really dig into the implications of strange cultural repetitions. Very well said. The article has so much in front of it, you feel like all it has to do is just reach out and, only a little bit more to utilize more of its potential. And it just doesn't do it. It's kind of like looking at a half-eaten plate of food. It's like, just go the whole way or don't go at all. But it is a curious little article, and I'm glad it's here. I certainly was impressed. I think this is the best thing that I've read by Esoterica, so it's a very difficult thing that a lot of people don't understand or overlook, to write something good that's this length, that's this short. It's not easy to do. So excellent job to the author. All right, next one is where sky meets sea. We're almost done here, gang. I can't believe y'all are hanging out with me still. It's about midnight 16 here, and we're about 4 hours and 47 minutes into this thing. So I think we're making pretty good time. I think we'll finish kind of like we did last time here. Okay, so this is called Where Sky Meets Sea, and it is written by Eleni Fish Truck, and I think it's also written by Dodo Devil. That's not listed here, but that is listed elsewhere. So this is an archaeological exploration article with heavy character study and feelings of invasion and aggression. If I could sort of poetically put this article into an image, it would be dried blood on clay dirt. There's kind of this dried blood tinged feeling throughout this entire article that just it's kind of unsettling. The whole thing is just very unsettling. The anomaly is a kind of ruin whose interior shifts in non-Euclidean and also sort of idiosyncratically psychological ways for whoever is entering into it. It kind of seems to persecute people who decide to go in. So once again, the image here is very gripping, just excellent image work, beautifully simple caption there, like that quite a lot. Love it when that works so well. Easy containment procedures. The description does what it needs to do well, and then it gets out of the way for the addendum. There's a lot of great image use in here. Really sets the tone. It's very juxtaposed. I mean, obviously, this color photo here, and then we get some sort of sterile monotone grays of highly polished marble flooring and just very ornate interiors. The writing is high quality, good characterization from the get-go, very agreeable dialogue. I think the clinical tone and the descriptive power are highlights here. The author paints very impinging scenes of structures in the interior of this ruin, knowing exactly what details to highlight in order to create an immersive atmosphere. There's also very rich subtext guiding the pacing. It was enjoyable seeing this anomaly play the mind games in sort of like a cat and mouse kind of fashion with the pseudo-tagonist here. Lots of good replay value for the article upon a second read. This is almost kind of a forked rhythm in this article where the story set by the scenery and the subtext is always a few steps ahead of what is later spoken explicitly, which is just a beautiful little doubling there that I think creates in sort of pacing and impetus a continual feeling of fulfillment and expectation and satisfaction in the read, which I certainly noticed, and it's just a very impressive, mesmerizing read in so many ways for me. There's one moment that I wanted to just kind of be a loser about. There's this line here that says, I'm going to handle one of the objects. There's basically like, what happens is this individual comes across some things along the wall. There's like a pitchfork, there's a spade, there's some old farm equipment, and it's got a lot of rust on it because it's made of, wood and metal. And there's this one point where it says, I'm going to handle one of the objects. Any objections? And the command says, none from us, but be careful. And the character says, not too worried about tetanus, John. This is me being, just tune out for about a minute, okay? This is not important at all. As a medical professional, misplaced medical information kind of sticks out to me. So just to the boredom of everybody listening, I'm going to correct this small little nitpick medically in this article here. So because it's something that I see all the time. I don't understand why people don't get this. So the person is looking at a rusted pitchfork on the wall. The explorer makes a little quib about getting tetanus, which is a disease that can tighten up your joints and muscles in a very painful fashion, typically the jaw. Everybody knows about it because you get a tetanus vaccine and a tetanus booster, particularly when you're younger. And everybody always tells you that you have to watch out for getting tetanus because if you step on a rusty nail, you're going to you might get tetanus, right? And so, that's really something that has been carried through people's slight equivocation in a misinformative fashion, just generationally. Rust itself doesn't really have anything to do with tetany whatsoever. You will not get tetany from rust. There's nothing inherent in rust that gives you tetanus. Tetanus is caused by a bacteria of the same name that is found in the soil, in the earth. So it's not the rust, but it's this like organism-rich soil that rusted things are typically found in that is the vector for getting tetany. It's the nature of the wound that the nail creates itself that is dangerous. The rusty nail itself is not what causes... Rusty things don't cause tetanus. Just thought I'd clear that up. Certainly not once and for all, though. Of course, this does not penetrate as an actual criticism of the article or of the author, just of this Howard character here who clearly doesn't understand that. Anyway, moving on from that, this is an enjoyably academic article that does creative justice to the shifting psycho-architectural setting, so often abused by less artisan hands, like such as those from Hollywood. You know, Hollywood often kind of comes up with these like spooky buildings and stuff, and buildings that play tricks on people's minds and things like that. And it's really refreshing to see people do this well on the wiki. They do it well on the wiki. They do it better on the wiki here than people do in Hollywood. That's not saying much. That's not a huge compliment, I know. Shocker. But it's just nice to see how well it can be done, because Hollywood typically never does that. I think at times, though, because this is such a psychologically focused thriller, at times, at the worst moments of this article, which are rare, but at its worst moments, it feels like those overwrought scenes from something too pressured into a boil, like the climax scenes from Shutter Island or something. But at best, the moments of this are something out of Hitchcock. The sequence of this article has a very dreamlike presentation with fractal metaphors repeating. There are some bads with that too. It can at times be filled with significance, but the sort that someone else recounts their dream to you with, like a profundity that you can't really participate in because it's so personalized. And there are moments like that because this is so focused on this one person's psychological minutiae in their history. There's a couple of typos. This was really a well-polished article, but I always want to point these out when I see them. Dr. Howard places hand on the shoulder of the statue. That obviously should be Dr. Howard places one hand on the shoulder of the statue. And there's one more. Providing a closer view of the woman who looks toward the fall wall of the theater. I think that's supposed to be the far wall of the theater, but it says fall wall. But anyway, this is a really, really, really good article. The ending, I think, is probably one of the most vivid images of the whole contest. It's a really poignant metaphor for existential inevitability and death. That missing point, kind of that we all feel, to make sort of the meeting of facing your past and inevitable. It's a powerful and poetic entry, beautifully crafted, very emotionally intelligent article. I'm not too sure, just on a read and on a thought, how the luck theme fits into this, but it does certainly have a gorgeous title where the sea and sky meet, and I love the moment in the story that they weave that title into the scenery, into the imagery near the end. This is, if we were doing the tier maker for this show, which I'll release a tier maker of all the 7,000 articles at some point, categorized into the best or the worst categories, but this one would be the best. This would be raising the bar of the wiki, no doubt about it. Some really good comments here that I can point you to. Gremlin Group says some good things. Was filled with beautiful prose, some really stunning imagery. You had a tight grasp on the pacing, letting the main character breathe when he needs to. Who else? They Call Me Tim has a really, really great comment here. Check it out. Of course, Lord has some good things to say. Eager and enthusiastic +1. It's extraordinarily clever to tie the ideas of history being a story we tell ourselves with the personal story of a sinner, and the surreal, disquieting imagery builds and builds until the grim revelation. The story itself is a sinner confessing their guilt through exploration. That's basically a great way to put this article. An Actual Crow shows up, says some great things. Let's see. That's basically it. Oh, yeah. Civisti? Sorry. Also has this sort of like crit rubric that works pretty well. They have a great little line that they stuck out here. It's a web that has no beginning or end and continues on and loops back on itself, strung between these idle things. Actually, by the way, I think that strung between these idle things would be a great name for this article as well, but where sky meets sea probably is a little better. Anyway, really good stuff. Really, really, really good article. Really good article. All right. As luck would have it. As luck would have it. And I'm back. Nice to see you're still going. Yeah, nice to see you too. Nice to see you. What you been up to? Oh. This is exhausting. All right. We are almost done here, I promise. So, As Luck Would Have It, by Dr. Asteria and Wiser Than You. This is clearly an admonition clone. It's basically not even modified much from an admonition clone visuals. That is to say, it looks good, but I can't give you too much credit for that. Come on. I'm just going to cut to the chase with this one. This article is almost a failing grade at the outset of the description. Not only is it basically just probability, that is to say the less invigorating interpretation of luck, played entirely straight, but it kneecaps itself by stating explicitly that it isn't anomalous. So SCP is a non-anomalous abstract concept used to explain the likelihood of any given event. So I mean, are we going there now? Is this what we're doing now? This is all right. You can basically make an SCP article about something that's completely non-anomalous. As I said, nice aesthetics, absolutely just a rip of admonition, but it looks good. The ACS, I think, looks very good. It's color complementary, but it is a garbled mess of non-information. I have no idea what Florgallana means. I have no idea what eparch means. And I hate to say this, but if I don't know, I'm not the most informed person on this stuff, but if I don't know what it is, I'm more into the SCP Wiki than you are, period. I like containment fiction more than you. I've read what these things mean to try to understand them, but you basically have to put these things on flashcards in order to set the memory of what these things actually mean in your head, to where you can recall them in a way that that something like this, a containment class, a secondary class, is supposed to automatically convey to you as information succinctly. So unfortunately, this is just an absolute misuse of what the, containment class idea is supposed to do. It only serves to obfuscate and confuse. I would hazard a guess and say that 98% of the people who are reading this have no idea anything that this ACS is trying to communicate. But it looks good, so I guess that's the main thing, I guess. We have an interesting raisin note here that the document is in the midst of deletion. Kind of leans on the IRL SCP Wiki mechanics there. Haha. The pacing of this article is absolutely abysmal. We are given, like I said, a very drab anomaly with very little impetus, and yet we are immediately thrust into a quote-unquote emergency overseer conference with the O5 Council. I mean, so contrast this to something like what we just saw with Site 19, where Site 19 had a very careful escalation, very attentive to the justification. This, however, is completely uncareful. The authors reach so little into conceptual space beyond the spoon-fed theme that they have to designate this thing as non-anomalous, and yet they give it an SCP file, which doesn't make a lot of sense in universe, does it? I mean, I'm sure that the O5 Council have documents that are level 6 classified that contain very sensitive information they would like to keep secretive, and they don't always have to give those things an SCP designation, right? But that consideration here is completely glossed over in the article purely for convenience sake, because the authors want this to be an SCP. They basically want to enter the contest, which sticks out like a sore thumb. It's really, really bad machining. It's really, really bad manufacturing. It just looks clunky. It looks bad. It sticks out. It juts out. It's awkward. I think this article is fundamentally flawed. A 0-day conceptual mistake that is impossible to come back from already. this shallow into the article. The taste of the article is immediately artificial, overly processed, soullessly manufactured. It's not unlike a canned vegetable, really. You know, being allowed to outlive its natural life past its natural limits by making it kind of a disgusting version of itself and a sodium bath. Yeah, so I mean, let's just get into this a little bit. So we're at the 05 transcript. It kind of lumbers along through the expected motions, arriving at the expected conclusion with very little intrigue. The next section that we get to is similarly a process of canning and opening that can. We get other anomalies sort of transferred in their own sodium baths to this article, making this portion less a feature of this article and more a compilation of other articles. There is something in here, you got to give it to the authors who obviously did a lot of work, had to spend a lot of time, I'm sure, finding anomalies, existing ones in the SCP Wiki catalog that fits this need for this article when it comes to luck and the theme. There are clever moments in here. For example, the part where the anomaly demands, this is SCP-738, when asked what would you want in exchange for the safety of all Foundation sites and personnel and the prevention of all scenarios that directly endanger them without altering normalcy or consensus reality. This thing says the price stated to be the human capacity for self-determination, and of course the Foundation correctly deemed that the price is unacceptable. So there's some kind of cool moments in here. But at its worst, the section essentially performs in less original ways the same steps and motions that these articles that it references do. So for example, the pointer anomaly is here, SCP-2719, this one written by Randomini, that everybody knows. You know, the problem here is that the pointer anomaly, it requires such a hefty amount of knowledge to even understand what this article is doing. It's a really questionable thing to include here, because unfortunately the authors have picked probably the one SCP on the whole site to predicate this entire section on that is also probably one of the hardest SCPs to understand conceptually on the site. So for somebody trying, very sort of like considerately to understand this article, the authors have really inconvenienced them almost to a maximum when it comes to the selection of what SCP articles to put into this section here, particularly with this one right here. It's just a bad idea. No respect for the reader to just throw this out there. I mean, it's basically like, hey, if you get it, great. If you don't, fuck you. I think the authors make a wise move. They sort of try to approach luck in the same way that the site has other things like divinity or thaumaturgy, Akiva radiation, Eve radiation. They sort of flirt with the idea of giving luck its own fundamental particle, which can then be measured and manipulated. But thankfully, the authors kind of withdraw from that very quickly and don't give luck that same treatment, which is, I think, a good thing, because, that operation for all these other things, Akiva radiation, Eve radiation, in their own little ways, they kind of kill those things. I mean, if you can scientifically quantify and measure and all this stuff, divinity, it kind of kills divinity. It doesn't really do anything to escalate the idea. It kind of just cheapens it. And just a funny little story, because I'm dying for a tangent here. Just absolutely dying for a tangent. It's a bad idea as an author, yeah. Yeah, I agree. Just a fun little tangent here. One time I was speaking in chat. This is back when I was on SCP. I was not really social at SCP. Ended up being a good thing, I think. But at one point I was speaking in chat with some people, and I think Scantron was chilling. This is before Scantron got banned. Communism will win. And I was speaking with Scantron, and we were talking about the idea of a fundamental particle of the anomalous. And Scantron really did not like that idea. We really shot it down very quickly. At the time I was like, oh, I think that'd be a cool idea. This is me. I was really dumb. I was like, I think it'd be a cool idea to have, a fundamental particle of the anomalous. And Scantron was like, fuck no, that's so stupid. Like, don't do that. That kills the whole thing. And yet that's what's happening. I agree with Scantron now. In fact, that's really what I did. That's one of the things that I approached in a different manner on the RPC-001 that I just showed you earlier in this stream. I was actually subconsciously kind of responding to Scantron's criticism on that RPC-001 in a lot of ways. But yeah, I mean, so the same thing has happened for like divinity and like thaumaturgy, and so I was really worried that the authors would try to do the same thing with luck, because it's just not a good idea. SCP-6747 does that with pataphysics, basically, literally interpreting physics into pataphysics, just not a good idea in my opinion. So I'm glad to see that the authors decided not to go this way. Unfortunately, though, I think they kind of avoid one hazard only to step on another one. They bring up this swan entity thing, which everybody knows. But I think it should be completely removed, honestly. It doesn't make a lot of sense what happens with a neutralization attempt here. We get a real serious pothole in the article delivery with this snarky line about writer's block. Moral of the story, writer's block sucks, please take breaks. It just seems very out of place. Not sure why this is here. I think the article gets a little more interesting at the next addendum, if we can kind of open this thing here, which details the possibility of a pluripotent deity as a replacement for an O5 member. Unfortunately, this addition is because an O5 member, 057, suddenly dies. Let's just read this. After the untimely and unlikely death of 057, the overseers were assembled for yet another emergency meeting. 057 has been terminated. According to her staff, she was forced to postpone her daily fortification ritual by a couple of minutes. And then by pure chance, she suffered a heart attack during that time, right? So we're here trying to figure out who's going to replace 057. And so they're talking about the possibility of a pluripotent deity as the replacement member. Unfortunately, I think this edition, in this particular setup and context, muddies the water to the point of conceptual disorientation. This is the person they're thinking for this role is a goddess who has total control over probabilistic events. So we see the theme trying to work its way to the surface again of this article. But, the deity is actually borrowed from Greek mythology. But that kind of doesn't work. Given that the goddess has total control over all probabilistic events, why the O5 Council doesn't consider that the unlikely event that led to this deity's nomination for the position wasn't also a machination of this very deity, is not very well explained in this article. It isn't even approached, actually, isn't given the time of day. This is really a ground level consideration for what's happening at this point in the narrative. And yet the people who are supposed to be the most in tune to such possibilities with all the information they would need to make these connections, they apparently have a collective session of amnesia, I think because the plot demands it. So, additionally, I don't really understand why or how this proposal wouldn't really simply be folded into the previous addendum of testing and recruiting, all these other new anomalies that we saw to help bend the probability function of the universe itself towards the Foundation's will. It's just very odd, and once again juts out as a contrivance that the authors need to include the sudden and unlikely death of 057 for this meeting to happen. It just seems very, very contrived. The stale decision-making, I think, leads us to a casino where they try to recruit this individual here, where the goddess of luck, get this, the goddess of luck is playing roulette. So 05, who is it? 05 blank decides to come up and try to recruit this goddess of probability, right? And the whole scene kind of plays out like it's straight off the James Bond cutting room floor. It borders on corny setting and cheap characterization by a limp context. Your brain almost automatically casts Sean Connery or Daniel Craig as the 05 member here talking to this lady Luck. So, I mean, just to put this into perspective, if this is a goddess who can manipulate probability of anything in any way, why would she resort to playing in a casino seemingly to collect money? I don't really know. The answer, seemingly disappointingly, might be because the article is supposed to be about luck. We get into the actual scene where this goddess is winning all this money. She wins like $25,000 here. She wins like $50,000 there. She wins like almost $1 million here. Here's $875,000 in chips that she suddenly wins by playing this game. So it's just, there's a lot that breaks the suspension of disbelief here. I mean, there's absolutely zero awareness of the article regarding things like casino security, which is obviously very robust and would have surely intervened at this point. They clearly would be questioning this person winning all this money, getting all these unlikely rolls on the roulette table. They would at least be doing something like questioning if the casino employee is in on this. That's kind of a common thing that they would probably be on the lookout for. In response to this, I guess, now that I'm saying it out loud, I guess you could say a rebuttal would be that she can manipulate the probability of the casino security itself, and that they might not notice something is off about the person's winning percentages and all these giant sums of money. But then at that point, you also have to ask why she's needing to be in a casino in the first place to win money, if she can do it that way. So it all seems kind of very flimsy, very lackluster, very low budget, creatively speaking. It's kind of like the cardboard constructs of the setting and the character and the story and the plot very quickly and flimsily collapse upon even the most rudimentary force applied to it. Just a very unskilled direction, in my opinion, of the scene construction, which bleeds over very poorly into the characterization. There's also a reduction here that doesn't make a lot of sense. It seems to be there just for the sake of its own sake, I guess. So there's a moment in here where the 05 introduces his own name or her own name. I'm not sure the gender of this 05. I guess I'll say they. The 05 says their name out loud to the point where the document has to expunge it. So why, if this is a matter of informational security, why would this 05 person say their real name? Why wouldn't they just say a fake name? It just doesn't really hold up to the faintest of huffs and puffs. There's all kind of stuff in here like that. I mean, for example, the goddess somehow knows that this 05 member is a man of science, even though there really is no indication here that the 05 is a man of science. It kind of seems to plop out of nowhere like mana from the plot. There's another moment where this goddess is very eager to sort of tilt her hand as to who she is, bringing up spontaneously old Greek myths. I just don't understand why all this is here. I don't know. I mean, I could go on. I mean, there's really a point, I think. I'll just skip to this point. There's a point at which the article completely falls apart. Basically, the 05 and the goddess start to kind of like discuss things a little more. So I got to mention this too. I mean, look up here at the beginning of the transcript. Why is the Foundation documentation so interested in what these people are drinking? Why are these details important? 05 is drinking a glass of whiskey neat. POI 777 enjoys a lemon ouzo cocktail. Like, what? Why is this information in here? Who cares? I mean, like, why is this in here? It doesn't make any sense. Anyway, this whole section is filled with like these philosophical like platitudes exchanged between 05 and POI 777. And we finally get to this one line where it just pushes over all the set pieces and all the characterization in this article. So 05 says, a lot of talk from somebody manipulating the odds to get rich. And the goddess says, I hardly believe defrauding a casino is equivalent to the modus operandi of your organization. Besides, a goddess gets bored. So, my question earlier was, why is a goddess of luck chilling in a casino besides just, contrivance? Why is a goddess of luck chilling in a casino, winning all the games by cheating to get money? And so apparently the answer that's supplied by the article is that this goddess gets bored. I The authors don't realize this, but this completely unfurls the article completely, and certainly this person's character. It just cuts the ground from beneath this character immediately. So, for example, if the goddess is bored, why is she going to the one place where she has total control over the game? This isn't a challenge for her, or anything likely to be a solution to her boredom. You know, a better decision would have been, I think, for the authors, in order to keep this article and this character intact, was to have her not winning at the games. And then the 05 would be like, try to figure out what the hell this goddess of luck is doing losing. Why is this happening to this? I know this is a goddess of luck. Why is she losing at the roulette game? And then we could find out that she's not really employing her powers in order to kill her boredom, which incidentally would make the interaction more interesting between these two characters. And more importantly, it would give us proper justification as to why she's in a casino. But as it stands, we've taken the worst compositional directions in a maze of possible good directions, and we've ended up here at a dead end. And, you know, it's clearly not noticed by most readers and by the authors, but that line kills this article. It's done. So, I mean, analysis-wise, I think the article has enough issues to call it at this point. I mean, this is a really long article. It goes on for a much, much longer time than this. And then even goes to another tale offset here that I don't really think helps it. But anyway, there's too many things wrong with this article, I think, by this point in the read, to commit the time or energy to get through the rest. I skimmed the rest casually just to cash in on my spent time a little bit more. But I don't think any of the issues I'm talking about were any better as we went along. I think ultimately this article is way more style than substance. Way more. So if we do go to, just to back myself up just a little bit, where is this comment? By Dr. Scaramucci. I don't want to downvote this, especially since I have a sneaky suspicion that, we'll skip this part, but I don't really feel that the two parts of this story necessarily dovetail. And with that, as they are, I don't see them as an SCP. They're tales, and really well-written tales, but not an SCP article. I seem to be entirely alone in this, given the voting so far. So I'm going to put this on my list of things to come back to and reread. Maybe see if I've missed something. So this is somebody who's letting the uncareful thinking of everyone else kind of work against their own critical thinking, because this person is completely dead on correct, just completely dead on balls accurate, 100% correct. This is ostensibly not an SCP. It's not even containment fiction, because we don't have an anomaly here, right? This is explicitly a non-anomalous thing. It's sad to see that the authors have forced, seemingly with as minimal care as possible, this tale into a designation number and into this contest too. You know, it makes it seem very unexamined. They seem to be more interested in, you know, the clout or hype of joining the contest than showing any basic sort of, you know, appreciation or any sort of like basic honor for what you should probably have working for your idea prior to making it an SCP. Obviously, people don't really feel that way. You know, people don't really care. They don't really care that this is an anomalous. They don't really care that this isn't technically an SCP. And they don't really care technically that this is not well constructed. The writing itself is not terrible, but everything else about it is pretty bad. Rounder actually has a pretty good take here. I think rather than the dialogue simply not being that good, I'd characterize it as, I guess, cliche, trite, something in that vein. It falls into a trap that a lot of articles do when writing council meetings, of making council members less characters and more pantomimes, kind of stock vehicles for dialogue solely to advance the story. Dr. Trintavan, I think, says some good things too. So the main complaint seems to be this article reads more as a tale than a skip, and that the characterization fails. Maybe I'm just an easy-to-please sucker when it comes to character-centric, narrative-centric pieces, but I didn't have this problem. Sure, it felt a little bit cliche at points, but I enjoyed the piece. Characterization isn't strong, but it isn't outright poor, and the narrative is well written, if not too deep. So, I mean, this is a really strange thing to say because, yes, it is a character piece that seems to be basically the only requirement of an idea getting onto the main list and being appreciated is as long as it has a decent character approach. That's really all you need. Because this person tells us that it is basically a character piece, but that the characterization also isn't strong. So, I don't know. These things seem to be at odds with one another. I don't think people are reading very carefully. That's really why I like to do this show. I'm not trying to bash this article. I have nothing against these authors. But I've got to call a spade like a spade, okay? And this is not good writing. This is really, really bad scene. It's from the first line, it's not working. This line right here, the article is already dead. It isn't an SCP. I mean, like I said, the pacing is terrible. You throw us immediately into an emergency overseer conference, and you've given us no justification for it whatsoever. We got bad characterization. No individualized voices are going through here. The next section is totally buttressed by other anomalies, pulling them in, sort of lassoing them into what you want to do with your article. It doesn't really push your own idea forward at all. And then, honestly, as soon as POI 777 is introduced, it just goes really south real quick. So I'm sorry, but that's not a good article. That's bad. The next one is called Destiny's Waves. What's up, Flops? Good to see you. How are we doing? 5 hours and 20 minutes. Okay. Not bad. Not bad. Destiny's Waves by Digital Princess 234. Just hitting the scroll through immediately. I'm thankful that this is a shorter article here. A lot of long articles this time. I love the theme here, although I think the dark red kind of clashes with this light red over here. Not a big deal. I feel as though I've seen this very image probably in like a couple hundred other SCP articles. It's not a dig, but I just don't think that does a lot to separate this article. I'm immediately sort of turned off by the fact that this article's chosen doctor name is Dr. Azure Waters, and we're dealing with a marine thing here. I'm not a fan of these context-attached naming strategies. But anyway, the article ends up kind of justifying this decently well, I'll say. Technically, I feel that the author joins sentences with commas a little too often when they perhaps should be separate sentences. A lot of lines in this article border on run-ons. The first sentence of description also kind of lacks the punch I would expect from a single standalone sentence. It's an underwater city, aesthetically similar to a modern town found in Greece when viewed with remote cameras. However, details on the structure beyond the superficial appearance are unclear. So, standalone first description sentences should be haymakers. They really should. That one was not one. There's a compulsion effect that we get to here, but it's kind of an interesting one. There's a little bit of like dialogue here that kind of reminds me of the Holders, I guess, in some ways. Not in a bad way. I think the theme of luck is folded in very awkwardly here. The article seems to treat it kind of like a chore that it has to fulfill rather than anything celebratory or integral. The article goes into a nice character corkscrew in this middle section of emails, but really only during the email exchange. It kind of does that and then moves on, unfortunately. The exploration log, which is next, makes these kind of predictable steps. For example, it has this initial haha sort of levity that introduces a kind of rebel team member who doesn't want to follow the rules and then gets burned for that. And then we have this unreasonable hostility that can suddenly speak English and that just threateningly hates humans. Like here it is right here, the -3, humans hate humans. It kind of feels like something that you'd see on South Park making fun of something else. I don't know. Anyway, it takes this really nice moment in the narrative setup of the email section and kind of chews it up to bits until there's nothing really left there. I think there's actually quite a characteristic line that the author provides us with. This one, Agent Xavier, awesome. So this is one of those mankind sucks issues. So that's kind of where we are here. So it's kind of a snide, self-aware ending that kind of helps out the article just a little bit, but it has this bad note at the end syndrome, and the narrative here doesn't really rise above the level of, kind of just the most basic of allegories about, humans' destruction of the planet. So it's just kind of, it doesn't really stand out, honestly, in a lot of ways. So I think plus 14 is probably where this thing should be. So the next one, Cotton Observation by Dr. Zervan. We are almost done. We have 3 more. These will be quick. Wow. This one is presented in a, what's the way to put this? Groanworthy, I guess. Second person choose your adventure style of delivery. We kind of got to shoulder push our way through all of this to get to the documentation here, which itself treads very well-known ground of basically the Earth being the anomaly and humans on it are also anomalous. Kind of like the colloquially known as humans trope, basically. There's kind of an interesting and novel gimmick at the end with this coin flip code. Let's see if we can get down here. Yeah, so you can flip the coin and it'll randomize the result. Doesn't seem to have a pattern to it, so that's kind of interesting. And then there's a very interesting little structure where the coin flip tells you which collapsible to go into, whether it's heads or tails. Which I think is a nice idea. I mean, it's kind of a simple way to do this. Obviously, it's a less finessed way of kind of introducing offset mentality into the article. But the weird thing about this is that the elementary manner in which this structure is presenting itself by these collapsibles unfortunately means that if you happen to select the head choice, it means that the tail choice is still kind of hanging out down there, still kind of confusingly below it, which kind of makes, if you happen to click the heads, you kind of are going to ask yourself if you should be opening this, but the answer is no, because if you had the tails first, the right one wouldn't show up. You're only supposed to choose one. So unfortunately, the structure of this, it's interesting. I don't think it very works like in a architectural sense. So this one's at like +3. Like I think it's probably where it needs to be. I'm not really a big fan of this one. Any article that uses second person like that is probably going to be met with a lot of friction in general, certainly from myself. I think Locke did a pretty good job with this one. Locke kind of takes care of this. So my reading was a bit stilted due to a small spattering of spag errors scattered throughout, and I feel the prose dialogue really should be broken up with line breaks. Overall, I think this was an ambitious and interesting angle to approach an SCP from, but at the end of the day, I feel as though there simply wasn't exploration to this. Fey Alien Society. It feels like it screeches to a halt far quicker than it should have, with the endings wrapping things up too quickly to form a sense of satisfaction. There's a lot of interesting ideas here that I feel aren't done the justice that they're worth. I feel that a more developed realization of the framing narrative, allowing us to get to know the character in this strange new world and society, would help to make it stand out, yeah. So, Locke kind of takes care of that one, so we're all good. We are on the last article for tonight because I think we are not doing Fortune Favors the Bold because it's at -2, so just we got to cut corners where we can. So anything that's negative, we're not going to look at. I still look at them, and if I think it's good, obviously I'll contact the author because sometimes these things deserve to be somewhere. Maybe it's not on the prestigious SCP Wiki, but, sometimes these things need a home. Sometimes there are really good homeless articles out there that aren't great, but don't deserve to be homeless. So we'll skip that one. And the last one we'll read is called A Place to Drown. A Place to Drown by It's a Bad Idea. This article is excellent. This is such a good article. First of all, we've got a real intriguing title, A Place to Drown In. It just has so much that is begging to be unpacked in that title. Excellent title. And then just on a side note, this doesn't matter much, obviously, but, you know, I'm a huge fan of this CSS theme. I think it's just so clean cut. It's so advanced looking, yet it's so simple. You have this small flourish of maroon, barely there. I think if you kind of had a little more maroon, it'd be a nice spiritual successor to Sigma 9. Probably more so than black highlighter, honestly, in my opinion. I do think the text of this CSS theme is a little too smooshed. I think that it probably needs to be increased by about 15% in order to kind of read appropriately. It's a little too small, but I love how clean this CSS is. It really takes that smoky, quote box gray from the old style and kind of gives it more of a central staging. I love it. I love this CSS. Really clean, really restrained, really mature. Love it. There's a really engaging and almost phobia triggering image that's going on here. Don't like to look at that, but that's a good thing. And then there's a really, really excellent line here. One of the best that I've seen so far in this contest. The production of excessive noise is ill-advised. Love it. The Conprocs do a really good job of inviting the reader in and setting the tone for this article. Once again, excellent image work all throughout this. We got a nice cliff. We got some nice caves. Just really, really good image selection on the part of the author. There are some absolute lines in here. Just recovered tapestries, murals, and stained glass designs place a heavy thematic emphasis on the serenity associated with drowning. Some fucking bars in this article. I love the biological speciation that's applied to the small culture and religion that's on this isolated island. That's a nice little touch. Really, overall, the article is kind of tonally restrained, but it's very powerful in the moments that it decides to rev itself. Kind of like in footnote 1, where we talk about the appearance of a gray whale, and then the footnote tells us that it's not native to the area. So you kind of like, what? Nice little purr of the engine there underneath the hood. We see the luck theme, I think, nicely implemented here. It's subtle, but it's effective, and it's a little darker than usual for an interpretation in this contest, but I think it really shines. The shiver moments in this article are methodical. There's just so many, line after line. It's just a really nice rhythm of this hits you and then this hits you. This is a great line. While devising a plan for rescue, several members of the team reported hearing vocalizations similar to whale song emitting from the water. It's the first time you really get that in this article, so it comes at a nice time. Let's see. I think there's just really good lines in here. 20 years on this job, I've never seen someone crumbled to pieces like Rick did. Just nice. I saw my team screaming as they accept God's blessing. Fuck. No thanks. This I think was probably a chill moment. Those tunnels are narrow. There's no way anybody... Okay, so something tripped the sensors and fast. Too fast to be a single entity. Hell, too fast to be a group either. These tunnels are narrow. There's no way anybody could climb 200 meters in less than a minute unless it's water. It has to be. I'm not going to say the last line because I don't want to ruin the whole thing for you, but the last line stinger is a banger as well. I love the slight touch of lore building. Ever since Department Con, we've been seeing departments sort of dropped fully formed into articles, usually at the outset. But this article kind of flips that and makes it more interesting to follow along. We kind of see the gradual creation of a new department, essentially a Department of Whales, that results from this anomaly and finally happens by the end. If it gets officialized at the end. So I thought that was a nice little inversion there. Like I said before, very affected and muted tones of horror here, very well crafted atmosphere, anomaly, the logic, and then the mixing of all three is just very well crafted. The introduction of the whale itself, I think, was masterful, as was the slight twist about its arms. This is really, as a read, is a very slowly unfolding article with something beautiful on the inside that you slowly get to see a little more of as it reveals itself. So, I mean, all in all, it's a really gripping article that I really didn't want to turn away from. outstanding tone and pacing with smart moves at every beat. The aesthetics are just perfectly complementary to this article. Nearly colorless, but real pops when the author wants them to be. I mean, like all these images are basically grayscale. You got this nice little pop of the water down here. Just a real pretty article. Really atmospheric, really beckoning. I think this is raising the bar of the wiki easily. A very outstanding article. So let's get to the crit, and then we'll be done for tonight. There's a lot of good statements here. Most of this is praise as well. I think it should be. Ralliston says, this reads like a hippo meta collab in the best possible ways. The atmosphere is thick, never lets go from the moment it's introduced. The character voices are well established despite having to just one note themselves. The imagery of the corpse pit is absolutely terrifying with a mix of wonder. The ending is excellent. Of course, Lord comes by to say some excellent things as well. I highly recommend that you read that. Eleni has some good things to say. I feel like it'd be easy to make the whale ocean god group deity behind all this benevolent or malevolent. This article strikes a nice balance where it's legitimately unclear whether the Foundation should listen to the faithful and thus differentiates itself from plenty of other articles that stray to one side or the other. I think almost for every other author that I've seen kind of travel this terrain, it's almost magnetic. They almost automatically pull to one side, whether it's like a good thing that the cult is here or it's a bad thing, usually the bad side. But yeah, this is a really great observation. The author basically like tight ropes this line all the way through the article. Really impressive to read. Dav Shalik says, excellent from start to finish. While the atmosphere is heavy enough to cut with a knife, doing so would be akin to vandalizing art. That's good. Carry through with the metaphor there. Why don't you? The way you've written about something hauntingly beautiful under the ocean in a way that invokes a feeling not unlike seeing something hauntingly beautiful under the ocean is remarkable, evocative of that certain kind of ancient, quiet, grasping for answers horror that SCP does best. A couple other ones. Lieutenant Flops has a great comment here that I wanted to point out. Potential issues. Yeah, these are good little issues. Obviously, great attention to detail there. Part about strikeouts is pretty good. I wanted to kind of read the complimentary portions of this one. The mystery that you build throughout this article is strong, eerie, and doesn't disappoint, especially as you learn that the whales are actually I didn't realize this when I read this because I have pretty bad reading comprehension at times. So this kind of blew my mind when I read this. Especially as you learn that the whales are actually malformed humans. Their skin is blubber. I don't want to ruin this for somebody. I guess it's too late. The whale bones bracing the caverns are human bones, and the whale song corresponds to pained human voices. I mean, that's fucked up in just the right way. I agree. This is an interesting thing that I didn't notice either. So once again, I love seeing when people are reading this carefully. One neat thing is the way the images alternate between both sides of the page instead of sitting on just the right side like most SCPs. It serves as a useful technique in loosening the flow. A criticism here, however, is that these highly detailed and interesting pictures become forced into these small boxes, and they're important to look at because the article refers to them directly. That's a great statement. In fact, I kind of felt that when I read it without really explicitly saying it. I really think that could be solved by having this component that expands the images when you hover over it. I really think that would be a very prudent thing to include in here, don't you? I think that would almost solve the issue because there's some like it said, there's some very beautiful images in here. All right, and then a couple more. Dr. Balthazar says this is outstanding. You've hit on not just my love of the sea, my love of whales, my love of Lovecraftian horror, but you've done so in a way that works flawlessly. It's just one of my favorites of the contest, but also one of my new favorite SCPs. I agree with that. Fluffy Dog says this piece just fucking oozes atmosphere. You can just feel the dread soaking off of it. The notes from the task force members are just straight fucked. Yeah, this is how you do cosmic horror, right? Yeah. Which is crazy because, I mean, it's not really even that threatening, like someone else said. I think it was Eleni. It's not really that threatening, but somehow the author makes it just, like, completely imposing. I don't know how. Really good. And then, there's one more. One more. I guess there's not. Oh, yeah, here it is. By the way, Sistivi is doing some good crit, too. Check that out. Rice Tanner, I guess that's how you say that. Stunning atmosphere, great character voices, and an ending that made me lean back and think, how can I write something even close to this? Inspirational, and I don't use the term lightly. Fantastic job. Yeah, well, it's almost like a depressing inspiration, because it's like, how can I write something? And you're like, I don't know if I can. I don't know if I can. This is fucking good. Anyway, I think we'll end it there, because I don't think we're going to end on a better note than that. That was a really, really good article. One of my favorites of the contest so far. So, Fern says, yeah, I'm almost done, man. So we've been doing this for almost 6 hours, 5 hours and 42 minutes. We got through another 31 of these. So once again, we have to hit 30, 31 every week in order to be on track to get through all of the entries by the time voting is done. That's the goal. But yeah, I read your reviews. I appreciate that. Obviously, some of the ones that you reviewed, we already talked about last week, so I didn't hit those just for time. But I appreciate your reviews. Absolutely. Shit. Fuck. Well, I beat my time last time. It's fucking 1 a.m. here. I gotta go to bed. I'm an old man. I can't do this. It's hard. Anyway, appreciate y'all being here. Certainly have a good time doing this. This is quite a challenge. We typically do this every week. You know, if we're just regular SCPs, it's usually not this intensive, but this is certainly a challenge, and I certainly enjoy it. I'll tell you that. It's a lot of fun. I love seeing great writing, and there's a lot of it here in this contest. So we'll be sure to cover the rest. Check it out on Friday. We'll try to do SCP Meta on Sunday at 12 p.m. CST, just a call-in show, whatever. That's about it. I appreciate y'all sticking around. Y'all have an impressive stamina. I appreciate that. And yeah, I love containment fiction. I love it. Do I love it more than you? That's only an answer that you can say. All right. This has been SCP CRNP, a.k.a. Like a Lepers. Y'all have a good night. Thank you again for showing up. Appreciate it. Good to see y'all.